Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. Bernard Mandeville. Contents. Introduction. Chap I. On Religion 15. Chap 2. Of Outward Signs of Devotion 23. Chap 3. Of Rites and Ceremonies in Divine Worship 33. Chap 447. Chap V. Of Free Will and Predestination 61. Chap 611. Chap 7 of the Church 93. Chap 8 109. Chap 9 and Persecution 127. Chap X. Of the Reciprocal Behavior between the Clergy and Laity 145. Chap 11. Of Government 167. Chap 12. Of National Happiness 185. The Index, 203. Notes to Mandeville's text 213. Bibliography 223. Editor's Supplementary Index 23. 1. Introduction. The most common assessments of Mandeville's importance today present him as a trenchant satirist of the manners and foibles of his age, as a known source and precursor of some of Adam Smith's doctrines, as a forerunner of sociology, as a prescient analyst of the dynamics of our modern consumer society, and as the author of a striking naturalistic account of the gradual evolution of modern society from its primitive antecedents. His literary signature, in a manner of speaking, is his famous paradox: private vices, public benefits. The focus of the following essay and of the book as a whole is Mandeville's views on the politics of religion, a subject of major importance to him, yet one too often neglected by modern students of religion and politics in the early Georgian era. Considering the impact that the writings of Bernard Mandeville had on the European Enlightenment, we are surprised to find that we have so few facts about his life. Born in Dort or Rotterdam into a family of physicians, he was educated at the Erasmian School in Rotterdam, studied philosophy and medicine at the University of Leiden, and received his MD from that university in 1691. A document dated 1693 reveals that by then he had already emigrated to England and had begun to practice medicine there. England's Glorious Revolution of 1688–89, which Mandeville did not witness, was nevertheless an event of key importance in his life because it placed the Dutch stadtholder William of Orange on the English throne, thus creating an environment that might well attract a young Dutch physician seeking to advance his career and fortune. In 1699 he married an Englishwoman by whom he had 2 children. His career as a writer of English verse and prose began in 1703, when his translation of I. 2 Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. Some of La Fontaine's verse fables was published, together with 2 fables of his own composition. He also published a few poems, one of which reflected his support for King William. In this period his most important production was his verse fable The Grumbling Hive, or, Knaves Turned Honest, a doggerel poem of 433 lines showing the influence of Samuel Butler's popular satire Hudibras. Mandeville's bees inhabit a thriving society which is nevertheless full of vices. When they petition Jove to remove all vice and crime from their hive, Jove grants their wish, but the transformation is disastrous because entire trades and professions that formerly depended upon luxury consumption and indulgence in vices all wither away, thus reducing their hive's collective power and making these virtuous bees vulnerable to external enemies. The newly reformed bees win the battle but lose so many of their own in the carnage of war that they are forced to retreat into an oak tree and survive on acorns. The moral of this story is quite explicit: the great and powerful modern state requires at least a toleration of the common vices, without which it cannot flourish. In later explications Mandeville, echoing Bell, always insisted that he was not recommending or encouraging indulgence in the vices, rather, the social utility of the vices does nothing to change their essentially vicious characters. In his middle period, the 15 years from the Grumbling Hive to 1720, Mandeville's major production was the first edition of his Fable of the Bees. Some of the fable's ideas he had expressed earlier in the 32 numbers of the Female Tatler attributed to him. 2. He published more poetry in this period. 3. And produced 2 fictional works in the genre of the dialogue, The Virgin Unmasked, or Female Dialogues betwixt an elderly maiden lady and her niece, and a treatise of the hypochondriac and hysteric passions, vulgarly calvidi the hypo in men and vapors in women. He has also been identified as the author of an anonymous political pamphlet, The Mischiefs That Ought Justly to be Apprehended from a Whig Government, a work defending the Whigs in the year of transition from the Tory ministry at the close of Queen Anne's reign to the Whig ministry that came into power with the accession of King George I. Mandeville's fame has always been connected with his masterpiece, The Fable of the Bees, or Private Vices, Public Benefits. A prose expansion of the Grumbling Hive. Out of this poem emerged his defense of the social and economic value of luxury consumption, and his famous paradox Private Vices, Public Benefits, which implies that the selfish or self-regarding activities of individuals have unintended consequences and ultimately work for the advantage of society as a whole. In other memorable passages he prophetically defends the value of the division of labor. He has a striking theory of the slow evolution of language from primitive sounds and gestures, as opposed to the commonly held theory of its divine origin based upon the Book of Genesis. Adopting a Hobbesian view of the radical selfishness of human nature, he unmasks the concealed motives of self-interest that he finds in supposedly disinterested benevolent actions, especially among supporters of the charity schools. He is much given to analyzing the obscure and often unsuspected operations of passions such as pity, pride, vanity, courage, modesty, shame, love, avarice, honor, but primarily the master passion self-love. For students of the European Enlightenment he is important as a theorist of the emergence of the market state and of its consequences for manners and morals. Historians of the social sciences and economics value him for his depictions of the slow evolution of civil society from savagery to modern refinement and politeness, for his insights into the conflicting spheres of virtue and commerce, and for his explorations of the unanticipated consequences of human actions. He was also a cultural middleman, publicizing for his English readers ideas that he found in his illustrious Dutch predecessors Erasmus and Grotius, and in such celebrated French authors as La Rochefoucauld, La Fontaine, and especially the French Protestant refugee Pierre Bell, who arrived in Rotterdam in 1681 when Mandeville was an 11-year-old student there. Among the writers who later read and reacted to his writings were Bishop Berkeley, Hume, Voltaire, Montesquieu, Rousseau, Helvetius, and Adam Smith. When the Fable of the Bees first appeared under that title in 1714, it failed to attract broad public notice. Before issuing his third edition of the fable in 1723, he published his Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness, and it too generated little public response. Following the appearance of the third edition of his fable, that work was presented as a public nuisance by the Grand Jury of Middlesex County. For the so-called Mandeville Contro. For Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. Versi that erupted following publication of the Grand Jury's presentment was not, in fact, a two-sided debate because it consisted almost entirely of printed attacks upon him, most of which he never deigned to answer. 5. These attacks, generally focusing on his Fable of the Bees, treated him as a wicked immoralist, an enemy of religion, and a Mandeville. However, by the middle of the 20th century it became quite clear that Mandeville was not the cynical, vice-driven monster depicted by his antagonists, but an insightful analyst of the new commercial and political order. The fame of Mandeville's Fable of the Bees over the centuries has overshadowed all of his other writings. These minor writings, on the other hand, have attracted notice because they were usually identified as produced by the author of the Fable of the Bees. The importance of this work lies in the fact that it not only supplements his fable, but also contains his most extensive remarks on religion and church and state issues. His canvas is transnational or European. There are at least 3 overlapping national contexts in his free thoughts. One includes English events and writers, another is his French connection, a third is his Dutch background, and one should also add his grounding in Latin authors and the Church Fathers. Though much of his book derives from Bell, his ostensible purpose was to convince his British public to accept and act upon his opinions on controversial church and state issues, and for this reason most of the following discussion concerns the relevant British contexts that gave rise to his free thoughts. Thereafter I shall deal more briefly with his uses of Bell. Following the exile of England's Catholic king, James II, to France in 1688, the Church of England continued to be the most powerful religious body in England. It professed to follow the via media, the middle way between rival groups that included, on the one hand, a relatively small number of English Catholics, and, on the other, various groups of dissenters surviving after the failure of the Great Rebellion. In the earlier 18th century the Church of England was not only troubled by these external antagonists but was deeply torn by internal conflicts that were as much political as theological. The High Flyers or High Churchmen, vocal supporters of the Tory party, maintained the principles of the divine right of kings, passive obedience, non-resistance and infeasible hereditary right. They opposed toleration of Catholics, dissenters, and atheists, and thought that their church should have a strong role in civil governance. The Low Churchmen were usually Whigs who viewed the dissenters with more compassion, wished to decrease the Anglican bishops' powers in church and state, and rejected divine right theory. But national religious policy and ecclesiastical power were never determined solely by the number of adherents to any church or sect. Parliamentary support of the Toleration Act of 1689, and especially the intentions of the new king, William III, were extremely important in enabling Catholics and dissenters to practice their own forms of worship. Earlier, in 1672, King Charles I's Declaration of Indulgence, proclaimed without the approval of the House of Commons, was intended to ease the restrictions on religious worship by suspending the penalties for such public worship by Catholics and by those Protestants who dissented from the Church of England. But that movement toward toleration was counteracted by the Commons, who imposed the Test Act that was designed to remove Catholics from public offices and to erode their public worship. Again, in 1687, another effort to restore religious freedom for Catholics in England appeared in King James II's proclamation, His Majesty's gracious declaration to all his loving subjects for liberty of conscience, but many Church of England clergymen refused to announce it from their pulpits. It was opposed at the highest levels by Archbishop Sancroft and other bishops. Clearly, James's attempt to restore freedom of worship for Catholics in particular became a major factor in turning public opinion and confidence against him, and hastened his abdication and exile in 1688. The High Churchmen, some of whom had initially supported the invasion of King William, were soon dismayed to find that he supported toleration not only for dissenters but even for Catholics. Their theology was also increasingly under attack by the Socinians and by the Deists, who published their works with greater impunity after the Licensing Act was permitted to lapse in 1695. The High Churchmen's response to the sharp increase in dissenting pulpits and to those who questioned various articles of their 6 Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. Faith was to mount a counter-attack with the motto, "The Church in Danger." Mandeville witnessed the course of these continuing antagonisms and crises in church and state affairs for at least 25 years before setting down his argument for doctrinal latitude and a spirit of mutual toleration of differences in forms of worship and articles of faith. In order to ensure that the throne of England would not revert to the descendants of the Stuart King James II, the English government passed the Act of Succession in 1701, limiting the throne to Protestants. The Tories, favoured by Queen Anne, gained control of the government in 1710 and, sensing the public's war weariness, they soon engaged in secret diplomacy to end England's role in the War of the Spanish Succession. Their political popularity surged when the Whigs failed to secure significant punishment for the incendiary High Church preacher Henry Sacheverell, following his trial and conviction for seditious preaching. In 1714, when the death of Queen Anne deprived the Tories of her powerful royal support, they fell from power, unwilling on the whole to risk the revolution or rebellion needed to place the Catholic Stuart pretender on the throne. The Whigs triumphed by effecting an orderly transfer of title and power to George I, the first of the Hanoverian kings of Britain. In 1715 the Jacobites, those loyal to the dynasty of the exiled James II and his descendants, launched an ill-fated invasion of Scotland in order to restore the Stuart line. The rebellion was throttled and some of its leaders were executed, but the continuing threat from English and foreign Jacobites gave the Whigs sufficient cause for pursuing and punishing subjects disloyal to the House of Hanover. Following the failure of their rebellion in 1715, the Jacobites continued to plot against King George I and the Whig ministry by trying to persuade King Charles XII of Sweden to join them and their Spanish allies in a planned invasion of England. However, the death of Charles XII in 1718 removed the Swedish threat, and in 1719 a deadly storm at sea caused a number of the armed Spanish vessels to sink, thus aborting the threat of another Jacobite uprising with foreign troops on British soil. To carry on such military adventures the Jacobite court abroad required and received considerable infusions of money from their supporters in England, and spying on both sides was absolutely essential for survival. The Whigs, especially after 1720 under the leadership of the Prime Minister Sir Robert Walpole, stirred up the nation's fears of another bloody insurrection and exploited those fears for their own political ends. Walpole conducted a relentless witch hunt that eventually uncovered the so-called Atterbury plot in 1722, exposing Bishop Atterbury's pro-Jacobite activities. In 1723, 3 years after Mandeville's book appeared, Bishop Atterbury was tried, found guilty and then exiled for his role in the ongoing conspiracy. Other conspirators, including Christopher Layer, were executed. To assess Mandeville's free thoughts properly one needs to situate it within this context of religious and political controversies, ongoing subversion, fear, and dormant warfare that would eventually erupt again, and for the last time, in the bloody Jacobite rebellion of 1745-6. Several important strands are intertwined in Mandeville's free thoughts: his analyses of belief, reason, and faith, his critique of the powers and authority of all churches and their clergy over the ages, his illustrations of religious persecution in different lands and eras, and his arguments for toleration as a means to control and remove persecutions. In terms of practical politics, his mission was to discredit not only the High Churchman's persecution of the dissenters but also the designs of those who wished to reintroduce an absolutist Catholic monarchy. He opposes all religious factions, both at home and abroad, who would threaten Britain's internal peace and stability. The positive side of his message consists in his repeated calls for peace and moderation, values that only extremists or zealots might be tempted to challenge. The arrangement of the 12 chapters in this book is reflected in its title. The first 5 chapters explore religious or theological issues, including the nature of belief and knowledge, the significance of rites and ceremonies, and controversies about Christian mysteries such as the Trinity and free will and predestination. The next 5 chapters explore controversial issues of church politics, including persecution and toleration across the centuries. Here we find the basis of Mandeville's anti-clericalism. In the 11th chapter he reviews the balance of powers in Britain's government, a mixed or limited monarchy, and his final chapter is essentially a repetition of his pleas for civil and religious peace through mutual toleration by opposing religious parties. 6. 8 Free thoughts on religion, the church, and national happiness. 4 years preceding the appearance of Mandeville's free thoughts in 1720, the then Bishop of Bangor, Benjamin Hoadley, a man with low church and Whig sympathies, sparked the Bangorian controversy by publishing an attack on the non-Jurofs, a party of roughly 400 Anglican clergymen whose founders had refused to swear allegiance to King William III and Queen Mary. Hoadley, in a preservative against the principles and practices of the nonjurors both in church and state, defended the legitimacy of the Hanoverian succession and the government's power to deal as it had to with this schismatic group. On March 31, 1717 he preached a daring sermon before King George I on a subject supposedly recommended by that monarch. In his sermon, The Nature of the Kingdom of Christ, Hoadley argued that since the Gospels present the kingdom of Christ as a spiritual kingdom, a kingdom not of this world, the clergy or their churches can make no claim to exercise worldly power or authority that rightly belongs to the state. 7. This Erastian view of the power of the state over the clergy and the church has a long history and is plainly visible in Locke's A Letter Concerning Toleration. Mandeville, following Locke and Hoadley, freely yields the balance of judicial and civil authority to the government. 8. Though parts of his book can be taken as belated support for Hoadley's position, Mandeville scrupulously avoided publishing direct rejoinders to those who attacked him in print. By refusing to engage in religious controversy with a specific opponent, he was offering his own moderation and reasonableness as a model for those whose inclination or interest it was to keep up the paper wars. Hoadley's detractors would have objected to much in Mandeville's free thoughts, but there is no evidence of any torrent of immediate responses. Those would begin to appear a few years later following the public condemnation of his Fable of the Bees. In his free thoughts Mandeville goes well beyond Hoadley by charging that the clergy everywhere, pagan and Christian, Catholic and Protestant, have always perpetrated frauds, abuses, and even shocking crimes to advance their worldly power and wealth. His anti-clerical argument is easily summarized: when the clergy have the power to force consciences and persecute in the name of their creed, they always do so. Ecclesiastics will continue to foster disputes and social upheavals from the safety of their pulpits if they are not restrained by the state. To curtail the excesses of the clergy, Mandeville 9. proposes a twofold remedy. He insists upon the authority of the state in both civil and military matters, a view that entails the removal of political power from the clergy, so far as that can be attained in a state with a national church. And, as a counterpoise to the documented suffering and persecution instigated by the clergy and their churches, he urges his readers to accept religious toleration, much as Locke did, excluding Catholics, nonjurors and any others who appeared inimical to Britain's constitution and government. Many but not all of those deemed too dangerous to merit toleration would have been Jacobites. 9. One advantage that Mandeville gained by writing a book in which he takes a firm stand against the Jacobites is that no detractor, whether cleric or layman, would dare to condemn it entirely because of the risk of seeming to defend the Jacobite cause. Thus Mandeville was in a sense safe in voicing his anti-Jacobite sentiments, but his jibes against the worldly ambitions of the clergy, coupled with his tendentious survey of persecutions and sufferings resulting from sectarian conflicts, would have marked him clearly as their enemy. Moreover, they despised his radical devaluation of their rites and ceremonies. Gradually the reader comes to realize that this book contains a number of disparities or contradictions. How could a declared supporter of the Church of England mount such a damaging attack on the clergy in general? Had Mandeville written in the voice of a Catholic or a dissenter, his critique of the Anglican clergy would have seemed more like straightforward theological disputation. But in this work he apparently criticizes that church from within. It would have to be a very liberal or radical Anglican who might be willing to dismiss his church's rites and ceremonies as inconsequential on the grounds that they are not commanded in Scripture but are of human contrivance. It is barely possible that he could have been a member of the Anglican Church, but the weight of critical opinion over the centuries tends to deny that connection. It seems likelier, on the whole, that he adopted the voice of an Anglican communicant as a protective device that would permit him to criticize all institutional churches and their clergy. 10. By no means was Mandeville's the sole voice of anti-clericalism in his age. It was the sport of deists, of Catholics writing against Prots. Free thoughts on religion, the church, and national happiness. Tant clergy, and of Protestants writing about Catholic and other Protestant clergy. One of the surest signs of an anti-clerical attitude was an author's willingness to mention and explore priestcraft, as in Anthony Collins's Priestcraft in Perfection, and asserts that the chief duty of real religion among Christians consists in a sacrifice of the heart, and is a task of self-denial, with the utmost severity against nature to be performed on ourselves. Without this inward sense of religion no outward worship, nor any act of seeming devotion or charity, can be of the least service to us, as to eternal salvation. By emphasizing the abnegation of the self as a rigorous standard for all true Christians, the author suggests that this in fact is the standard he follows, but in his own time and in the century after his death the clergy and most other readers seem to remain unconvinced of that implication. On the other hand, it was words like these that made it difficult for anyone to accuse him of irreligion or blasphemy. This is confirmed in a biographical article on Mandeville, published in 1784, 12, in which the anonymous author dismisses the Free Thoughts as a bland and harmless book. These thoughts are built upon the rational system, and there is nothing in this book but what the bulk of Christians would subscribe to. Mandeville might be a very good believer, for anything he has discovered to the contrary, yet nothing is more certain than that he was very much otherwise, although he never gave the divines such hold of him, that they could rank him fairly among the deistical writers. We may wonder whether the bulk of Christians in that century would have shared Mandeville's undisguised contempt for most of the clergy, but it is instructive to find his major statements on the interrelations of church and state dismissed 6 decades later as uncontroversial. By that time, of course, the Jacobites were no longer a source of fear and anxiety for Britons. Since most people are unable to live up to Mandeville's rigorous standard of Christian behavior, it follows that true Christianity, for Mandeville, is very scarce. 13. Did he lament the scarcity of this true religion? Many point out that he seems to enjoy demonstrating the paradox that the flourishing wealth and power of modern nation-states arise from the very defects and vices of mankind in their fallen state. It is precisely these darker aspects of fallen human nature that enable the emergence of that secular Leviathan, the aggrandized state. He champions commercial enterprise and the production of wealth and luxury in a secular environment, yet he never surrenders or repudiates his standard of ascetic Christian behavior, falling back upon it whenever it serves his need. While the Jacobite threat looms large in his Free Thoughts, Mandeville virtually ignores the ongoing deist controversy, which so alarmed and perturbed the Anglican divines. Though he quotes from Lord Shaftesbury's characteristics, he does not call him a deist. He names no other deist authors or works, and seems to treat deism as no serious threat at all. The deist controversy erupted in the 1690s over the writings of Charles Blount and John Toland, and peaked in the 1720s, spanning all of Mandeville's years in England. In Ophthalmics, or Deism Revealed, the Reverend Philip Skelton paired Mandeville with the more obviously deistic Lord Shaftesbury, trashing both. 14. But in the Free Thoughts Mandeville refers often to the Church of England as our Church and claims to be one of its members. If that was merely a rhetorical gesture, ought we to think of him as some sort of deist? Or as an atheist or infidel? He defines both positions in his first chapter. Speculative atheists of a studious bent may live peaceably in society and behave morally, but practical atheists can be troublesome. A deist, on the other hand, believes that there is a God, and that the world is ruled by providence, but has no faith in anything revealed to us. And that is as much as he cares to say about deism throughout his book. 15. 12. Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. The words deism and deist rarely appear in the Free Thoughts, yet one can readily see why the author of Ophthalmics thought that Mandeville deserved a place in his book dedicated to exposing the evils of deism. One of the strongest shared convictions of Mandeville and the deists is their view that whether a revelation is indeed of divine origin must be decided by reason and not by the dictates of any ecclesiastical authority. Their views on the questions of authority and power in church and state generally coincided. Mandeville and the deists distrusted and disliked most of the clergy and their roles in history. Like the deists, Mandeville also professed a simplified view of the obligations of religion, but unlike some deists he appears to have acknowledged the truth of fundamental tenets of the religion of Jesus as recorded in the Gospels, and he did not deny or challenge the status of the Christian mysteries, as Toland and others had done. Deists like Lord Shaftesbury tried to abandon the centuries-old doctrine of original sin, but Mandeville, adopting a Hobbesian and Augustinian view of human nature, accepted the image of human beings as passion-driven creatures who employ their weak or limited reason to serve their passions. The deists generally accepted the argument from design, a proof for the existence of God from evidence of the orderly processes of nature visible on earth and in the heavens. Lord Shaftesbury relied upon the argument from design in his popular philosophical dialogue, The Moralists, a philosophical rhapsody. One of the works he collected under the title of Characteristics of Men, Manners, Opinions, Times. In his Free Thoughts. Interestingly, Mandeville borrowed a number of passages that he approved of from Shaftesbury's Characteristics, giving no sign whatever that he disapproved of the Earl's moral system, but he began to ridicule that system in 1723 when he added a new essay, A Search into the Nature of Society, to his Fable of the Bees. We do not find Mandeville rejecting the argument from design, but when he considers the structure and processes of nature he emphasizes the power of God by asking what there is that an omnipotent creator cannot do. Natural religion alone, which constituted the simplified religion of many a deist, is insufficient for the speakers of Mandeville's major writings. A few Mandeville scholars have been willing to credit his professed Christian rigorism, more or less, but most have long suspected that his real intentions were subversive of religion in general and that 13. His true position was that of a worldly and somewhat skeptical utilitarian. This is the position held by F.B. K in his magisterial introduction to the fable in 1924, and, though challenged, it still remains influential. K argues that Mandeville's rigorism was essentially a mask, and that his true sympathy lay in his secular utilitarianism. According to another reading of Mandeville's aims in this book, his real interest grows out of his medical studies and his profession, so that he is perceived not as a theologian but as a naturalist. Mandeville the naturalist was primarily interested in the springs of human behavior, and throughout this book he writes as a psychologist investigating the conduct of human beings in religious contexts. His subject is really the psychology of religion. Indeed, in the one place in his book where he announces his purpose, he dwells not on the politics of religion or religious controversies, but on the more basic understanding of the motives that drive human behavior. My aim is to make men penetrate into their consciences, and by searching without flattery into the true motives of their actions, learn to know themselves. This approach, emphasizing the human drives and passions connected with religion, accounts well for Mandeville's inclusion of 3 related portrait sketches or essays in the character genre that was revived and popularized in the 17th century. Horatio, Emilia, and Curto, who together occupy the second half of chapter 2, think of themselves as good Christians who attend faithfully to their religious duties, but the speaker points out that, because each one has a darling vice that he or she refuses to acknowledge or to surrender, each is a sinner who needs to be reformed. This reading, advanced by Malcolm R. Jack and others, surely contains a measure of truth, but perhaps not the whole truth. Others such as Thomas R. Edwards and E.D. James recognize that while Mandeville is commonly appreciated for his laughter and biting satire, there is also a persistent darker view of the human condition, a Calvinistic stratum that cannot be dismissed as a mere mask. 16. Following his discussions of religion, the church, and the clergy, Mandeville in chapter 11, of government, turns aside from Mat. 14 Free thoughts on religion, the church, and national happiness. Tours of religion to review the theory of the British government. This chapter is built upon 3 main points. First, the authority of Britain's government does not rest solely in the words and actions of any absolute monarch, but consists rather in the deliberations and judgments of king, lords and commons. Mandeville reviews a series of arbitrary actions that the king may not legally take, and emphasizes the joint responsibility of these three political components in governing the British nation. Second, he traces the historical evolution of this system of balanced powers, pointing out that at first the king and his lords struggled for power without seeking assistance from the commons. But as the commons grew in wealth and property, they came to prominence in this constitutional arrangement and now comprise the dominant governing body through their power of the purse. In passing, Mandeville dismisses those malcontents who approve of the infeasible and hereditary divine right of kings, passive obedience and non-resistance maintained by Tories and non-jurors. In the last section of this chapter he reviews the commonplace arguments on both sides regarding the legitimacy of England's rulers after the flight and abdication of James II. He calls into question the devious behavior of James's court at the time of the Queen's delivery of the supposititious male, who was proclaimed James III of England by King Louis XIV upon the death of James II in 1701. The entire chapter, and much of the book as well, is unmistakably a defense of the legitimacy of the Hanoverian dynasty and of the Whig ministry then in power. Not least among his objects of praise is his countryman King William III, of whose career and policies Mandeville always spoke highly. All modern commentators on Mandeville agree that he was some kind of Whig. Harry T. Dickinson calls him an independent Whig, but M.M. Goldsmith objects to this phrase because it has been associated since Mandeville's time with the so-called country Whigs John Trenchard and Thomas Gordon, who wrote weekly opposition papers in the Independent Whig and the series of letters signed Cato in the London Journal. 17 Early in the reign of George I, a split in the Whig party produced two factions, now commonly called the Court Whigs and the Country Whigs. The Country Whigs and Tories together constituted the opposite position to the Whig ministry led by Sir Robert Walpole from 1720 to 1742. It is generally accepted that Mandeville's account of the British government in the Free Thoughts implicitly supports the views of the Court Whigs. 18 The Country or Opposition Whigs, as J.G.A. Pocock and others have noted, subscribed to an ideology of civic humanism stressing the need for virtue in public and private life. Following the South Sea Bubble, Britain's financial disaster of 1720, they complained long and loudly that the Walpole government was full of corruption. Those in power made no claims for ancient virtue but emphasized the commercial and imperial interests of Britain. For Mandeville, who had previously floated the paradox private vices, public benefits, the complaints of the country Whigs were founded upon a mistaken benevolist conception of human nature, a theory that he consistently disparaged. 19 Although the Whig authors of Cato's letters, John Trenchard and Thomas Gordon emphasized civic virtue and castigated political and moral corruption, the views and opinions of all three frequently converged. The Cato authors, like Mandeville, see mankind as governed by selfish passions, chiefly self-love and self-interest, and largely incapable of exercising disinterested benevolence or true charity. Cato inveighs against those who amass wealth in dubious or immoral ways and then leave their fortunes to religious uses. Cato even remarks that the worst men do some good, echoing the same sentiment that Mandeville had earlier included in his grumbling hive. Like Mandeville, Cato vigorously supports religious toleration and argues that a nation's riches consist above all in its workers. Other parallels can be adduced, but the fact remains that the Cato authors differ very markedly from Mandeville in the campaign they mounted against the corruption of the South Sea directors, generally Tories, and their cronies in the Whig ministry. The absence of any reference to the South Sea Bubble in Mandeville's Free Thoughts suggests that he had completed his manuscript and had it published before that scandal erupted into public notice. On the other hand, the earliest Cato letters, beginning November 5, 1720, were almost exclusively expressions of dismay and outrage against the corruption that produced the bubble. Less celebrated than their Cato letters. 16 Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. But probably closer to Mandeville's outlook on the clergy is Trenchard and Gordon's earlier periodical, The Independent Whig, or, a defense of primitive Christianity, and of our ecclesiastical establishment, against the exorbitant claims and encroachments of fanatical and disaffected clergymen, in 53 numbers, from January 20 through December 31, 1720. This work, with its vociferous anti-clericalism aimed specifically at the High Church party, reflects the same antipathies voiced by Mandeville, in the same year, but with greater stridency. In their Cato papers, Trenchard and Gordon appeal constantly to images of Roman or ancient classical civic virtue, and to the purer behavior embodied in primitive or early Christianity. Mandeville's paradox, in stark contrast, stresses that the republic of virtue is unattainable, and that vices and corruption oil the wheels of society by circulating money and stimulating market activity. What brought these three Whig authors together is the fact that the presentment issued by the grand jury of Middlesex County in July 1723 named both the Fable of the Bees and Cato's Letters as offensive publications. Both Mandeville and Cato together, in separate publications, had attacked the promoters of the popular charity school movement, a movement widely supported by Church of England adherents. As W.A. Speck has shown, the Tories temporarily had the power to expose all three of these authors to public scorn by means of an official attack on their popular publications. ******* The condemnation of both the Fable of the Bees and Cato's Letters in the presentment raises the recurring issue of Mandeville's personal relationships. We have no evidence that he had ever met Trenchard and Gordon, and we know almost nothing about his social connections with other authors. It has been argued that in supporting the court Whigs, he was probably writing at the behest of his patron Lord Macclesfield, who occupied the office of Lord Chancellor from 1718 until his removal by impeachment in 1725. F.B. K assumed that Mandeville avoided prosecution largely through the protection of his patron. How far his connection with Lord Macclesfield introduced him to the company of other members of the court party or other eminent politicians remains unknown. For a writer to be associated 17 with a political faction or party in Mandeville's time was rather the rule than the exception. Almost all of the more famous writers in his time either held political office, served as diplomats, or were otherwise employed by leading government officials as party writers. 20 By contrast, the only political connection recorded for Mandeville is that with Lord Macclesfield. In his earlier contributions to the Female Tatler and in his Fable he had criticized the writings of Sir Richard Steele, but Steele, who may have responded to Mandeville's Female Tatler contributions in his own Tatler papers, never mentions him by name. 21 Mandeville, in the presence of his patron, is said to have called Addison a parson in a tie-wig, but no reference to Mandeville turns up in Addison's works, unless Addison's remarks on the selfish system allude not only to Hobbes and La Rochefoucauld but to Mandeville as well. 22 Though he clearly was serving important Whig interests in this book, we cannot precisely identify a cluster of like-minded associates with whom he interacted. He seems to have been an accomplished foreigner, an outsider, a writer on the margins. Yet he must have had significant status in the so-called Republic of Letters for this book to have been translated into Dutch, French, and German within the first decade of its publication. 23. We have seen thus far that Mandeville's Free Thoughts needs to be read in the light of various interrelated contexts such as the deist controversy, the post-1688 Church of England's quarrels with the dissenters, the Bangorian controversy, and the libertarian Old Whig politics of Trenchard and Gordon. John Locke too, whether directly or indirectly, had to be an important source of arguments and attitudes on toleration, persecution, and the fundamentals of Christian faith, yet nowhere do we find Mandeville admitting that he adopted or borrowed any of his free thoughts on religion either from Locke or from that older critic of the church and the clergy, Thomas Hobbes. Any Whig anti-Jacobite would have found arguments and illustrations in Locke, Bishop Burnet, and similar Whig sources. But unlike most native English Whigs, Mandeville had had decades of contact with the writings and thoughts of many continental authors, Perdiccas. 18 Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. Lady those of Pierre Bell, one of the 17th century's most forceful opponents of persecution and of the forcing of consciences, and a major advocate of unrestricted religious toleration. Most of what Mandeville wanted to say about these issues had already appeared in the writings of Bell, especially in his monumental Dictionnaire historique et critique, and it is from that work essentially that Mandeville assembled his concrete illustrations and documentary evidence. If there is anything original in his highly derivative book, it is probably the fact that so much of it is constructed from the words and thoughts of Pierre Bell. For a book supporting the ideology of the courtwigs of his time, it might well seem odd that most of its examples were drawn from the writings of this exiled French Protestant author. No other apologist or propagandist for the Whigs ever used this much of Bell, in precisely this way. 24 In his preface Mandeville acknowledges that he borrows from Bell repeatedly, often without identifying the precise source of his quoted or paraphrased passages. One effect of this strategy is simply to conceal how large a quantity of Bell's words and ideas he had really appropriated. When his footnotes lead us to such authors as Nicole, Maimbarg, Guy Chardonnay, Onuprius, Vossius, Gerson Apud Pratial, Varillas, Ribadeniro, William of Malmesbury, Ferry, Durius, the historian Thuanus, Seckendorf, Honnius, and dozens of other obscure names of the past, we should not think that he was deeply read in these recondite works of Latin scholarship. He found almost all of them in Bell's massive dictionary, and the result reads like a popular digest of often sensational highlights from that work. He apologizes for his practice of silent borrowing or appropriation by citing the high cost of Bell's multi-volume dictionary, which very few could afford to own. But he does not inform his readers that this book on religion, the church, and national happiness can also be regarded as a portable Bell. Sooner or later one finds virtually all of Bell's characteristic notions somewhere in Mandeville. He shows us Bell's metaphysical skepticism, Bell's examples of cruel and bloody persecution in the wars of religion, his support for religious toleration, his bold thesis that an erroneous belief can nevertheless be perfectly sincere, his favorite paradox of the possibility of a viable society composed of virtuous or at least law-abiding atheists, his remarks on the insoluble 19. Problem of evil and its bearing upon the attributes of God, his famous defense of the Manichaean system of theology, and his attack upon rationalists who too easily explain away the contradictions between faith and reason. Bell and Mandeville were both outspoken supporters of religious toleration, but with a difference. In his philosophical commentary Bell advocated virtually full religious toleration of Catholics, Protestants, Muslims, Jews, and even peaceable atheists. Perhaps from a motive of prudence, Mandeville refused to follow his master that far. At least in print, instead he offered a program for toleration closer to Locke's, excluding Catholics, non-jurors, and any who might threaten England's constitution and social structure by virtue of their allegiance to foreign Catholic powers, including the Pope. The centrality of religious toleration in the Free Thoughts can be seen not only in the content of his chapter on toleration and persecution, but in most other chapters as well. In his 5th chapter, for instance, Mandeville recapitulates Bell's account of the difficulties that beset both those who defend free will and their opponents who argue for predestination. He asserts that while men think they act freely, they actually are not free agents, because their choices are governed by the passions uppermost or dominant at the moment of decision. As for predestination, Mandeville reviews Bell's analysis, emphasizing that the chief objection that is made against is that it makes God the author of sin, which is theologically unacceptable within a Christian framework. Mandeville briefly reviews Bell's argument to the effect that the best explanation of the origin of evil, consistent with a belief in the goodness of God, may well be found in the ancient Manichaean heresy that posits a principle of good in constant warfare with, or opposition to, a principle of evil. He adds that the doctrine of predestination has, at different times, been the cause of thousands of mischiefs and calamities among Christians. When we arrive at the end of this chapter on free will and predestination, we find that Mandeville had no intention of providing a correct answer regarding predestination. It remains mysterious, like other Christian mysteries. This chapter closes on the theme of toleration, with high praise. For the reformer Melanchthon, a defender of the freedom of the will, who nevertheless had only kind and noble words for Calvin, whose defense of predestination he opposed. Mandeville's remedy for the XX free thoughts on religion, the church, and national happiness. Evils of religious warfare which he associates with power-seeking clergy is not to outlaw or forbid religious disputation, but to establish an effective practice of toleration that would eliminate the forking of consciences and permit liberty of worship and freedom of thought. Though he transcribes from Bell numerous illustrations of persecution and offers arguments for toleration, one should keep in mind that he was not writing a methodical treatise on a historical or chronological plan. Had he intended to do so, he quite likely would have mentioned the existence of an act for exempting their Majesties' Protestant subjects dissenting from the Church of England from the penalties of certain laws, the so-called Toleration Act of May 1689, which some have regarded as a misnomer because it was really designed to exempt a limited group of dissenters from incurring penalties for their religious practices. He avoids any mention of this controversial piece of legislation, just as he avoids naming and discussing Locke's famous letter concerning toleration, published in that same year, and his later work, The Reasonableness of Christianity. Other important documents and pieces of legislation that go unmentioned are the Corporation and Test Acts, and the later Schism and Occasional Conformity Acts, both of which were repealed in 1719, before the appearance of the Free Thoughts. Tracking the course of British legislation on matters of worship and faith was not Mandeville's purpose here. His real concern, it appears, was to discover how far and how well the copious arguments and historical narratives in Bell's works might serve to advance the immediate ideological needs of the court Whigs. How far the influence of his free thoughts actually spread remains an open question. It was reprinted periodically until 1733, which means that as long as Mandeville was alive his book remained in print. The only later printings in that century were of French and German editions. Parts of it would have appealed to those who shared his anti-clericalism, his support for toleration, and his medical or naturalistic bent. Because his positions are so derivative, it is difficult to point to precise instances of direct influence, apart from his numerous borrowings from Bell and fewer passages from Lord Shaftesbury. XXI. On the other hand, if we open one of the most celebrated political documents associated with the founding of the United States of America, we find sentiments that strongly remind us of passages in Bell and Mandeville. So numerous indeed and so powerful are the causes which serve to give a false bias to the judgment, that we, upon many occasions, see wise and good men on the wrong as well as on the right side of questions of first magnitude to society. This circumstance, if duly attended to, would furnish a lesson of moderation to those who are ever so much persuaded of their being in the right in any controversy. And a further reason for caution, in this respect, might be drawn from the reflection that we are not always sure that those who advocate the truth are influenced by purer principles than their antagonists. Ambition, avarice, personal animosity, party opposition, and many other motives not more laudable than these, are apt to operate as well upon those who support as those who oppose the right side of a question. Were there not even inducements to moderation, nothing could be more ill-judged than that intolerant spirit which has, at all times, characterized political parties. For in politics, as in religion, it is equally absurd to aim at making proselytes by fire and sword. Heresies in either can rarely be cured by persecution. This extract from the Federalist No. 1, attributed to Alexander Hamilton, is a striking aggregation of the same views on self-restraint, moderation, and abhorrence of religious persecution that pervade the free thoughts. 25 other passages in later numbers of the Federalist bring Bell and Mandeville to mind, yet without convincing documentary evidence one cannot claim that the writings of either one directly influenced the composition of these papers. It seems safe to say, however, that Bell and Mandeville, as well as Locke, Montesquieu, and the authors of Cato's letters together helped to shape the transatlantic frame of mind that led to our separation of church and state clause. With respect to the two clauses on religion in the first amendment to our Constitution, it would have been rash, foolish and extremely hazardous for any writer in Mandeville's time to urge that there shall be no law respecting an establishment of religion, because that view would have been taken as a direct assault on the still powerful established Church of England. But as for the free exercise clause, Mandeville would certainly have supported it vigorously, up to a point. His anti-Jacobite, anti-Catholic, or anti-Papist prejudice, perhaps more for political than for religious reasons, was deeply rooted and not easily relinquished. In the vindication of his Fable of the Bees that Mandeville published following condemnation of that book by the grand jury of XXII Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness, Middlesex, he noted that he wrote not for the many but for the few, and that it was his intention to amuse his readers. In his Free Thoughts one still sees an occasional witty remark or satiric barb usually directed at the persecutors, but the aim of amusement is considerably muted. It is a serious work that attempts to influence not only his readers' opinions but more importantly their behavior as citizens. His Free Thoughts permits us to see that interrelationships of church and state, no less than the psychology of the passions, the defense of luxury consumption, or the study of the hypochondriac and hysteric diseases, were of central importance to Mandeville. The fact that his version of toleration, like that of Locke, seems flawed to our modern sensibility should not blind us to the value of his fundamental irenic impulse. One cannot ignore his support for the individual's liberty of conscience where that presents no danger to the social order. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, some of the troubling issues of church and state that he explored in the earlier 18th century are still divisive and controversial among religious factions in our own time, almost 3 centuries later. We can readily approve of his general pleas for peace and mutual forbearance, but it is clear that his book offers no practical solution to the evils of religious conflict in his time, or in ours. His exposure of the persecuting zeal of the Catholic and High Church Anglican clergy remains a partisan and polemical stance, even while he strives to be regarded as the voice of reason and moderation. Some have called him a pessimist and others speak of his cynicism, but neither of these moral positions shows up in his book with any force. Perhaps it is less the doctor than it is the wily politician who, in the last chapter, dangles the prize of national happiness before his readers. Did the same man who, in the grumbling hive, had earlier spoken of the vain/utopia seated in the brain personally believe in the possibility of extensive national happiness? In other words, was Mandeville writing this Whig tract with deep personal conviction, or was he merely concluding on the positive note that such political discourse seems to require? His status as an author remains ambivalent. Indeed, when we have finished his last sentence and return to his title page, we are again reminded that the author of this work is B.M., a writer for whom hiding his identity may have been as important as asserting and revealing his thoughts. To attack the clergy of the established church in 1720 implied not only a XXII willingness to endure a barrage of general opprobrium and expressions of particular outrage, but even an awareness that author, printer, and bookseller might be subject to legal punitive measures. Curiously, while Mandeville's book must have annoyed at least some members of the Anglican hierarchy, it was not this book that was presented as a public nuisance in 1723, but his more recent attack on the charity schools in the Fable of the Bees. Given the paucity of evidence, we may well wonder whether his Free Thoughts struck his contemporaries as anything more than a late contribution to the Bangorian controversy, for there was certainly no concerted public outcry against its contents. The possibility remains that its importance could have been diminished or erased by the more spectacular crisis of the South Sea Bubble. At that moment, a scandal involving money and corruption could well have robbed Mandeville, or B.M., of the vilification that the author behind those initials had anticipated. Textual notes. Remarks on the first edition. For more than 2 decades, bibliographers and textual editors have been attacking and defending the conventional single-reading text critical edition or eclectic text associated with the Greg Bowers School of Editing and Bibliographical Description. 26. For an eclectic edition of the Free Thoughts, an editor would need to select either the 1720 or the 1729 edition as the copy text, and would normally include the variants from edition to edition, either in separate footnotes or endnotes, or else in a table of variants toward the end of the book. In this edition, no more is intended than a transcription of Mandeville's words as recorded in a single copy of the first edition, the copy in my possession. In the notes that follow, I present some basic bibliographical facts about this edition and also include a brief description of the second edition, with examples of alterations and additions made to the original text. The following bibliographical details apply specifically to my copy of the first edition: format and collation, 8 degrees, A8 *B4 BAA8 BB4. Pagination, 203 leaves, 3 to 5 6 to 23 24 to 27 28 to 42 43 44 to 62 63 64 to 87 88 89 to 113 114 115 to 142 143 144 to 171 172 173 to 205 206 207 to 239 240 241 to 277 278 279 to 321 322 323 to 355 356 357 to 390 391 to 402. Signatures, $4 signed. Contents, 1 blank leaf, LR title page, LV blank, A2R-*B3R the preface, *B3V errata, *B4RV titles of the chapters, BLRA6V the main text, chapters I12, A7RBB4V index, 2 blank leaves. No press marks are found. XXV. XXVI Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. At the opening page of Chapter 8, the chapter number is erroneously printed as Chapterville. Other flaws are recorded in the notes to the main text. The printing errors recorded in the errata paragraph following the preface in the first edition have now been silently corrected in the places where they occurred. The running titles are not recorded here because they are reproduced in the body of this edition. The copy text for this edition contains almost 70 instances in which the catchword does not exactly conform to the word it points to on the following page. These instances occur on the following pages: 2, 17, 19, 6, 9, 10, 22, 54, 57, 62, 65, 71, 81, 94, 96, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 113,117, 123, 132, 137, 138, 141, 142, 162, 183,189, 192, 199, 205, 209, 223, 245, 254, 255, 265, 270, 275, 280, 284, 286, 299, 308, 316, 317, 319, 321, 323, 324, 328, 329, 332, 334, 344, 355, 360, and the most egregious examples of non-matching catchwords are 19 the 22 the 96 99 B 101 OU 102 Searing 132 TID 142 Rabble 223 Tiona 245 ONC. A few Mandeville scholars have investigated the woodcut panels and ornaments that enhance his publications, but I have nothing new to add on that subject here. Remarks on the second edition. While preparing for the publication of Part 2 of his Fable of the Bees, or soon after, Mandeville turned his attention to revising his free thoughts for a second edition of that work. His new bookseller John Brotherton could have reissued the 1720 edition, if unbound sheets of the first edition had still been available, but by 1729 they probably no longer existed. In any event, a second edition was launched, completely reset and in a new format. In order to attract new buyers and possibly even some of those who had purchased the first edition, Mandeville added these words of enticement: revised, corrected, and enlarged, with many additions by the author. He apparently wanted to give the impression that the original XXVII book was now considerably expanded. To reinforce this image of an amplified book, Mandeville added the following announcement to his preface: N.B. Though the additions and alterations of this second edition are many and considerable, yet what is said of Gibraltar agrees exactly with the first that was printed in 1720. Years ago I speculated that Mandeville had inserted this passage in order to persuade his readers into thinking that they indeed had purchased or were reading a major revision of his earlier book. His remark seems to imply that many other passages in the first edition did not survive in the process of massive revision, but the truth of the matter is that most of the first edition reappears verbatim in the second. In order to convey an impression of greater amplitude in the second edition, Mandeville's publisher also changed the physical dimensions of the book. Because the 1720 edition is an octavo volume that stands taller than the 1729 edition, more pages are required to reproduce the same text in the new, shorter format. The 1720 volume contains a preface of 19 pages. The 12 chapters comprising the body of this work take up 364 pages, and it concludes with an index of 12 unnumbered pages in all, 395 pages beyond the title page, errata list, and table of contents. The second edition, with only a few substantial additions, comes to 456 pages, which makes it almost 100 pages longer than the first edition. The second edition contains basically the same preface, the same 12 chapters, the same footnotes, and the very same index. On the whole, perhaps fewer than 10 pages of new text have been added. Had the bookseller Brotherton merely reproduced the first edition, then Mandeville's claim that he revised, corrected, and enlarged this second edition would have been patently fraudulent. He escapes that charge, however, because he did add new material. While most of the changes involve corrections of spelling, punctuation, diction, and especially typography, a few are substantive additions that provide greater clarity or more specific historical information to support his argument. 27. The first new and important passage occurs on pages 19xx of his preface. It is inserted into a passage on p15 of the 1720 text immediately preceding the sentence beginning "Had this been done out of vanity." XXVII Free thoughts on religion, the church, and national happiness. Particularly in the 5th chapter many arguments are in a manner transcribed from him. As he has taken more pains, and used more arts, in shewing what might be plausibly said for many heterodox opinions, I have, in representing the difficulties which lie on both sides of the controversies, consulted my own ease so much, as to take many of the reasonings as I find them in him, without giving myself the trouble to examine the solidity of them, and therefore, as I claim no credit from such of them as are good, I desire the reader not to look upon the other as mine, or that I adopt them or make myself responsible for them, though they are set down in the same manner as if they had been my own. Many of them I think wrong, but it is enough to my purpose that so great a man thought them at least plausible, and I thought they would read better in the manner they now stand, than if I had stated them only as his opinions, which would have occasioned many breaks in the discourse, had this been done out of vanity. In this passage Mandeville was trying to persuade his readers that he did not personally accept or adopt all of the opinions that he cites from Bell's Dictionary and other writings, a rather prudential admission, but not a very useful one, because he fails to tell us where precisely he differs from or disagrees with his master. Sometimes the alteration of a single word proves to be not a merely stylistic improvement, but a striking substantive change. This hap pens when he replaces the following passage: the words supremacy and infallibility are odious. With this revision, the words infallibility and independency are odious. A writer in Mandeville's time who found the word supremacy odious could well have been accused of attacking the foundations of the Church of England. That church came into formal existence with King Henry VII's Act of Supremacy, in which the king and his successors are named protector and only supreme head of the church and clergy of England. Since the speaker of this book claimed to be an adherent of the Church of England, his antipathy to the word supremacy would have seemed flatly contradictory to anyone familiar with the origins of that church. The substitution of independency was a much safer choice for an author who either was or else posed as an Anglican. The 6 new lines on Saint Cyprian represent a significant revision of the top half of the last paragraph on p. 270 of the first edition. On pages 317 to 18 of the second edition, Mandeville sharpens the differences between the apostles and the later clergy, a subject that he XXIX earlier broached in challenging the clergy's claim to be ambassadors for Christ. The most important single addition of text in the 12 chapters consists of a page or more following the word revolution in the next sentence. This is certain, that both the king and the Lord seem to be invested with much less authority than they were in former ages, and many think it as sure, that parliaments have never calmly disposed of the succession to the prejudice of hereditary right before the Revolution, but this is a mistake. In the 35th of Henry VIII, the Parliament did in full time of peace, after the princesses Mary and Elizabeth had been both declared illegitimate, settle the succession of the crown in default of all other issue of Henry VIII, male or female, upon those 2 princesses successively, and they both enjoyed it accordingly, though they could not possibly be both legitimate, and though neither of them were so accordingly as the law stood when they took possession of the crown. And though upon Queen Mary's accession to the crown, the act was repealed so far as it declared her illegitimate, yet it never was repealed to this day, so far as it declared Queen Elizabeth illegitimate, but in the 13th of her reign an act was passed, whereby the declaring, that the Queen and Parliament had no right to alter and bind the succession of the crown, was made, during her life, high treason, and, after her death, forfeiture of goods and chattels. This new material solidly supports the claim about the royal succession made in the first sentence of this passage. Mandeville can be seen trying to provide a persuasive historical precedent and basis for what he says about the power of the British Parliament in dealing with the royal succession. Although these and a few other passages may be regarded as significant amplifications and corrections, the fact remains that what his readers found in the 1729 edition and its reissues in 1731 and 1733 was essentially the same set of principles, purposes, and examples that they might have encountered in the first edition. 28. A note on the English translations of Bell's Dictionary. Bell's Dictionnaire historique et critique first appeared in 2 folio volumes a few years after Mandeville's emigration to England. Before he left Holland he had probably already encountered Bell's seminal work on the comets, Pensées diverses sur la comet, and his Commentaire philosophique sur ces. XXX Free Thoughts on Religion, the Church, and National Happiness. Paroles de Jesus Christ, contre les diantres. These 2 works were translated and published in England as Miscellaneous Reflections Occasion FD by the Comet, which appeared in December 1680, and a philosophical commentary on the words of the Gospel Gaysive.23 compel them to come in. His reading in Bell's Dictionnaire could have begun in 1697 or as soon as the first edition was available in England. In 1715 it reached a 3rd edition in 4 volumes, almost a decade after Bell's death in 1706. The fact that Mandeville does not quote from the French editions of these works does not allow us to conclude that he never read all or parts of them in French. A note in F.B. K's edition of the Fable of the Bees informs us that Mandeville cited passages from Bell's Miscellaneous Reflections and from the first English translation of the Dictionnaire, namely, an historical and critical dictionary. This 1710 English translation is now relatively scarce, even in research libraries. There were two later translations, both commencing publication in 1734. One, with the title The Dictionary Historical and Critical of Mr. Peter Bell, was published in 5 folio volumes between 1734 and 1738, and claimed to be the second edition, thus implying that it was a revision of the 1710 translation. Its first volume began with a book-length biography of Bell by the foremost authority on Bell in England, Pierre Desmaisons. The rival translation, produced by a team of translators headed by the Reverend Thomas Birch, appeared under the title A General Dictionary, Historical and Critical, in which a new and accurate translation of that of the celebrated Mr. Bell is included, and was published in 10 folio volumes between 1734 and 1741. The major difference between these two later editions is that Birch's General Dictionary contains not only the complete Bell Dictionary but also about 1,000 new lives, almost entirely devoted to British subjects. In this first annotated edition of the Free Thoughts, all references to and citations from Bell's dictionary point to or derive from Birch's General Dictionary, abbreviated hereafter as GD. I have used this translation as a matter of personal convenience, and do not claim that it is superior to the rival translation in 5 volumes. Those who have access only to the 5-volume translation, or to any of the French editions, will be able to find the XXXI references and citations fairly easily, because every reference made to a general dictionary also includes the name of the article by Bell, usually with one or more of Bell's footnotes. Footnote, however, is an inaccurate description. Bell called his footnotes remarques, which the English translators simply render as remarks. Instead of using numbers to separate his footnotes or remarks, he used the alphabet from remarque to remark Z, the next remark would be labeled A and so forth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In reproducing the text of the 1720 edition, I depart from the textual practice of the edition on 2 matters. When a page ends with the first part of a hyphenate word, I arbitrarily remove the hyphenation and present the whole word immediately after the new page number. For example, and circumvent is here rendered as and circumvent. At the beginning of a paragraph, the first word is usually printed in the first edition with a capital followed by small capitals, for example, some or this, and the same usually holds for words such as God, Jesus and Christ. Since the small capitals do not significantly alter any meanings, I have chosen to simplify the typography by dispensing with the small capitals and rendering all capital letters in one font size, as in some. The reader should also be aware that it was the practice of Mandeville, or his publisher, to insert a symbol for a footnote in advance of the text the footnote itself refers to, rather than at the end of that passage, which is our conventional practice today. For this reason, most of the superscript numbers that lead to an original note by Mandeville will be found to the left of the words to which the endnote refers. The preface. Evil custom often fastens an odious signification on words that do not deserve it, and which in justice of speech cannot be used but in a good sense, so bigots, and the enemies of truth, would insinue. 8. That free thoughts must be impious and atheistical, in the same manner as lewd debauchees by the words good-natured lady would have you understand a whore. That this bugbear has not frightened me, reader, you see, but that it likewise may not deter you from perusing the following sheets, I shall keep you in no suspense, but in as few words, and as fast as I can, acquaint you with the design and argument of them. The whole you will find divided into 12 chapters. In the first, I treat of religion in general, of deism and atheism, both speculative and practical, of Christians, and to whom we ought not to deny that name. I demonstrate, that what is commonly understood by faith and believing, is the easiest part of Christianity, in which very few are defective, but that the most difficult part of our religion consists in conquering our passions for the love of God, and in obedience to His commands. I touch upon the wrong notions the vulgar have concerning these matters, as well as the degrees of offenses committed to God. Speak of sin, and what makes an action such. Lastly, I prove from the main doctrine of the gospel, that Christians, who are observing of their duty, cannot hate others upon any religious account whatever, and from thence draw a conclusion conducing to peace and mutual concord. In the second, I urge still further, that the worst of sinners seldom offend for want of faith, and endeavor to prove, that most Christians are convinced of their trespasses, and a future state, and that the wishes even of very wicked men are generally virtuous, but that the difficulty they meet with in the real amendment of the heart, being almost unsurmountable, they seek out for an equivalent to rid them of their fears, that this they find in the observance of some of the branches of seeming piety and devotion in appearance, altogether foreign to real virtue, that men have all along been encouraged in this delusion by priestcraft, and lastly, that by relying too much on the efficacy of such outward forms, they learn to remove those terrible apprehensions, which the want of true religion never fails to produce, till they have deceived their consciences into a perfect ignorance of themselves. To render this important truth the more useful and conspicuous to every reader, I have illustrated what I have said in 3 very different characters, with which I conclude that chapter. In the third, rites and ceremonies are treated of, relating to public worship, and some differences touched upon between our national church and those who dissent from it. Throughout the whole, my aim is peace and union, and my only endeavor, if not to reconcile them, at least to remove the ill opinion which the clergy on both sides have taught them to entertain of one another, and which I demonstrate to them, is much worse than either of them deserve. The reader will observe, that in my addresses to both parties, as I speak to either, I am rather leaning on the side of their adversaries, which I have done for no other end than that I thought it the duty of a man, who hopes for success in a mediation between two enemies. I end with setting forth the benefit that will accrue to both parties from making use of the healing maxims I propose. In the fourth, I speak of religious mysteries in general, and more particularly of the Trinity, shew the difference between knowledge and belief, and touch on the divinity of Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. Deny nothing of what our Church asserts concerning this mystery, without judging uncharitably of others for refusing to comply with every syllable of the Athanasian Creed. I touch on the credulity of the ignorant, I dissuade from dogmatizing in matters of faith, and the inhumanity of imposing upon one another creeds of humane invention, since the Holy Scripture must be the sole rule of faith, and every one at last must judge for himself. These sentiments I confirm with quotations from 2 eminent prelates of our Church. I wind up all with a plain distinction between what is above reason, and what is against it, to convince of their errors first the vain and arrogant philosopher, who puffed up with his own sufficiency, has too narrow a thought of God's omnipotence, and rejects mysteries for no other reason, than that they surpass his understanding. Secondly, the priest-ridden superstitious bigot, who shuts his eyes to common sense, and stupidly imagines, that he can believe plain contradictions. The fifth, I open with a discourse on the will, and examine into the freedom of it. I touch upon predestination, and the grand objection that lies against it. I set down the system of the 2 principles, dip into the controversies concerning the origin of evil, and make remarks on several answers of the Fathers to the Manichees, and the argument of Epicurus against Providence. I demonstrate on the one hand, that a supposition of the most absolute free will, such as the Socinians hold, cannot solve the difficulty it should remove, and on the other, that no predestinarian, who has only natural reason to assist him, can avoid making God the author of sin. From thence I conclude, that in the affair of free will and predestination, one of the greatest mysteries of the Christian religion is enveloped, and therefore is a fitter subject for the exercise of humility and toleration, than it is for disputes and animosities. To corroborate this opinion, I refer to St. Paul, who asserts predestination in the plainest, and states the objection against it, in the harshest manner, without so much as endeavoring to answer it, or solving the difficulty any other way than by his humble resignation to the unsearchable depth of the divine wisdom. I exhort men to follow the example of the Apostle, and cease to contend for what neither party can demonstrate, and leave off with a bright example of moderation, which I recommend to all clergymen. In the sixth, I inquire into the cause of the affection and esteem the vulgar have for temples abstract from religion. I prove, that as their incapacity hinders them from being affected with true holiness and spirituality, they are forced to transfer the respectful awe, which their superstition fills them with, on things visible, and such as fall under the senses, and that consequently churches must be the chief object of their adoration. I speak of the use that has been made of this frailty of the vulgar in all religions. I take notice of the various significations of the word church, and the benefit of knowing them. I touch on the miraculous manner after which the gospel was propagated in the time of the apostles, and the different methods their successors have made use of since. I illustrate the heroism of the clergy with several examples from history, that evidence the vast prowess that has been expressed, and the great hazards that have been run for the advancement of the temporal grandeur and author of the Church, and lastly, I demonstrate that the Protestant clergy have not discovered less fondness for power and dominion, since the Reformation, than the Roman priests, whom they separated from chiefly upon that account. In the seventh, I observe, that to get wealth, and raise the worldly greatness of the Church, the policy of the clergy has not been inferior to their courage. I speak of the wrong and impious use they perverted to, for their own gain, what the gospel teaches concerning the soul's immortality, their zeal and inveteracy against humane learning, in order to breed ignorance and superstition, their anger and indignation against those of their own profession, who at any time attempted to undeceive the people. I give examples of the Church's strict adherence to her friends, and her inviolable esteem to those who promote her temporal interest, and her resentment, and the violence of her hatred against all, even the best of men, who question her authority, or touch upon the failings of the clergy. I relate what popes are required to be, and give some instances to prove, that the cause of religion at Rome is postponed to the temporal interest of the Church. I mention other branches of priestcraft, pious frauds, calumnies, and downright falsities, which the Fathers, to promote the worldly grandeur of the Church, have made use of in refuting the heathens, and conclude with a remarkable instance of insincerity, which Protestants have been guilty of in their controversies against the Papists. In the eighth, I treat of schism, and the cause of it, and relate several extravagancies of ancient heretics, and others, since the Reformation. I hint at the nuisances that were removed from the Church by the Reformation, and particularly the celibacy of the clergy, and I speak of the ridiculous pretensions to chastity that have been made by the Church of Rome. Assert, that these very nuisances were the tools, by the help of which the Church of Rome had triumphed over all the schisms and heresies till the Reformation, and that the Protestant clergy, as soon as schisms arose among themselves, perceive what they had parted with, were sorry for it, and have been laboring ever since to find out equivalents for what they lost. I speak of the dissenters, and quarrels of the Protestant clergy with one another, and their aversion to a reunion, and those who have endeavored to procure it, and I prove from their own testimonies how unfairly they have dealt with one another. I point at an easy remedy to prevent schisms, or at least the mischiefs that are occasioned by them, and end with the imputations and slander, which the orthodox and dissenters in England fling at each other. In the ninth, I prove from the temper of the clergy, shown in the foregoing chapter, that a schism once broached is not to be cured but by death, banishment, and an utter extirpation of the schismatics, and therefore plead for toleration, and assert, that the national church in every country is for persecution. This I prove to be true by examples and quotations not only of the great sticklers to the papal authority, and other Roman Catholics, but likewise of the Lutherans and Calvinists, and all clergymen, when opposed and in power. I prove, that national churches allow not schismatics to be sincere in their opinions, whatever they suffer for it, that those who were persecuted, as soon as their sect is uppermost, and they are able, treat others who differ from them, just as they had been treated before themselves, that the reasons and arguments for persecutions, alleged by the Protestants against the dissenters, are the same not only as papists made use of against the Reformers and the Orthodox above 1,000 years ago against the heretics, but likewise the same which the pagans used against the primitive church, and I give an instance where a defender of the heathen faith, after a cruel persecution, treated the Christians, and their religion, with as much pity and contempt, as the most haughty rigorist of the Orthodox could the silliest enthusiast. I shew the insignificancy of persecuting by halves, I hint at the barbarity with which the gospel has been propagated in America, and the East Indies, and orthodoxy maintained in other places. All these I offer as arguments against persecution, and point at a remedy to prevent the evils apprehended from an excessive toleration. I speak of civil wars from religious quarrels, draw a veil over own misfortunes, and from the examples of calamities which others have suffered, I endeavor to deter the reader from the first approaches that might lead to such fatal times. In the 10th, I assert, that preeminence is due to the ministry of the gospel above all other callings, that in the foregoing chapters I have said nothing against the clergy to render them odious to the laity, and that the most eminent in other professions are guilty of gross failings, as destructive to their functions as those I have charged the clergy with, that all things have a wrong side, and that we ought to distinguish between the intent of a calling, and what it may be perverted to. I prove, that in all professions men make the most of their business for their own ends, that from our infancy we are taught to mind and take care of ourselves, that if men are more encroaching in one profession, than they are in another, it proceeds from nothing but their having a greater opportunity, but that men of all professions would lord it over others if they could. I prove that men in all employments boast of their original, if it be to their advantage, though they are vastly degenerated, and act from quite contrary principles. I prove at large, that after the time of the apostles, as soon as the ministry of the gospel became a profession that men were brought up to for a livelihood, the clergy have not been less guilty of frailties and vices, or possessed with more worth or real goodness than the laity. From thence I infer, that the clergy ought not to be more independent on the government than the laity, or enjoy any privilege or power to injure others with impunity, more than is allowed to men of other professions, and I endeavor to refute what is generally alleged against this assertion. I insist upon it, that this maxim of keeping clergymen in due bounds of obedience, interferes not with the veneration due to their order, or their enjoyment of worldly comforts equally with the laity, and give an instance of good harmony and commendable behavior between the clergy and the laity. I speak of preaching, and the several ways it is made destructive to the peace of the society. I give cautions to prevent the mischiefs that may be occasioned by it. I detect the insincerity of several pretenses and evasions often made by seditious preachers. I give an instance of a pious man, and one of the greatest reformers, who, led away by zeal or passion, preached a sermon that tended to sedition. I demonstrate, that to sow discord, is a more heinous crime in a clergyman, than it is in any other, and remove the scruples that are made against punishing them. I conclude, with insisting upon it, that the 2 points I have chiefly urged in this chapter, are not inconsistent together, and illustrate my sentiments concerning our behavior to the clergy, in a comparison which no reasonable man will be offended at. In the 11th, I speak of government in general, and our Constitution in particular. I assert, that no government can subsist, to which a passive obedience is not paid, and examine into the cause of our quarrels concerning that doctrine. I inquire into the supreme power, and whole sovereignty of the nation, and prove that our unlimited obedience is only due to commands given by the 3 estates jointly. I demonstrate, that the power to make laws must include a power of preserving them from being violated with impunity, that a great share of the sovereignty remains virtually in the people, and that the high prerogatives of the king interfere not with the liberties of the people. I prove, that it is easy to know when the king breaks his contract with his people, and give reasons, why a contract ratified between them ought to be no less binding to the one than it is to the other. I touch upon the succession, and the divine right of kings, and show the absurdity of maintaining, that God enjoins us obedience to monarchy only with exclusion of all other forms of government. I state two objections, the one against that share of sovereignty which belongs to the people, the other against the validity of those laws that have made an alteration in the succession. To solve these, I take notice of the difference between later and former times, as to the situation of power among the three estates, which furnishes me with arguments to answer the objections. I prove that the enemies to the present establishment, are inconsistent in their complaints, and speak of oaths, and swearing with mental reservation. I inquire into the legitimacy of the pretender, and prove it to be doubtful at last. I set forth the conjuncture of time he was born in, and end with the character of King William III, to whom we owe the succession in the illustrious House of Hanover. In the last chapter, I enumerate the native blessings of Great Britain, especially the south part of it, and reckon our laws end. 8. The Preface. Liberties to be the greatest. I inquire into the reason of our discontents, and compare our murmurs and uneasiness to the complaints of those who are afflicted with the spleen. Lf exer / to wisdom, and define it. I speak of courts, and the persons they are generally compassed of. I explode our partiality concerning ministries and statesmen. I dissuade men from relying too much on their honesty on the one hand, and from misconstruing their actions on the other. I demonstrate, that many of our complaints are unreasonable, and that in some real grievances the evil is much inferior to our apprehensions of it, that the expedient our malcontents wish for to redress them, is impracticable, without the ruin of half the nation, and that the very attempt to compass it must be attended with greater calamities, than can befall us under the present establishment. I touch on the Peerage Bill, the war with Spain, and the keeping of Gibraltar. Set forth what is required, as to religious matters, to procure peace and felicity to a nation. I hint at several sets of people, whose murmurings are not to be regarded, and conclude, that it is our own faults if we are not happy. Those who are versed in books will soon discover, that I have made great use of Monsieur Bayle, without mentioning him. I confess, he is the learned man I speak of in page 93. The citations likewise which I have borrowed from that author, without naming him, are many. Had this been done out of vanity to compliment myself or disregard to the honor of that great man, I would have been wise enough not to have spoke of it now. The reasons I had for doing as I have done, are more than one. In the first place, Monsieur Bayle dictionary is not common, but among men who have great libraries, and quoting it would have signified little to the greatest part of my readers. As to the truth of facts, which is the most material, the authors and evidences I quote, are the same as are in the dictionary, which, if one had referred to, the reader could have learned no more by searching after the authors there quoted, than what now he may do by looking before him, without any further trouble. Besides, I imagined, that it would be unpleasant, if not disgustful, to see the same name so often repeated in the notes, especially to those who are unacquainted with the vastness of that work. I shall make no further apology for any part of the performance. I can see a great many faults in it, more than I know how to mend. The Preface. 9. Was it equal with the design, there would be but few better books in the world, as it is impossible I could have had any other aim but the common good, and the public tranquillity. Methinks I hear the candid reader say, what pity it is, a man with so good a design, should not be better qualified. This will never displease me, and I envy not the men of brighter parts, and greater genius, their uncommon capacities, whilst they are labouring to fasten calumnies on their adversaries, conceal the evil actions and worse designs of their own party, and neglect no artifice to be gracefully disingenuous. What I would vindicate, is not the strength of my understanding, but the rectitude of my will. Had interest or vainglory influenced my labors, my pains might have been better bestowed than to rush between two enemies that hate every body who strives to part them. I well know the common fate of moderation, it neither procures you friends, nor appeases your enemies, and fixes a man as a mark to the two factions, that place themselves in the opposite extreme. But I have still worse to fear, considering the bold truths I have spoke, and many will wonder at my temerity, and ask, who is it, has he a great estate? What calling, or employment does he follow? Does he ever intend to thrive, or indeed to live? Is he pistol-proof, and does he imagine, there are no daggers, nor no poison in the world? Am not ignorant of the hazards I ran, but what lessens my apprehensions is, that I can never suffer but from the unjust resentment of those, great part of whose duty consists in teaching others to have none. At all events I have performed a good action, for when a man endeavors to promote the interest and temporal felicity of the nation he lives in, without detriment to any other, or deviating from the path 6/virtue, to find out ways to heal our divisions, and the unhappy breaches of parties, without injuring any, by remedies both easy and pleasant, that shall not only cost nothing, but moreover be a visible security to every man's possession, and heighten all manner of satisfaction a good man can wish for in the enjoyment of them. When a man writes in defense of truth and liberty, without offending God, the least injury to the civil power, or ill manners to 10. The preface. Superior hours, when he speaks up for, and exhorts to true piety, with plainness and sincerity, without fiction or enthusiasm, without slandering, or misrepresenting even the worst of the least shadow of flattery to any mortal, when by strengthening the authority of sovereigns, he strives to banish discord and animosities from the society, and recommend peace and union to all communions, as well as charity to all mankind. When a man is conscious of all this, he may, without any prejudice to his modesty, pronounce his work a good action, though it had no other good quality besides. This is a thought he may reflect upon, he may pause, he may ruminate, and after all, have the solid satisfaction, without flattering his performance, or entertaining romantic notions, to imagine and assure himself, that whilst he is employed in the pursuit of such ends, and dies in such a cause, time cannot be better spent, nor life better lost. Religion in general consists in an acknowledgement of an immortal power, that, superior to all earthly dominion, invisibly governs the world, and a respectful endeavor to discharge such duties, as every one shall apprehend to be required of him by that immortal power. This definition comprehends whatever Mahometans or pagans, as well as Jews or Christians, understand by the word religion. I shall only address myself to the last of these, and say nothing, at least in this chapter, than what shall be short and plain, not less adapted to one part of the universal church than to any other, and no more than what the meanest Christian ought to be acquainted with. In the whole, I shall study to promote, what we stand most in need of, peace and charity, and by the way take notice of some truths, which, though uncontested, yet few divines, of any sect or persuasion, seem fond of informing us of. Our religion requires of us faith and good works, that is, the duties of a Christian are to believe the mysterious as well as the historical truths of the gospel, and, by the assistance of God's Spirit, to live up to the rules of it. I know very well, that strong confidence, entire trust and reliance, which a Christian ought to repose in the certainty of the sacred oracles, are not comprehended in the idea, which the vulgar has, when they make use of the word faith or belief. It is by many looked upon as a thing of choice, as if men could believe what they pleased, and several are persuaded, that they believe what, on better examination will be found, they believe not, and this only for want of knowing what it really is to believe. He who believes, in the common acceptation, that there is a God, and that the world is ruled by providence, but has no faith in any thing revealed to us, is a deist, and he, who believes neither the one or the other, is an atheist. Of these I don't believe there are many, and I would have no man so uncharitable as to think any man guilty of atheism, who does not openly profess it. Were we to judge of a man's belief, by strictly examining into his actions, faith would be scarcer than can be easily imagined. Whoever allows of the Old and New Testament, how differently soever from others he may construe some passages of either, so he but believes the whole to be the Word of God, ought to be called a Christian, even before he is baptized. We have many people in a year executed for enormous crimes, yet they are all deemed Christians, though but bad ones, who by their education were once looked upon as such, and profess not to disbelieve the things I mentioned and therefore none should be called atheists, unless by speaking or writing they contradict or deny them. Atheists are either speculative or practical. Speculative atheists are those unhappy people, who, being too fond of knowledge or reasoning, are first deluded into scepticism, till, unable to extricate themselves from the mazes of philosophy, they are at last betrayed into a disbelief of everything they cannot comprehend, and become the most convincing evidences of the shallowness of human understanding. The number of these has always been very small, and, as they are commonly studious, peaceable men, the hurt they do to the public is inconsiderable. To make this not appear a paradox, we are but to reflect on what it is men are governed by in the conduct of their lives, and we shall find, that very few act from the principles they profess, whilst all the rest are swayed by their passions and inclinations, and therefore it ought not to appear more strange to us, that an atheist should be a quiet moral man, than that a Christian should lead a very wicked life. 1. Practical atheists are generally libertines, who first have been guilty of all manner of vice and profaneness, and afterwards, not daring to reflect on the enormity of their sins, or the punishment they deserve from the vengeance of heaven, lay hold on atheistical arguments, to screen themselves from their own fears, and only deny a God, because they wish there was none. Practical atheists, as they commonly spend their lives in riots, and ridiculing everything that is holy, generally die in uncommon agonies and despair. These detestable creatures, which no opulent nation ever was free from, will stop at no mischief, and are generally produced from sprightly youth, too carously looked after in a liberal education, and it seldom happens, that any of the meaner ignorant people are tainted with this impiety. The Christian world abounds with persons wicked and profane, but of real atheists there are fewer by much than is commonly imagined. The multitude in all countries of the world, let their religion be what it will, are so generally and so powerfully influenced by fear and superstition, that no atheism ever can affect the bulk of the people. The belief of spirits, a devil, witchcraft, fortune, or any power above us, must always, if men will reason at all, include the belief of a first cause and supreme being. To those who were brought up Jews, Mohammedans, or pagans, it may not be an easy matter to lay down their prejudice, and come over to our religion, and it is possible, that they may make 1,000 scruples before they can heartily embrace it, whilst they are unassisted with the divine grace, but a Christian by education finds no hard task in believing everything contained in the Gospel, and what more has been taught him by tradition from his infancy. I would have it observed, that here the word believing is to be understood in the large sense it is commonly received in, and then we shall find, that throughout the nation the Christian faith, according to the common acceptation, is that part of our religion, in which the generality of the people are the least defective. If we inquire of those who attend the greatest profligates in the last moments of life, even the ordinaries of prisons, we shall hear but few complaints as to this point. Nothing is easier than to believe. Men may be sincere in their faith, and even zealous for the religion they profess, and at the same time lead wicked lives, and act quite contrary to their belief. To those who cheerfully suffer persecution for their faith, ought not to be suspected of insincerity, yet in all ages there have been many instances of people, who, for their religion, left their country, their estates, employments, friends, and relations, but could never bring themselves to renounce their sensual pleasures. Jovian the emperor, who succeeded Julian, was a Christian. The proofs he gave of his zeal to the gospel, before he ascended the throne, are indisputable. In the first place, 3. He shewed himself very ready to renounce his post rather than his religion, when Julian commanded the officers of his troops to embrace paganism, or resign their employment. 4. In the second place he would not accept of the empire, till having declared, that he was a Christian, and that he would not command heathens, the soldiers had likewise declared, that they were Christians. 5. Yet Jovian was a glutton, and shamefully addicted to wine and women. Behold a stanch Christian, who on the one hand was capable of preferring his religion to the Roman Empire, and on the other immersed in sin and voluptuousness. The greatest difficulty of our religion is to live up to the rules of Christianity. To conquer our passions, and mortify our darling lusts, is, what few of us earnestly set about, and as to higher and heroic virtues they are very scarce to be met with, who loves his enemies, or does good to them that hate him. How miserable are the common notions of religious duties among us! The vulgar hardly know any heinous sins, besides murder, theft, and adultery, and either singing, gaming, or working on a Sunday, and he, who is not guilty of any of them, and moreover abstains from swearing, drunkenness, and fornication, is counted virtuous, and if he frequents any public worship, shall be called a very sober man and a good Christian. Let him envy and backbite his neighbors, be proud, uncharitable, covetous, and revengeful, as much as he pleases, and not be possessed of 1 grain of real religion, whereas every body, that can but read and will examine the Scriptures, may, without any other learning, or spiritual guide, be fully convinced not from 1 or 10 places in the Gospel, but the whole aim, drift and meaning of it, that all the rules of moral ity, and other duties incumbent on a Christian, are not to be formed for any worldly consideration, or other reason, but the love of God and holiness, and consequently, that to judge from our actions, we ought to inquire into the motives that set us to work. A young lady shall justly be called virtuous, whilst she expresses no immodesty in her discourse or behavior, and withstanding all the temptations of man, and the most powerful inclinations from within, keeps her honor and reputation unspotted. But the same may be done by a heathen, and, unless we disbelieve all history, old pagan Rome has had more women of tried honor, and exalted virtue to boast of, than any country, since the coming of Christ. The fear of children, and the scandal of being counted a whore, often prove sufficient guards to the most wicked and lascivious women, and even such, as without those dangers would have hardly stayed till the question was asked them. 6. Those likewise of more refined notions, the women of education, rank and good sense, even when by marriage they are sheltered from the fears I mentioned, may often obstinately defend their honor without being religious, when they consider, that it is the richest jewel they are possessed of, a treasure, with which, in the opinion of all men whose esteem is valuable, no beauty, wit or fortune can come in competition, and that those who are known to have lost it, are despised by all the world, and seldom regarded, even by those who have robbed them of it. But there is a vast difference between not committing an immoral ity from a principle of pride and prudence, and the avoiding of sin. For the love of God. When a woman poisons her husband, and at the same time refuses to prostitute herself, it will be difficult perhaps to dive into the principle she is guided by, but it is very certain, that the love of God is not the motive of her continence, for had that any power over her, she could not be guilty of so execrable a fact. To detect the frailties and evil disposition of man's heart in general, never was counted to be censorious, and to give the least handle for persons to judge uncharitably of one another, is what I detest the most. My aim is to make men penetrate into their own consciences, and by searching without flattery into the true motives of their actions, learn to know themselves. A single man will say, in the prime of his youth and strength, when lust is most raging, wholly abstains from fornication. Would 20 on religion. He know the motive of his forbearance, let him examine himself, and, if he finds that he curbs his inclination, and mortifies his flesh to avoid sin, and, because he is afraid of offending God, he may be satisfied that he acts from a good principle, but if he avoids lewd women, because they are expensive, and himself is covetous, or if he is withheld by the dread he has for some diseases, or the loss of his reputation, he has no reason to flatter himself, that his continence proceeds from any religious concern. This is not conquering the passions, but bartering one for another, and perhaps two or three, for what he loses in the pleasures he might receive from lust is repaid to him in pride, worldly interest, and the insurance of his health from that quarter. A covetous man who is made a sheriff, is obliged to be at greater expenses, at least that year, than he has been used to, or else be laughed at or despised by everybody, but this way of living makes him not more generous, or a better man. He only sacrifices a little of his avarice to a great deal of pride. The worldly interest of the whole society often interferes with the eternal welfare of every particular member of it. We see daily men roused from sloth and idleness, and spurred on to emulation and useful labor, by no better principle than envy, and it is generally taken for granted, that covetousness and pride are the chief promoters of trade and industry, but can it on the other hand be denied, that these vices, against which the gospel so justly cautions us, contain the seeds of almost all the iniquities and disorders that are committed? Lying, slander, and revenge, as long as they produce no visible mischief to others, are generally looked upon as peccadillos, and trespasses of little moment, and yet it is certain, that there is no revelation nor solid reason, that can inform us, that they are less heinous in the sight of God than murder or adultery. 7. How often do we hear people own to us, in relating some of the passages of life, that they were forked to tell a lie, yet nothing is more evident from Scripture, than that lying is a mortal sin. How whimsical are our notions! It is hardly denied but that every body is guilty of lying at one time or other, and yet to be upbraided with it, is counted so scandalous, that whoever bears it with patience, is immediately by all the world condemned for a coward, without any further process. Slander and backbiting are made a jest of. Among the fashionable part of mankind this vice is treated as a piece of gallantry to shew one's wit, daily practised for the entertainment of both sexes. The generality of the world looks upon it as an amusement for idle people, so inoffensive, that scandal and tea with equal indifference are spoke of as inseparable companions. When a man threatens revenge on those who have offended him, he is hardly blamed, if we are persuaded, that he has been highly injured. But how shocking would it be to hear him say, that he would venture eternal damnation for the pleasure of his resentment. And where's the difference? The meaning of the last expression is included in the first. The great view of all governments in the administration of Jews' is to secure every one's property and the public peace, and to prevent, that nothing is transacted against the interest of the nation or country under their care. For this reason, the various punishments which humane laws inflict on different crimes, are in most cases proportioned to the prejudices they are of to the civil society, or the visible damage any of its members did or might sustain by them. It is not the same with offences done to Almighty God, the least of them. If we believe the gospel, willfully committed, makes us liable to eternal damnation, if we do not repent of it before we die. How trifling, or at least how venial to humane capacities would seem the sin of Adam, should we only consider the act itself, by which it was committed? Yet how great has been the punishment, and how terrible the consequences to himself and all his posterity. Nothing could be more innocent than the eating of an apple. There was no prejudice in it to humane society, or any of the creation, and the whole mighty of Adam's crime was derived from the bare prohibition. What is a sin therefore is such, not as a mischief upon earth, but an affront to heaven. The chief duty then of real religion among Christians consists in a sacrifice of the heart, and is a task of self-denial, with the utmost severity against nature to be performed on ourselves carried. The use I would make of what has been said, is to put my reader in mind, that without this inward sense of religion no outward worship, nor any act of seeming devotion or charity, can be of the least service to us, as to eternal salvation. That, as the doctrine of Christ plainly forbids malice, hatred, and revenge, and everywhere exhorts us to meekness, patience, humility, peace and charity to all men, so a Christian, who is really such, can never hate others upon any religious account, though they were Mahometans or pagans. That, if we examine ourselves, we shall find, that the generality of us are not possessed with any great share of this inward religion, and that, if we had more of it, we should love one another better than we do. From all which we may safely conclude, that religion is not the cause of the unhappy breaches, that divide Great Britain, and that therefore all divines of what persuasion soever, who would insinuate the contrary to us, and perverting the word of God, make a handle of it to breed quarrels and animosities, or any way disturb the public peace, are evil teachers and seducers of the people. Chap. 2. Of outward signs 0/devotion. As most men are worse than they would seem to be, so again they are better, than from their actions, if we were acquainted with all, we would judge them to be, for, though the neglect of those duties, which interfere with their passions, be almost general, yet it proceeds not, as some imagine, from want of faith, an aversion to religion, or an unwillingness to be good, but the unsurmountable difficulty they meet with, in striving against nature, and conquering their inclinations, of which I have spoke in the aforegoing chapter. There are not many among us, who are not convinced that they daily do amiss, and offend God, and who, when they have time to think and be serious, are not sorry for it. There is no Christian, some few profligate wretches excepted, but what will own to you, and really believes, that he is indebted to God, not only for his being, but likewise for every good thing that happens to him, and all the benefits he enjoys in this life. Many, though otherwise wicked people, are really thankful for them in their hearts, whenever they have leisure to reflect upon them, and moreover, are often looking out for commodious ways of shewing their gratitude, but as they can seldom find any that suit their conveniency, they content themselves with hoping that they shall meet with them at one time or other. Most people believe sincerely, that they ought to obey God's commands, and have often an apprehension, that they shall be punished for the neglect of it. But then, if they are in health, a future state is counted a great way off, and everybody hopes to repent before he dies, besides the assurance men have from the gospel, that God is as merciful as he is just, is not always made use of the right way. Another proof, that men generally are persuaded of the truth of the gospel, is, that the duties and severities of the Christian religion seem so reasonable to them, that they would abominate any one who should preach up loose morals, and there is hardly a drunkard, a whoremaster, or any loose jilt in town, if ever they go to any public worship, but what would be ready to throw stones at a minister, who should tell them, that their actions were commendable, and God approved of the life they led. The worst of sinners have their fits of devotion, and many of them will not only be very angry at a profane jest, or hearing anything ridiculed, they have a religious veneration for, but would likewise be desirous to make an atonement to God for their crimes at any rate, except parting with their darling lust. Christians then are not bad for want of faith, or wishing to be good, but because they are not able to overcome their appetites and curb their passions, or rather have not resolution enough to set about and persevere in the attempt of it, whilst they are unassisted with the divine grace. Whilst this incapacity on the one hand makes them look on their real duty as an impossibility, and their faith on the other represents to them the risk they run of eternal damnation, they endeavor to find out some equivalent, which may rid them of their fears. Like lazy schoolboys, they'll do anything to avoid the rod, but their task. This has been the source of all the bigotry and superstition of Rome, hence have been derived all ridiculous penances, prayers for the dead, indulgences for the living, powers to release souls from purgatory, and whatever could be imposed on ignorance and credulity, by the craft and avarice of a designing clergy, who, in removing the terrors of deluded consciences for money, have acted the part of knavish ushers, when they take bribes for conniving at the neglects of the sholars. Those of them who have been the most artful, and dived the furthest into our nature, have been always most remiss in promoting an inward sense of religion, and shewing us our real duty, but left no stone unturned to increase our faith, and encourage shews of outward devotion. First, they made people believe, that all their neglect, all their sins and offences proceeded only from want of faith. Of outward signs of devotion. 25. Whereas believing too much was one of their greatest failings. After that all the demonstration they required of their faith consisted in acts of outward devotion, and they always proportioned the severity of discipline to the capacity and humour of their devotees. A precise bigot shall be forked with 50 lashes to expiate a sin, which a wild debauchee shall atone for with 3 paternosters, or half a dozen Ave Marys. The Jesuits are, of all priests, the easiest casuists, for which reason the confessors of princes, and people of the highest quality, who refuse to be teased with troublesome penances, are all fathers of that order. By what has been said, I have endeavored to lay open the first cause of the disregard, the generality of Christians have always had for the amendment of the heart, and of the mighty stress they have laid at the same time on acts of outward devotion, beyond what they deserved. My next business shall be to demonstrate that this perverseness of judgment still continues among us, even those who pretend to be the greatest enemies to superstition, which to perform I shall find sufficient proof from one act of outward devotion I shall instance. Christians are commanded to meet and join together in divine worship, therefore going to church is a necessary duty, but it can make no atonement for the neglect of other duties equally necessary, even when performed from a principle of piety and devotion, much less when complied with out of custom, or when made serviceable to a worse intention. There are abundance of idle people of both sexes, who are daily puzzled in contriving how to spend their time. Of these some go constantly to prayers both in the fore and afternoon. They do very well, nobody blames them for it, but why should they make a merit of it, when they are conscious, that were they not to go, it would be more troublesome, and they would not know what to do with that hour? Those who go to church as they should do, go with an intent to amend their lives, and become more perfect in all Christian virtues, otherwise the action itself is indifferent, and all the good to be done at church depends on the motive of coming thither, and the use that is made of it. He who goes to church every day for 20 years together, and persists in a wicked course of life, or any one habitual sin he is hardened in, is not a better Christian than the man who never goes there at all. Great numbers of young people are constantly to be seen at church, of both sexes, whose chief end in going thither is to display their finery and indulge their pride, and perhaps the hopes of raising a more shameful passion in others. To the vainest and most lascivious of these the church is often the place they take the greatest delight in, because they can nowhere have a better opportunity of setting themselves off, to each other, to the best advantage, and thousands of them go to see and be seen. Would you discover the truth of this, have but patience till by the neglect of the sempstress, the manteau maker, or the tailor, or some other accident or misfortune they are disappointed in any of their accoutrements, and are obliged either to stay at home or appear in a dress by which their vanity might suffer, or at least not be sufficiently flattered, and you shall find that rather than go to church, they'll stay at home for a fortnight. The worst and most profligate of the mob, and such as are wholly destitute of all goodness and morality, may likewise be drawn to church by the unchristian zeal and licentiousness of divines. These are the trusty satellites that follow in shoals, and surround the firebrands of each party. To hear others railed at, and their betters revelled, is the height of their pleasure, and therefore when men are loaded with curses, and worried with invectives by a favourite minister, and damnations are with clamours denounced from the pulpit, Why should a bull baiting, where men are often exposed to danger themselves, be more approved of than a sermon, of which they are sure all the mischief will fall on their adversaries only, and not the church, where they are sheltered from the weather, be preferred to a bare garden, where they can but have the same diversion, and must stand in the rain, or be coked with the dust? A man need not be very censorious, who will allow no great merit in the going to church of these wretches, yet it is remarkable, that often, when they are transported with joy at the violence of voice and gesture, by which they are inspired with a mortal hatred against those of a different opinion, many of them are so stupidly ignorant of outward signs of devotion. 27. Their own condition, as to imagine that they are discharging a Christian duty, whilst they are wholly employed in gratifying the malice and rancour of their hearts. It would be endless to give all the instances, by which one might prove, that most men relying too much on forms and outward devotion, place a merit in things that have none. For this reason, I shall say nothing of keeping the Sabbath, almsgiving, and other duties, that might be referred to this head, but in the remainder of this chapter, present the reader with 2 or 3 characters, which I believe will help to confirm what hitherto I have asserted. As to the rites and ceremonies of outward worship, too rigidly insisted on by some, and too peevishly rejected by others, they are one of the chief causes of our intestine quarrels, and for that reason shall be spoke of by themselves at large hereafter. Horatio was apprenticed to a creditable tradesman, and but 19 years old, when he was married to a young beautiful creature, with a tolerable fortune, who was a neighbour's daughter, fell in love with him. He had always been a diligent youth, and the best servant his master ever had, who, pardoning this fault, gave him up his indentures, and Horatio was set up for himself before he was 20. He had not been married much above 3 years, when his wife died of a consumption, having often miscarried, but never had a child born alive. In less than half a year after, Horatio took another, who was a hale country lass, just turned of 15, and brought him a very good portion. This had no children before she was 23, but since that they have had one almost every year, and 2 or 3 times twins. She is now with child, and lay in about 7 months ago. He has a sincere love for her, and she is a very prudent woman. The smallpox has been very fatal to their children, and of 20 they had born alive, but 9 are left, 6 sons and 3 daughters. Horatio, who is now 51, has always been an industrious, thriving man, and maintained his family in plenty. He has never been drunk, always kept orderly hours, he is beloved by his neighbors and has the character of a very good-humored man. He is a strict churchman, keeps all the fasts in the year, and never eats meat on a Friday. All last Lent he abstained from flesh and wine, and kept the Holy Week with still a more extraordinary rigor. 28 of outward signs of devotion. Horatio never had received the least blemish in his reputation, when, on Easter Sunday, whilst he was gone to church with his family, all in new clothes, the impertinent curiosity of a servant, that was left at home, made a discovery very much to his disadvantage. As Horatio was always very mindful, when he changed his clothes, to remember his letter case, his money, and whatever he had about him, so now in dressing himself, he had taken everything out of the coat and breeches he pulled off the night before, and had, to the best of his thinking, very carefully examined everywhere, but, as ill luck would have it, forgot to feel in, what he very seldom made use of, the left pocket of the waistcoat, where he had put 2 letters to keep them safe and not mix them with other papers. In the one was a bill from a farmer in Surrey, who had the care of 2 bastard children of Horatio's, the other was a scrawl of a mistress, that was ready to lie in. These were found out by his cook maid, as she was rummaging in his bedchamber. The maid had malice enough to shew them her mistress, who, having read about a third part of one of them, and asked her, how she came by them, folded it up again, and, without looking in the other, put them both in the same pocket they had been taken out. The next day she turned away the cook, but with abundance of good humor, and, having paid what was due to her, made her a present of 3 guineas, on a promise of secrecy, which she earnestly required of her. The wife has never since opened her lips, nor shewed the least chagrin about the letter, but the wench has broke her word, and the thing is known, though not publicly. Not long ago a worthy divine, who is a particular friend of Horatio's, and has a great value for him, hinted it to him with all the caution and good manners imaginable. Horatio owned all, and prevented the reproofs he expected, by going on thus. The frailty of the flesh is one, I have hitherto not been able to conquer, but never was guilty of taking unlawful pleasures, but when my wife was in childbed, or otherwise out of order, and no man has more love or friendship for a woman, than I have for her. I have examined myself on this head, continued he, very severely, and am well assured, that if it be a sin, it will be forgiven me, but on our friendship let me hear no more of it. Horatio is a man of sense, and has been an impartial arbitrator in 50 disputes of other people. Is it not strange, that a strong inclination should so violently overpower a man's reason, as at last, against his will, to corrupt his judgment? For, let Horatio have his surety from what part soever he pleases, I am still more sure, he has it not from the gospel, and that himself is a notorious sinner, and has not one Christian virtue to boast of. It is wrong always to judge of man's inclinations from the sins he is guilty of. Princes may neither be cruel nor covetous in their temper, even when they are the cause of war, of rapine and devastation, their ambition blinds them, or makes them overlook the steps, on which it mounts. Private persons are betrayed into wickedness after the same manner, and men often commit sins with reluctancy, and consent with regret, to what their darling vice forces them to submit. Amelia had a great share of wit and beauty, but pride enough to outweigh both. She was every way well accomplished, and her discretion hid the greatest part of her frailty. She hated all female acquaintance, and yet shewed no fondness to man. She was a pattern of modesty, and remained virtuous, till she was 25, at which time, her father, who was a merchant, dying insolvent, Amelia was left destitute to the wide world. 2 months after she grants the last favour to a Jew, and gets £500 by the bargain. She soon discards him, admits another, and abates of her price. She had 6 gallants in less than a month, and in half a year's time, Amelia became a common miss of the town. As she was a well-bred woman, that never drank to excess, and guilty of no other crimes besides prostitution, she had a very good income, and no rakish customers. Being expensive in nothing but clothes and furniture, she hoarded up money. All the women of her profession hated her, and she them more inveterately. At 33 she had a fit of sickness, which altered her much for the worse, upon which, finding her trade to fall off, she left it, and retired with £5,000 in her pocket. She went 100 miles off, changed her name, and was married to an old knight, who had little or nothing, and spent her above half of what she had. Her husband has been dead these 2 years, and Amelia is now turned of 50. She is grave in her dress, and solemn in her gait. She 30 of outward signs of devotion. Has left off housekeeping, lives within compass, and with her woman and foot boy, boards in a very sober family. She appears very devout, is never absent from prayers, and has for some years read nothing but divinity. She delights in controversy, and is well versed in ecclesiastical history, and so good a disputant, that all around her there is nobody able to cope with her. Since she left her first employ, she has not been guilty of one act of incontinence, but as she commits no fault herself that way, she is resolved not to connive at the least shadow of it in others. She talks very well, and passes not a day without telling lies, either of her birth and family, or else the virtues of her youth. She never had a child, and the hatred to her sex, especially those of merit, continues. She is the most censorious woman in the world, and, in the 17 years she has been in the country, she has broke off above 20 matches, that, in all probability, would have been happy ones, and ruined above 50 reputations, that never deserved it, yet she is so circumspect, as well as sly in her insinuations, and manages her slander with so much dexterity, that she has never been openly detected. Amelia is famed both for wisdom and piety, the parson of the parish extols her to the skies, but is afraid of her in his heart, everybody admires and stands in awe of her, and no woman in the county has more respect paid her. Half a year ago she made her will, and left every farthing she has to rebuild the front of a little Ames house, that has a very little income, and stands about a mile off from where she lives. Over the porch is to be her effigy in stone, with an inscription of her own inditing underneath it. Since she has had this design, she often visits the poor inhabitants, to whom she gives what charity she can spare, and who, in return, take her to be a saint, and trumpet her praise all over the country. What Amelia thinks of herself is worth any man's notice. Her prostitution she is sure never proceeded from lust, but necessity, ergo no sin. The mischief she does with her slander, she ascribes to the aversion she has to vice. When she reflects on the hours she spends at church, and in reading, and then thinks on the will she has made, she flatters herself with having performed every Christian duty, and her conscience is entirely clear. Is it not strange, that Amelia, with all her cunning, never suspected herself to be an ill of outward signs of devotion? 31. Woman, and knows not to this hour, that envy and vanity are her darling vices? Hypocrisy everybody knows is a fair outside, put on to hide deformities within, designedly to cheat and circumvent others, but when men are as good, as unassisted with the divine grace, it is in their power to be, and not bad in anything, but what interferes with their leading passion, what must we say of them, when outwardly they appear upright, and yet their hearts are very corrupt from that one sin, which, in spite of all their fears and wishes, overrules them? For it is unjust to call people hypocrites, when they set out with no ill design, and by their fair appearance deceive themselves more 10 to 1, than they can do others of any tolerable experience. What I say will be better illustrated by the following example. Curto is a rich miser, who has no real value for anything but money. He is humble in his dress, and frugal in his diet. He rails at the vices of the age, and the luxury of the times. He thinks no virtue more commendable than industry, and is a mortal enemy to beggars. Usury and extortion he knows very well to be great sins in a Christian, neither does he affirm, that he is not guilty of them sometimes, but he hopes God will forgive him, and wishes he could withdraw his heart from this wicked world more than he does. He never drinks wine, or anything that is strong, and no hermit ever practiced greater austerity. If you talk to him of religion, he lifts up his eyes, and owns to you that he is a great sinner. What is most wonderful, he does it with sincerity, with tears in his eyes, and a bitter sigh at almost every word. In the meantime he is peevish to his wife, ill-natured to his children, a sharper in his dealings, a litigious neighbor, and has never a friend in the world. Cathedral worship he calls popery, and the surplice is the garment of the whore of Babylon. He turns pale at the sound of an organ, and no Roman Catholic can have more superstition in keeping of holy days, than he discovers in affecting to neglect them. He is a rigid observer of the Sabbath, never fails of hearing 2 long sermons every Sunday, and hardly eats anything before supper. He never does himself, or suffers any of his family to take the least, even the most harmless recreation that day. What time he has. 32 of outward signs of devotion. Upon his hands is spent in reading the Scripture, or some other book of devotion, or else sitting still without any other exercise, but looking pitifully, and yawning at first, and towards the evening nodding and starting by turns without speaking a word. After supper he sings a psalm, says his prayers, and goes to bed the most contented man alive, and by his own conceit often throws himself into an enthusiasm of joy, which the silly wretch believes to be an infallible token of heavenly favor, and misconstrues as a reward to his soul for the good life he leads. This keeping of the Sabbath, he imagines atones for all, for though no man is more afraid of hell fire than himself, and all the week long he deceives and overreaches as much as he can, without incurring any penalty of the law, yet he flatters himself, that the outward devotion of 1 day in 7, and his abstinence from everything his avarice will not let him enjoy, will balance all accounts. Some time ago, having passed the Sunday, as usually, came to him the next morning a petty tradesman for £10, that had been due several months. His wife was ready to lie in, and he knew not where to get a farthing anywhere else. Curto answers him very calmly, that he could never have come in a worse time, that he had not half that sum in the house, that he should be forced to borrow money himself that very day, to pay in at the bank, and that all the directors were rogues. The poor man begs and prays, and tells him, that he never was in greater necessity in his life, but all in vain. Curto, who has no compassion, but upon his own cash, and knew the other valued his custom, and would not dare to disoblige him, puts off his dun for a fortnight longer, and in less than 2 hours after lets an extravagant rake have £500 at 20%. He never was heard to swear an oath, but has more than once heard knights of the post, and bribbed a lawyer to ruin an orphan. He is conscious of his transgressions, but says they are humane frailties, and that no man is free from sin. After that he knowingly and wilfully repeats the same over again, and so has done for near 40 years, without having ever endeavored or so much as resolved to amend. Yet Curto is generally counted a very religious man, and every step his avarice makes, is by many attributed to the severity of his morals. Chap. 3. Of Rites and Ceremonies in Divine Worship. That the difficulty there is in conquering our passions, is the greatest obstacle to Christian virtue, has been sufficiently proved in the 2 foregoing chapters. Another reason, why the generality of us are so little affected with inward religion, is, that the vulgar, and all people of mean capacities, can find nothing in it that suits them. It is wholly spiritual, and there is nothing strikes the senses. In the time of our Saviour and his disciples, the wonders that were daily wrought to the astonishment of all who beheld them, were sufficient to awaken the attention of carelessness and stupidity itself. But when miracles were ceased, the influences of the Holy Spirit, which had been so openly manifested in the actions as well as doctrine of the apostles, and rendered the divinity of their mission almost indisputable, were never after so eminently visible in their successors, which was the reason that the charms of the gospel did not work so irresistibly on the minds of the sensual, the illiterate, and men of gross understanding, as they had done before, and the fervent zeal of proselytes began to cool in many after the 1st century. The Christians before Constantine the Great, throughout the empire, were everywhere surrounded with the gaudy show and pompous ceremonies of triumphant paganism. The wealth and skill laid out in their idols and temples, the mirth and luxury of their feasts, the solemnity of their sacrifice, and stateliness of their processions, were very attractive to vulgar eyes. If to these we add the rich and spotless garments, as well as venerable aspect of their priests, their subordination and variety, and the awfulness of their office, we shall conclude, that the pagan idolatry must have had a great influence over the weak minds of poor and ignorant people, when they saw it submitted to by princes arid emperors themselves. The heathen priests at first despised and ridiculed the Christian religion, and for some time after contented themselves with crushing it by the secular power, but when they found that in spite of all persecutions, it still got more ground, and began to be embraced by many senators, and people of great quality, they thought their temples in danger, and had recourse to reasonings and remonstrances, but, not being able to maintain their own theology, they drew in philosophers and orators to defend it, as their country's cause. Thus Christianity came to be attacked in form, its doctrine censored, and the whole opposed by popular arguments, which afterward the Roman Catholics have made use of in the disputes with the Protestants, and have not been forgot by the Church of England against dissenters, and have still received the same answer from the adversaries of the national Church, which some of the primitive Christians made to them at first. As many learned men had embraced Christianity, and their cause was far the better, the pagans were generally defeated by them, yet their clashings together were of a long continuance. And it is likely, that whilst the pagan priests left no stone unturned to maintain their own, the government being likewise on their side, the pious churchmen of those times, who were not willing, that the spreading of the name of Christ should be retarded by any neglect of theirs, were of opinion that faith and piety might be assisted by outward objects of devotion, and therefore introduced several comely ceremonies and decorations into their worship, which they had no precept for from the Gospel, thinking themselves obliged, in behalf of the vulgar, to join some outward shew to their good reasoning, as the heathens, who had always trusted to the pomp and splendor of their religion, and never been used to speak in defense of their theology, now condescended to enter into debate with them, and join reasoning to their outward shew. On this mean foundation of some few inoffensive rites and ornaments the pride and avarice of the succeeding clergy, as they in divine worship 35. Increased in power, and emperors became Christians, have built all the luxurious machinery of the Roman Catholic superstition. How soon Christians began to deviate from the primitive simplicity of their worship is not easily determined, but we have reason to think, that it was very early, because it is evident from prudent views, that they had already images in some of their churches in the beginning of the 4th century, or before. Whatever has an outward appearance of piety, says a learned man, and may be observed without having any virtue in the soul, was always easily entertained among ignorant nations, who on the contrary did always neglect whatever requires some virtue to be practised. This truth has been always profoundly understood by the priests of most countries, and the use to be made of it to their benefit, been so eminently improved among the Christians, that their clergy in the city of Rome, has in lux, and religious pageantry, at least equalled their heathen predecessors, but far exceeded them in their arrogant pretensions to holiness, power, and authority. Long in the most haughty manner had the Roman clergy, the empire of the East being destroyed, maintained an absolute sway over the consciences of sovereigns, as well as subjects in all the Christian world, till their own flagrant vices and the contentions among themselves were the occasion, that many of the better sort of them protested against the tyranny of Rome, and at last, by the help of the secular powers, brought to pass what we call the Reformation, by which several kingdoms, of which England was the chief, and other states and principalities in Germany, Switzerland, and the Low Countries withdrew themselves from the usurpation of the Roman high priest. The great design then in hand, or at least the chief pretence, was to remove all objects of idolatry from churches, and other public places, to abolish all superstitious ceremonies, and other abuses that were crept into the church. This was executed in every country with more or less rigor, according to the heat or moderation of the guides, and leaders they followed. I shall take no notice of what was done abroad, or of our own relapse in the reign of Queen Mary, but desire every body to take a view of what lies before him, and impartially to consider the rites and ceremonies in general, that cannot be proved to be of apostolic institution, and which yet the English divines, together with the government, have retained, or altered into such, as are made use of in our church, as by law established. I beg the reader's pardon for leading him so far about, but I could not better, to my mind, set in a true light the innocent original, prodigious increase and reasonable curtailing of ceremonies, and the changing them into those we have now, than the way I have done it. And as my great aim is national concord, and the public tranquility, the use I would make of such a view is this. I would on one hand shew the dissenters, that the motive of inventing some rites and ceremonies may be pious and laudable, and that the end of the Reformation was not to destroy useful order and decency, but idolatry and superstition, and whatever by a covetous and ambitious clergy had been calculated to exhaust and enslave the laity. From hence I would take an opportunity of observing to them, that no rites or ceremonies insisted on by the Church of England could be accepted against on those heads. And should they ask me why other Protestant countries made not use of the same, I would answer what I have partly hinted at already, that the zeal and violence, with which the Roman Catholic religion was proceeded against in all countries, that are now Protestant, chiefly depended on the temper and insinuations of the first reformers they hearkened to, and that it is evident that several of them, though otherwise men of learning and great qualifications, were too much led away by human passion. And that many of their actions had not so much discover d. the influence of the Holy Ghost, as that of a restless and vindictive spirit. I would tell them likewise, that at the time of the Reformation, the known method, commonly used to make a crooked stick straight, had been overstrained, and practised with too general an application, and that in those days the zeal of Protestants had been so blind, as in many cases to take away not only their charity, but likewise their understanding. To prove which, and not spend too much time in running through particulars, it will be sufficient to take into consideration only one instance of the anti-zeal and extravagance of the reformers. Christ died on a cross. With this, Jews and infidels, in the first ages, have often upbraided his followers, who on the contrary glory in it, and no good Christian ever yet was ashamed to own the ignominious death of his Lord and Master. In tract of time the cross became the banner and ensign of Christianity. Of this veneration, which was justly given to the sign of the cross, in remembrance of our Saviour's sufferings, designing priests made an ill use. By virtue of it, they pretended to cure diseases, exorcise, and perform several other miracles. This soon made that everything had the sign of the cross upon it, or was made in that shape, and few things were wore, or made use of, that had not the figure of it expressed either in painting, sculpture, or embroidery. Several ecclesiastics pretended to have parts of the real cross which our Saviour suffered upon, and sold in small and bigger pieces more of it, than what would fill half a dozen first-rate men of war. They openly paid adoration to it, wherever they saw it, and made others do the same. In short, they made it the chief engine of idolatry, and superstition, in all their trade. This was a sad and wicked abuse, of a thing, otherwise indifferent, but was this a just cause of the horror and detestation some of the reformers inspired their followers with against the sign of the cross? This was another extreme. Amongst the Protestants, either in Switzerland, or the 7 provinces, there is not a cross, nor a crucifix to be found in any family, and wherever you see the picture of either, you will not err once in 50 times, if you pronounce the people to be papists. Is not this folly? But was it not much more madness in the first reformers to break and destroy everything that had a cross or crucifix upon it, or was made in resemblance of it? Would it not be an odd way of paying respect to the memory of a prince, if we should demolish his statue, or cut his picture in pieces wherever we met with any? I cannot leave off yet. Does their aversion proceed from the reflection on the use the papists put it to? Why can't they as well consider, that this was one of the reasons why they parted from their 38 of rites and ceremonies, communion, and that now they have left them they have no more to do with them as to divine worship, than they have with the Jews, or the pagans? What is this to the cross? No bhakti bids them to make it an object of idolatry, neither do I bid them make any crosses, or the resemblances of it. People may hate onions, and not be able to give a reason for it, but I should think him a madman, who should have a real aversion to them, upon the account of the Egyptians of old, who paid idolatrous worship to them. A man of any family, that has a coat of arms to boast of, has it painted on his coach in many places, and can't have a silver spoon but what bears the crest of it, and shall a Christian hate the resemblance of a Christ crucified, and either tremble at the sight of, or else spurn from him what is the emblem of his redemption? The same reflection, I would have made on the greatest part of the liturgy, and the common prayer. I would have them consider, that in all great enmities, each party, for fear of bordering too near the same center, precipitates itself to the opposite extreme, and very often with little judgment. The Papists had innumerable ceremonies, many of them really offensive and sinful, therefore the excessive zeal of most Protestants made them imagine, that there could be no thorough reformation, if they retained anything their adversaries did or said, how harmless and becoming soever. This may be observed in the very dawn of Christianity, and it has been the opinion of some learned men, that the altering of the Christian Sabbath, and shifting it from Saturday to Sunday, was more owing to an antipathy against the Jews, and a fondness of differing from them in as many things as it was possible, than the pretended reason that is given for that bold change. After this, I would shew our dissenters, that they were more rigid anti-papists than any Calvinists abroad, for that the Protestants in Holland, and see though they have thrown by the Mass Book, and the prayers of the Church of Rome, shewed no aversion to set forms of prayers, that in the 7 provinces they had forms of them adapted to the ceremonies both of baptism and marriage, and that the ministers of the national church, not only made use of a certain form of prayer, compassed by order of the government, before their sermons, but were likewise obliged to conclude all their prayers, their own extemporary ones not excepted, with that of our Lord. Neither would I forget to tell them, that all Protestants beyond the seas, allowed of godfathers and godmothers, witness King William, who had the States General and others 8 for his godfathers, nor, that they made use of instrumental music in divine worship, that throughout the provinces, they had organs wherever they could afford them, and those in the new church at Amsterdam, by good judges, were counted the best in the world. What I have said, I would have the dissenters seriously to consider, and pick out of it an answer themselves. But now I beg leave to ask a rich Presbyterian in my turn, why there are as much gaudiness and superfluity in dress to be seen at their meeting houses, as in any of our churches? If he pleads the modes in being, and the fashion of the country for himself, why does he affect singularity in the habit of his teachers? If the laity of a nation differ from each other in opinion, and yet wear the same clothes, and consult nothing in their dress but the modes in being, why should the dissenting clergy stand out, and in their habits not all follow the fashion of the same country? But should he refuse to admit of any difference in dress, then, why must their ministers wear black, and not as well sky color or scarlet? To answer this, he'll fly to decency, and must at last be obliged to appeal to the custom of the country, which at the same time he refuses to comply with. I would ask him moreover, why, if he affected the primitive simplicity of Christians, he ridiculed the Quakers, who in their worship as to outward appearance, keep up to a greater resemblance of the apostolic times, than any other sect of Christians. Though many of these likewise, I am afraid, mistake affectation for a Christian virtue, and being part of our dissenters, I have something to say to them in particular as to ceremonies. I would first entreat them not to think better of themselves than they do of other people, before they had well examined whether they deserved it, and put them in mind that to be purer in outward worship would avail but little, unless the heart was less corrupt. After that I would tell them, that the plainness and seeming humility, in which they differed from others, was the easiest thing in the world, when acquired by education, and made habitual by custom. That the housekeeping of a Quaker was generally as expensive as that of a churchman, of the same fortune, that many of them eat and drank, and wore the best of everything, were curious in their furniture, magnificent in their buildings, and extravagant in their entertainments, and everything about them. I could go further, and affirm to them, that a Quaker might have a greater regard upon his words and actions, and yet as to himself, not be a better man than a person of looser morals, that, when a man strenuously asserts a thing, his honor engages him to stick to it, and that the more pride he has, the less he'll recede from the principle he pretends to be of, for that was a vain man, to brag of being less chilly than others, he would keep from the fire as long as he could, whilst he thought himself observed. I would tell them likewise, that many of them gave not themselves that trouble, or else were very inconsistent with themselves, for that a man, who refuses to pay respect to the civil magistrate, ought not to require, much less exacted, from his coachman, and every servant he keeps. I would ask a man of sense and probity, as a great many of them are, how he could pretend to renounce the pomp and vanity of the world beyond others, and have nothing else to shew for it, but keeping on his hat, and the scantiness of his coat, for that these two, and using the singular number instead of the plural, in their address to others, are all the characteristics many of them are to be known by is undeniable. I would conclude with this question, how he could imagine that the voluptuous enjoyment of ease and luxury could be attained for by the pitiful sacrifice of a yard of cloth, and perhaps half a score of buttons in every suit he wears, whilst his wife and daughters put in above 3 times the quantity of silk, of what 20 years ago, the same garment would have been thought to require. This is the use I would make of what I have said on ceremonies, in relation to dissenters, and would speak with the same plainness to those of our national church. I would urge to them, that all ceremonies in use among Christians, even the most decent and the least liable to censure, must be owned to be of human invention, and that we had none we could with any certainty call apostolical, that as our church pretends to no infallibility, we ought not to be too dogmatical and positive, in defending every part of the rites and ceremonies of it. That in my remonstrance to dissenters, I had been favorable to our church, but else, that we had several ceremonies and usages not to be insisted on, nay, that we had retained what the Church of Rome itself had borrowed from paganism, to justify this, as Cardinal Baronius does, who having confessed the feast of Candlemas to be entirely pagan in its original, adds, the like has often happened several other Gentile superstitions being laudably introduced into the Church, and expiated and sanctified by the Christian usage. To justify this, I say, in the manner aforesaid, I would advise no Protestant, nor as others have done, by saying, that adopting the usages of paganism, is employing the spoils of Nagypt to adorn the Jewish tabernacle, that it is following the example of Solomon, who borrowed the materials and builders of the temple of the true God from an idolatrous king, that David scrupled not to set the crown of gold on his own head, which he tore from that of the idol Melcham. Such justifications I would desire them not to lay great stress upon, and tell them further, that standing to the east at the confession of our faith, and bowing to the altar might be omitted without any great loss, that bowing at the name of Jesus, and not at that of Christ, is a childish interpretation of the text it is derived from, and that those sticklers to the letter, who insist upon the performance of that rite, might without any great cunning perceive, if they would, that it is only complied with in strictness by the women. That the stated fees, which besides their tithes and ordinary income our clergy can demand for marrying, baptizing, burying, Easter offerings, and bore an air of popery to those, who are not accustomed to the usages of our church, and that even to good men, they might easily be mistaken for relics of priestcraft. I would inform them, that many things might in themselves not be really superstitious, and yet men be guilty of superstition in the use of them, by laying too great a stress, and paying a more sacred veneration to them than they deserve. When he should own to me his weakness, that nothing could raise his devotion equally to good music, I would commend him for preferring cathedral worship to any other, but I would not justify his anger against his neighbor, because he is disturbed at the sight of a chorister, whom he knows to be a lewd companion, that lets out his voice for every purpose it can be hired for, sings anthems 1 hour, and obscenities the next, and in the same afternoon serves the church of God, and the play house. I would allow, that the loose becoming garment of white linen the priest is clad with at divine service, may, as an emblem of innocence and purity, be of use to put the wearer in mind of what he should be, and as such be edifying to the people. Nay, I would grant, that the sight of the surplice ought to have no other effect on a candid beholder, but I would have no body judge uncharitably of a man who should deny, that the dresses of the dean and chapter, the diversity of hoods, caps, and calls, with all the variety of vestments at some solemnities to be Seen at a cathedral, either altogether, or part of them, had anything in them more holy or more necessary than the gowns of the judges, the sword-bearer's cap of maintenance, or the habits of the yeomen of the guards, and consequently should look upon them no otherwise than men used to do upon all odd fashions retained from old custom? I would desire him to examine himself, and the force of education, and put him in mind of the proverb of the new vessel, which will long retain the smell it was once imbued with. That it was not of yesterday the people they quarrelled with began to dissent from us, that as our animosities were the fruits of the disputes and contentions of our forefathers, the dissenters had from their infancy been inspired with horror against many things which in reality are indifferent, and which we from the same cause have been taught as early to overvalue, and that if we found it difficult to conquer the prejudices of education, we ought not to propose it as an easy task to others. Thus I would speak to those of our own church, and conclude with this admonition: if the dissenters are deluded, let us shew that we are the wisest. Is the continuance of their separation obstinacy in them, let us avoid the same imputation, by not urging the dispute any further. If to err belongs to humane frailty, let us bear with their errors, and for the future resolve to treat them with humanity, and begin with 3 things that ought to be easy to a Christian. Let us forbear calling names, ascribing sentiments to them, which they utterly disown, and laying to the charge of any of them, what they have not been personally guilty of themselves. The more one really considers the difference between a churchman and a Presbyterian, the more easy it seems to heal the sore, if those who are intrusted with the cure, would throw by their corrosives, and but cease to keep open the wounds with so much industry and application. Let me illustrate this with an example. A churchman receives the sacrament kneeling, a Presbyterian sitting. Let us suppose, that out of curiosity they would see the manner, after which it is administered in each other's communion. There is no doubt, but such a sight would be very shocking to both. Now, I see that these wretches are not only slovenly and disrespectful in their worship, but likewise place a religion in affronting God and profaning everything that is holy, or else how could they choose the most irreverent and scandalously familiar posture that can be invented, to take the Lord's Supper in? This is his construction. The Presbyterian, seeing everybody upon their knees, cries out, "Idolatry! These people," says he, "believe in transubstantiation, or else they would never worship the creature. This is popery all over, and I am sure they adore the bread as much as the papists do the wafer. At this rate they must never be reconciled, but how strangely it would alter the case, if each of them would calmly hearken to what the other had to say in his justification." The Presbyterian would say, that the gospel was the standard of his worship, and that he could not find that Christ or his disciples, at the first institution of the Lord's Supper, made use of any than the usual posture at meals, that in imitation of this, as far as was consistent with good sense, he took the sacrament sitting, because that is the posture used at meals of the country, and the time he lives in, as much as among other nations, it was formerly the custom to eat and drink half lying down, and half leaning on couches. This is a very good plea for sitting down, but the reason, the churchman would give for kneeling, is as weighty to the full. I do not believe the real presence more than your self, but look upon the partaking of the Lord's Supper, to be, of all the Christian rites, the most sacred. It fills me at once with thoughts of my own unworthiness, and an awful reverence for the holiness of God, and therefore I receive it in the most humble posture I am able. What barbarous notions must a man have of the deity, who could imagine that, if both spoke sincerely, and otherwise took the sacrament conscientiously, though in different postures, God would be offended at either. To destroy all hatreds and animosities, especially such as are chiefly built on prejudices, and are daily kept up by the ill offices of others, the first step is with patience to consider what our adversaries may have to say for themselves. The next is to examine our own conduct, with the same severity as we do theirs. This will enlarge the mind, make men give allowances to each other for education and custom, and help to cure them of the bigotry to their own opinion. It would teach dissenters to distinguish between things indifferent, and those that are clashing with the gospel, and make them know, that many things of humane invention may have their politic use, and be beneficial to society, without interfering with religion. A Presbyterian that can rejoice, and treat his friends on the anniversaries of princes, whom he thinks to have been more eminently serviceable to his country, can keep Queen Elizabeth's and King William's birthdays with pleasure, would be no longer angry with his neighbor for not forgetting the nativity of his Savior. The strict Quaker would no longer shock the sight of silly people, by opening his shop in the most ostentatious manner, when all his neighbors shut theirs the closest, but by examining the motives of his heart, learn to distinguish between the Spirit of God, and that of contradiction. The rigid churchman, by comparing his own stock of inward virtue, to the vast concern he shews to the sinfulness of schism in others, would learn to enter into the real cause of his uneasiness, shake hands with persecution, and no longer mistake self-interest for charity, and party zeal for religion. I shall end this chapter with putting both churchmen and dissent ers in mind, that to make religious scruples, and be anxiously solicitous concerning things indifferent, is superstition, and to have another principle at heart than what men pretend to act from, is hypocrisy, that the crime of either may not be imagined to be the characteristic of one party more than another. Tf. Chap. 4. Of Mysteries. To be a Christian, I have said in the beginning of the first chapter, that it was necessary men should believe the mysterious as well as historical truths of the gospel, were all strictly to be examined by this rule, and be obliged to explain every part of Holy Writ our own way. Every communion would deny the name of Christian to all others that should refuse exactly to subscribe to their creeds, for should we reject those, who differ from us in the doctrine of one mystery, the Roman Catholics would imagine, that they might with greater right exclude us from flatly denying another mystery, which they adore. 9. For this reason I said lower, that whoever allowed of the Old and New Testament, how differently soever from others, he might construe some passages of either, so he but believed the whole to be the Word of God, ought to be called a Christian. Both Protestants and Roman Catholics perfectly agree in this point, that mysteries transcend reason, and there are some divines, who acknowledge the mysteries denied by the Socinians to be against reason, but whether anything contradictory can be the object of our faith, will best appear from a view of the difference there is between knowledge and belief. What has been conveyed by our own senses to our understandings, we are said to know, the same may be said of everything, which, after due examination, our reason plainly demonstrates to our judgment to be true or false. So when I hear a man speak, and see him stand before me, I know that he is there. And again, if I can reason at all, and exist myself, I may be assured from within, that there is a first cause, and consequently I can prove to myself, that there is a God. This then is called knowledge, but, when we admit anything to be true or false, and our judgment is persuaded that it is the one rather than the other, on an authority from without, the action is called believing. Of this there are many degrees, and the confidence we believe with is either strong or slight, according to the good or indifferent opinion we entertain of the authority, which was the first motive of our belief. Experience teaches us, that this opinion is much influenced by the fears, wishes, inclinations, and varies according to the capacity of the believer. The ignorant may have a great opinion of an authority, which a wise man shall altogether despise, and on the other side the one may find out reasons to believe, which the other cannot penetrate into. It is to be observed, that, when men believe, as often they do, on bare suspicion, guesses and slight surmises of their own in these cases, the circumstances their conjectures are built upon, are all the authority from without which they have for their belief. What I have said may seem too philosophical to those who are not used to abstract thinking, but everybody who is but in the least capable of observing what passes within his own mind, must know the difference there is between knowing and believing, and perceive that the first implies a certainty, superior to any assurance ever received from the latter, because, for the first we rely on our own testimony, and for the latter we must trust to the testimony of authors. It is very true, that our senses sometimes deceive us, that our reasons are false, and our judgment errs. This I confess is a mortifying reflection, but still the greatest certainty we can receive must come from them, for when once we begin to doubt of our reason, and our senses, we are longer sure of nothing, an immediate revelation from God not accepted, for how shall we trust to a revelation, when we cannot depend either on the senses by which we receive it, nor our reason, the only touchstone, by which we can assure ourselves of its being divine. In the idea we can form of the Supreme Being, the first attributes, we are convinced of, are His power and wisdom, though in a degree of perfection vastly beyond our capacity to conceive, and if we continue in that contemplation, we shall find, that the unity of a God must be equally necessary with His existence, but as soon as we admit of revealed religion, and the gospel, we meet with something that surpasses, if not shocks our understanding, which is the divinity of Jesus Christ, and that of the Holy Ghost. Men may cavil and wrest words to their own purpose as long as they list, but whoever has read the New Testament with attention, and denies that he has found any such meaning hinted at there, must be either very blind or very obstinate. What must we do in this dilemma? Shall we reject part of the gospel, or say, that there are three gods, and so speak not only against the clearest ideas we have of the deity, but likewise the plainest doctrine of the same gospel, as well as of the Old Testament? Not to be guilty of either, we ought to treat this point with the utmost diffidence of our own capacity, and fix our eyes on the eternal veracity, as well as the unsearchable wisdom of God, and when once we have assured ourselves that He cannot have the will either to deceive us or contradict Himself, we shall look upon the whole as a mysterious truth, which God has not been pleased to reveal to us in a more intelligible manner. The more we endeavor to explain this mystery, the more intricate we shall find it, and it will less startle and fright reason, when propounded in a few words according to the simplicity of the Scripture, than it does by that great train of explications, that accompany it in Thomas Aquinas' commentators. People may wrangle and quarrel about this article to the world's end, but it is impossible men should ever entertain the same sentiments of a matter, which is unintelligible in its nature, and it is to be admired how so many men of sense, and good logicians, as this point has been contracted over by for so many ages, could ever imagine that anything could be a fit subject for disputation, which no language can give them the least idea of. If God has so far enlightened anyone's understanding, that he can comprehend more of this mystery than another, let him pay his acknowledgment with gratitude and humility, but not haughtily dictate to the conscience of his neighbor, who confesses that he has not received so great a measure of the divine grace. Others may interpret for us as they please, and impose upon us what forms they think fit. Every man may be convinced within himself, that believing is not a thing of choice. Our Church pretends to no infallibility, which implies a liberty, in every member of it, of re-examining whatever has been said or dodged before him. No man therefore ought to be too dogmatical in matters of faith. What to my understanding is difficult and obscure, cannot be made otherwise to me by another's saying, that it is clear and easy to him, and let us hear what we can. Every one at last must judge for himself to the best of his ability. There are innumerable places that contain, no doubt, great mysteries, but so wrapped in clouds, and hid in umbrages, so heightened with expressions, or so covered with allegories and garments of rhetoric, so profound in the matter, or so altered and made intricate in the manner, that they may seem to have been left as trials of our industry, and as occasions and opportunities for the exercise of mutual charity and toleration, rather than as the repositories of faith, and furniture of creeds. The doctrine of the Trinity was not established before the famous Council of Nice, which everybody knows was occasioned by the disputes of Arius and Alexander, the one a bishop, and the other a priest of Alexandria. The fathers of the 3 first centuries had very imperfect notions concerning this mystery, and they very much differed in their opinions, when they began to treat of it, as appears from their various terms, of which several were unintelligible, and the confused expressions they made use of. It is evident, that Constantine the Great, how well soever he had been instructed in his new religion, was very little acquainted with the point in question before the meeting of that assembly, as is so visible from the long letter he wrote to the contending parties above mentioned, in which he equally chides them. For though each side treated the other with the odious name of heretic, and endeavored to shew, that the sentiments of the opposite party overthrew the Christian religion, yet the emperor had no such apprehensions. He found that the controversy had begun in this manner. 12 That Alexander, having demanded of each of his priests, what they thought of a passage, or rather on an idle sort of question, Arius inconsiderately answered what he should not have thought, or rather concealed if he had thought it, that from thence had come his excommunication, and the division of the people, and therefore he exhorted them to a mutual pardoning of one another, and to receive his opinion, which was, that it had been better not to have troubled the ecclesiastics with this question, and that those who were asked it, should have held their tongues, because the matter concerned what was equally incomprehensible to both parties, and which served only to raise disturbance among the people. He could not conceive, how far a question of very small importance, and in which, if they well understood one another, they would find they agreed in the main, they should make such a bustle, and divide themselves in so scandalous a manner. I do not say this as if I would constrain you to think of the same thing on a most vain question, or however you please to call it, for one may, without dishonoring the assembly, and without breaking the communion, be in different sentiments in such inconsiderable things. We have not all the same wills in all things, neither are we all of us of the same temper of body and humors. The emperor, it is probable afterwards, informed himself, that this matter was of great moment, yet in his behavior touching this controversy, he was not always very consistent with himself. When Arius was condemned, he banished him, and ordered all his 13 books to be burnt, but afterwards recalled and invited him to come to court. At his 14 own charge, he likewise shewed little regard to Saint Athanasius, who had been a great stickler against Arius, for when that bishop, having, in his turn, been condemned by his enemies on another account, was sent in exile, and those of his party 15 in Alexandria ceased not to implore the emperor, that he might be recalled. Constantine, 16 in a letter, upbraided the people of that town for their lightness and folly, and enjoined the ecclesiastics to remain quiet, declaring, he would not recall Athanasius, whom he treats as a seditious person, and the same emperor answered likewise to Anthony the Hermit, 17 that he could not slight the judgment of the Council of Tyre, because, that supposing some among the bishops were passionate, yet it was not probable that so great a number of wise and learned bishops should all of them act by passion. And that Athanasius was an insolent, proud, troublesome fellow. The Arian heresy did not die with its author. The emperors Constantius and Valens L. protected it, and though some people out of zeal for orthodoxy have maintained 19 that Arian/ism never made a great body in the world, nor was of any long 20 continuance, it is certain, that heresy subsisted above 300 years 21 in splendor, that it was for almost 2 ages the predominant religion, that it was on the throne in the East and West, and that it reigned in Italy, France, Pannonia, and Africa. Several have spoke very slightingly of the fathers, that compassed the Council of Nice, especially Sabinus, 22 a Macedonian bishop of Heraclea, a town of Thrace, who treats them as ignoramuses in his collection of councils, but Eusebius, bishop of Caesarea, who assisted at it, has highly 23 extolled their wisdom and capacity, and some learned men of the last century have spoke in defense of them. Be their praise what it will, this is evident from many circumstances, that their debates were as much influenced by private grudges 24 and personal hatreds, as the love of truth, or any real piety. When several of these bishops, after the Council of Nice, were met at Jerusalem, on another troublesome affair, Constantine, who was so bigoted to the clergy, wrote to them, complaining, 25 that in a time, wherein the barbarians began to acknowledge the true God, the Christians, who would be thought to have the mysteries of God in their keeping labored only to entertain divisions and hatred among them, not to say for the destruction of mankind. The contentions about this mystery of the Trinity began by two clergymen, have already at one time or other been the ruin of millions of laymen, and are like to do more mischief in the world, if the civil magistrate interposes not and hinders the clergy from ever reviving this affair. Happy had it been for Christianity had all the clergy been of Sozo men's opinion, who said, 26 that he did not dare to relate the Creed of Nice, because some his pious and learned friends in this matter, advised him to suppress the things, which the initiates and priests alone should understand, and that according to their counsel, he had concealed what was to be kept silent. The great danger there is in the quarrels of the clergy is, that there can be no drawn battle among them, being in all their contests both judges and parties, one side must fall, and there can be no peace without a conquest. Could clergymen have been satisfied without crushing their adversaries, the Arian heresy might have been prevented, for when the Arians shewed, that they were ready to submit to a confession expressed in the terms proposed to them, the orthodox bishops feared, 27 lest they should expound these terms in an ill sense, and therefore made an addition to it more binding, which, when the Arians likewise would have subscribed to, the orthodox still found out more hampering terms, till at last from an incomprehensible mystery they made it a plain and intelligible contradiction. If this expression be too harsh, it is no more than what the greatest enemies of the anti-Trinitarians are proud to own. Hear what Monsieur Nicole says of the doctrine of the Trinity. It 1% confounds reason, says he, and prompts it to revolt. If there be any visible difficulties, they are those which are contained in that mystery, that three persons really distinct have only one and the same essence, and that this essence being the same thing in each person with the relations that distinguish them, may be communicated without the communication of the relations which distinguish the persons. If human reason consults herself, she will rise up against those inconceivable truths. If she pretends to make use of her own light to penetrate into them, it will furnish her with arms to engage against them. Wherefore in order to believe them she ought to blind herself, to stifle all her ratiocinations, and depress and sink herself under the weight of divine authority. To give effectual directions for believing of mysteries is almost as difficult as it is to explain them. As to our duty, concerning this of the Trinity, I think we ought to examine the Scriptures and believe of it what we can conceive the Word of God would have us, without depriving others of the same liberty. I would say very near the same of most mysteries, though I incur the censures of our zealous clergy, who will call this the advice of a latitudinarian. If not worse, those gentlemen are not always very consistent with themselves. The Protestants could never have withdrawn themselves from the Church of Rome, with any shew of reason, without denying her infallibility, yet the Reformed in general are so very uneasy at the loss of it for themselves, that there is hardly a sect of them, but the zealots of it are angry with every body, that will not submit to their authority. 54. The moderate men of our Church are not so positive as to their own interpretations of the Scriptures, and think that 29 it is unreasonably required, that what is of itself ambiguous, should be understood in its own prime sense and intention under the pain of either a sin or anathema. It were fit, says Bishop Taylor, that 30 our confidence should be according to our evidence, and our zeal according to our confidence. I desire the reader to take the sentiments of this learned prelate concerning private judgment and opinions on these and all matters of dispute in his own words. Since there are 31 so many copies with infinite varieties of reading, since a various interpunction, a parenthesis, a letter, an accent may much alter the sense, since some places have divers literal senses, may have spiritual, mystical, and allegorical meanings, since there are so many tropes, metonymies, ironies, hyperboles, proprieties and improprieties of language, whose understanding depends upon such circumstances, that it is almost impossible to know the proper interpretation, Now that the knowledge of such circumstances and particular stories is irrecoverably lost, since there are some mysteries, which at the best advantage of expression are not easy to be apprehended, and whose explication by reason of our imperfections must needs be dark, sometimes weak, sometimes unintelligible, and lastly, since these ordinary means of expounding Scripture, as searching the originals, conference of places, parity of reason, and analogy of faith, are all dubious, uncertain, and very fallible. He that is the wisest, and by consequence the likeliest to expound truest, in all probability of reason, will be very far from confidence, because every one of these, and many more, are like so many degrees of improbability and uncertainty, all depressing our certainty, offending out truth in such miseries, and amidst so many difficulties. And therefore a wise man that considers this, would not willingly be prescribed to by others, for it is best, every man should be left in that liberty, from which no man can justly take him, unless he could secure him from error. The same bishop, having told us in another place, that all the disputes concerning tradition, councils, fathers, and see were not arguments besides, or against reason, but contestations and pretences to the best arguments, and the most certain satisfaction to our reason, goes on thus. But 32 Then all these coming into question submit themselves to reason, that is, to be judged by human understanding, upon 55. The best grounds and information it can receive. So that Scripture, tradition, councils, and fathers, are the evidence in a case, but reason is the judge, that is, we being the persons, that are to be persuaded, we must see, that we be persuaded reasonably, and it is unreasonable to assent to a lesser evidence, when a greater and clearer is propounded, but of that, every man for himself is to take cognizance, if he be able to judge carity, if be not, he is not bound under the tie of necessity to know anything of it. In lessons and considerations as these, how ungrateful soever they may be to fiery zealots, are contained a true preservative from falling into schism, and the greatest antidote against persecution. For, as on the one hand, they will mitigate the troubles of scrupulous consciences, so on the other, they will cure uncharitableness in those, whose sufficiency makes them incapable of bearing with any opinion but their own. They will likewise help to draw men off from vain speculations and empty cavils, and to promote concord and true religion, for it is union and the practice of virtue we want, these are the national blessings we stand most in need of. It is not faith we are defective in. 33 The multitude in all countries, as well as our own, are apt enough to believe what is taught them by their spiritual guides. Nothing can be more shocking to human reason, than the doctrine of the real presence in the Eucharist, yet we find not, that among the Roman Catholics, who maintain transubstantiation, or the Lutherans, who hold a consubstantiation, the people boggle more at the articles of their faith, than they do among others, by whom the words that have occasioned that pretended mystery, are taken in a figurative sense. There is hardly a truth more easily apprehended, or which we are more convinced of, than that 2 and 2 make 4, yet were men to be taught from their infancy that it was a mystery, that on a certain occasion 2 and 2 made 7, with an addition to be believed on pain of damnation, I am persuaded, that at least 7 in 10 would swallow the shameful paradox, and that if they had always seen others ill-treated for disbelieving of it, by that they were come to 56 years of maturity, they would not only assert it themselves, but likewise dislike, if not hate those, who should call it in question. We must suppose, that it had been inculcated to them with application and assiduity by parents, nurses, masters, and all that had the tuition of, or any direction over them. Few people are acquainted with the force of prejudice, they are not capable of examining anything which is rooted into them by education and custom. But, that my reader may see the opinion of one of our greatest divines, concerning the effects of dogmatizing in divinity, and the proneness of the people to believe, I shall quote part or what Archbishop Tillotson says 34 of Mysteries on account of transubstantiation. We will suppose then, says His Grace, that about the time when universal ignorance, and the genuine daughter of it, had overspread the world, and the generality of the people were strongly inclined to believe strange things, and even the greatest contradictions were recommended to them under the notion of mysteries, being told by their priests and guides, that the more contradictious anything is to reason, the greater merit there is in believing it. I say let us suppose, that in this state opound things, one or more of the most eminent then in the Church, either out of design, or out of superstitious ignorance, and mistake of the sense of our Saviour's words, used in the consecration of the sacrament, should advance this new doctrine, that the words of consecration, and c. Such a doctrine as this was likely to be advanced by the ambitious clergy of that time, as a probable means to draw in the people to a greater veneration of them. Nor was such a doctrine less likely to take and prevail among the people in an age prodigiously ignorant, and strongly inclined to superstition, and thereby well prepared to receive the grossest absurdities under the notion of mysteries. Now supposing such a doctrine as this so fitted to the humor and temper of the age, to be once asserted either by chance or out of design, it would take like wildfire, especially if by some one or more who bore sway in the Church, it were but recommended with convenient gravity and solemnity. And for the contradictions contained in this doctrine, it was but telling the people then that contradictions ought to be no scruple in the way of faith, that the more impossible anything is, 'tis the fitter to be believed, that it is not praiseworthy. 57. To believe plain possibilities, but this is the gallantry and heroical power of faith, this is the way to oblige God Almighty forever to us. To believe flat and downright contradictions, the more absurd and unreasonable a thing is, the more proper matter for an article of faith. And if any of these innovations be objected against, as contrary to former belief and practice, it is but putting forth a lusty act of faith, and believing another contradiction, that though they be contrary, yet they are the same. No candid reader can imagine, that I would endeavor to make slight of faith, or lessen the reverence which is due to the real mystery of our religion, and I can assure him, that the great end, of what I have said and quoted of others in this chapter, is to promote the public peace and tranquility, by shewing, how consistent it may be made with our piety to God, and charity to our neighbors. For which reason, I recommend the serious consideration of it, first to those of the orthodox, who can accommodate themselves to every word of our creeds, conjuring them not to exact rigorously the same of every body, who owns himself to be of their communion. When men are peaceable and quiet without ever desiring to mention the scruples, which perhaps they may labor under in their private opinion, they ought not to be forced to subscribe to every model of faith that others shall conceive for them. Those trials are ever attended with human passion, and end in personal hatreds. A man may believe the same in substance with us, but have a scruple concerning perhaps one single word in a whole article of faith, when we consider, that this article was drawn up by uninspired men, and perhaps put in those words on purpose to puzzle an adversary, who had shewed a dislike to them. Is it not unchristian-like, to drag such a man out of his closet to make him sign to it, and not suffer him to rest, till by his refusal we shall have an opportunity of calling him heretic, and exposing him as an enemy to God and religion? But how inhuman and how execrable would it be, should this ever be done with a design to rob him of his livelihood, and the good opinion of his fellow Christians, that are unacquainted with the controversy. But I would not more earnestly persuade the orthodox rigorists to avoid all narrow scrutinies of consciences but their own, than I. 58. Would exhort the admirers of human understanding not to rely too much upon their own sufficiency. How useful soever philosophy may be to the society, and the affairs of human life, it is the worst guide to eternity, and ought never to be mixed with theology. He that will admit of no proof inferior to a mathematical demonstration can never be a Christian, and there is no system found out yet, by which the Socinians themselves could explain, and solve the difficulties to be met with in the gospel, even according to their own interpretation. Every man of thought must be convinced, that there are truths, which are incomprehensible. I shall end this chapter by setting forth in two easy instances the difference there is, between things that are above reason, and surpass our capacity, and such as are against reason, and contradict demonstration. Was I to hear of a man, who could see through an oaken plank 2 inches thick, everywhere solid and entire, I would refuse to believe it, even on the testimony of 10,000 credible witnesses, but had God revealed to me, that he had made such a one, I would immediately submit, and as soon as I was satisfied that the revelation was really divine, believe it as surely, and, if it be possible, with less scruple than now I believe that there is such a place as Japan, which has been confirmed to me several hundred ways. I would laugh at anybody that should talk of straight pores, and what only would make things diaphanous. I would not hearken to optics or refractions, and despise all reasoners, who should pretend to demonstrate the impossibility of it. Here a man would have nothing to do, but to conquer the good opinion he has of human understanding, the shallowness of which, the most knowing are so well convinced of on 1,000 occasions. In this case I would not only call it presumption, but the highest insolence, to oppose the penetration of all the philosophers in the world to the least idea a reasonable man can have of the omnipotence of God. The proud naturalists and mathematicians, who should endeavor to dissuade me from my belief I would lead into a contemplation of the immensity, and the order of the creation, the union between soul and body, and other wonders of the universe, that are most obvious. 59. And having made them sensible of the pitiful stock of real knowledge they are possessed of, I would ask them, what it was, he could not make, that had made heaven and earth. But on the other hand, when a man once knows that 2 and 2 makes 4, and yet asserts, that he believes that 2 and 2 on a certain occasion may make 7, if he be sincere it is evident, that he either knows not what he says, or at least understands not what to believe signifies. For after all, though a man may believe a thing to be true, which he apprehends not at all, it is impossible he should believe the contrary of what he plainly apprehends to be true. Chap v. Of Free Will and Predestination. What we call the will is properly the last result of deliberation, either long or short, which immediately precedes the execution of, or at least the endeavor to execute the thing willed, I say the result, which immediately precedes the execution, for, when a will or volition is made long before the execution of the thing willed, it is only called a resolution, and always requires a latter will to set about it, and sometimes a great many, or else will never be executed. So a man, whose head aches after a debauch, says, and perhaps with great sincerity, that he will live soberly for the future. But these might better be called wishes than wills or volitions, which latter always imply an execution, or at least, an endeavor for it, and these can never be free, for as soon as the will is made, the thing willed is determined, and before it is made, it is no will yet, but only a deliberation, what to will. The reason, why everybody imagines that he has a free will, is, because we are conscious that in the choice of things we feel a power to determine our judgment either way. But when once we reflect on what passes within us, and consider that in making this choice, at least in things of moment, and that are worth observing, we consult all our faculties, and are forked in spite of our teeth to choose that which, to our then present inclination, often to our visible detriment, seems to be most eligible. If we reflect on this, I say, our will shall not seem to be as free, as is commonly imagined. Everybody can wish what he pleases, but it is not so with his will, and, was the one as arbitrary as the other, there would be more virtue, and not half the misery, and what are called misfortunes in 61. 62. The world, of what we now see men labor under. There is hardly a person so debauched, but what has often wished, though but for his health's or fortune's sake, that it was in his power to lead a more regular life. What is it hinders him, but his appetites and inclinations that influence and seduce his will, and do him the same prejudice he could receive from a fatal and unavoidable necessity of sinning. That the true motives of our will so often pass by undiscovered, is to be attributed to the swiftness of thought, and the sudden diversity of our volitions, which often succeed each other so much at the same instant, that when men are in haste and irresolute, we may sometimes observe one part of the body yet employed in executing a former will, whilst another shall be already obeying the commands of a latter. But when we act slowly, and what is called deliberately, the motives of every volition must be obvious to all that have the courage, as well as capacity, to search into them. Give to two men each a glass in his hand of some value, which, if he breaks it, he is to pay for. Let the one be of a covetous nature, but no wrangler, and very pliable as to opinion, the other very positive, but lavish of his money. Dispute with either of these pretty warmly against free will, and the power he has of dropping the glass, or keeping it in his hand. The first, depend upon it, will not let it fall, and, dare him to it never so much, he'll content himself with saying, that he is sure he can do it if he will, but that he has no mind to throw away so much money to be laughed at. The other, 'tis 10 to 1, but will dash it to pieces, and if he dares speak his mind, tell you, that he had rather pay for the glass, than not have the pleasure to convince you of your folly, obstinacy, or what else his passion or manners shall give him leave to call it. I doubt not but both persons would be fully persuaded, and therefore might swear with a good conscience, that they had acted from a principle of free will, though it seems plain to me, that each of them was prompted to what he did, and overruled by a predominant passion. I know very well, that it is possible that the covetous man might have broke the glass as well as the other, but then his love for money must have been less, or his desire of triumph greater than would be suitable to the character I required him to be of. 63. This may serve to put us in mind, with what care and vigilance we ought to examine and guard ourselves against those passions, which so artfully govern and hurry us away, even unknowingly to ourselves. The solidity of which moral, I hope, will make amends for the meanness of the example, which some may imagine to be below the dignity of the subject I treat of in this chapter. The word predestination is so well understood by all parties, that it would be superfluous to explain it further. That this is a doctrine openly laid down in the Gospel is evident to all that can read. That it is likewise attended with difficulties inexplicable to human reason, is as undeniable. I shall only take notice of the chief objection that is made against it, which is, that it makes God the author of sin. The plainness with which this doctrine has been taught by St. Paul, and the terrible consequences to be drawn from it by as plain a manner of reasoning, have occasioned innumerable heresies and schisms, each of which has, at different times, been the cause of thousands of mischiefs and calamities among Christians. It is certain, that whilst we only follow the light of nature, nothing can be more inconsistent with the ideas we have of the justice and goodness of God, than that a creature should be punished for sins, which from eternity it was decreed he should commit. It is this that has produced the system of free will, but I shall endeavor to demonstrate on the one hand, that the assertors of humane liberty, the Socinians not excepted, have not removed the difficulty as to the origin of evil, and on the other, that all the solution and arguments of the predestinarians, drawn from human reason, have hitherto been insufficient to answer the objections that have been made to them. And when from hence it shall appear, that the debate is about the greatest mystery of our religion, I doubt not but to convince every reasonable man, that it is a fitter subject for our resignation to the revealed will of God, than it is for quarrels and contentions with one another. It would hardly be possible to think of anything, that in so many thousand controversies, as are to be met with on this head, has not been said by one or other. For this reason, I have in my eye a celebrated author, who was endued with a vast stock of learning, and 64. No less penetration, and has treated of this matter with greater moderation and impartiality than any other. From him I shall borrow several passages, and often manage what I have TP say in his words, with little addition of my own. It must be allowed, that the hypothesis of humane liberty seems, at first view, to clear the doubt, but it only puts the mischief farther off, and can never take it away. It is needless to run through the several degrees, and the different systems that have been made of it by the Pelagians, Semi-Pelagians, Origenists, Molinists, Synergists, and Armenians, and many others, since those who suppose the most absolute free will, if they are closely pursued, must at last be involved in, and leave the same difficulties unclear which frighten men from predestination. From the simple question, what is the cause of sin? The result of 1,000 disputes must at long run be this: God is eternal, and a being infinitely good, so there could be no evil before the world was made. God created the world, then whence comes evil? This, allowing the system of the creation, being unanswerable to human capacities, produced in the 2nd century the Marcionites, and after them 35 the Manicheans. These heretics denied the Old Testament, and, among other impieties, supposed 2 co-eternal principles, the one of all 36 good, and the other of all evil. The good principle, they said, would have made everything good, if he had not been opposed, but the bad principle being as powerful, and equally desirous to introduce evil, as the other was to do good, the good principle was forked to yield to necessity, and thus the world, which is a compound of good and evil, was, after many conflicts, produced by the agreement of these 2 principles. How opposite soever this opinion was to reveal religion, and the clearest ideas we have of the unity of God, when once this monstrous hypothesis was admitted, it explained the phenomena of humane life better than any other, and solved innumerable difficulties that were inexplicable to the orthodox, whilst both parties confined themselves to the light of nature. Nothing was more easy to the fathers of the Church, than to overthrow these heresies, when they attacked them upon the absurdity of their system, and the orthodox 65 were the aggressors, but, when the Manicheans made the attack, it was a very hard task to answer their objections, and the fathers would not have triumphed over them at so cheap a rate as they did, had the others known better how to push them home. Had certain, Marcion, Apelles, and Manes been as able disputants, as many have been in the last century among the Jesuits and Jansenists, they would not have been silent as they were. When the heretics, by way of opposition, inquired into the cause of evil, they were commonly answered that man was created by God in a happy state, but he, not following the light of his conscience, which was intended by the author of his being to conduct him in the way of virtue, became wicked, and so deserved, that God, who was sovereignly just as well as good, should make him feel the effect of his wrath, so that God is not the author of moral evil, but of physical evil, which is the punishment of moral evil. When this was answered them, or anything else, by which the cause of sin was thrown on the free will of the creature, they had nothing to reply, but if they had asked why this free will was given to man, or if it was given, why so good a judge as he was, it should determine his choice to evil, more work would have been cut out for their antagonists, for every man's reason must suggest to him, that if man was the workmanship of a principle infinitely good and holy, he should not only have been created without any actual evil, but also without any inclination, or the least propensity to evil, since that inclination is such a defect, as could not have such a principle for its cause. What Origen told the Marcionites, that 3,1 an intelligent creature, who had not enjoyed free will, had been immutable and immortal like God, is likewise easy to refute. They need only to have asked Origen, whether the blessed in paradise are equal to God in the attributes of immutability and immortality. He must have answered in the negative, and consequently it is not true, that a creature becomes a god, because it is determined to do good, and deprived of that which he calls free will. The answer of Saint Basil has the same fault: God, would not have us to love him by constraint, and we ourselves do not think our servants well disposed to our service whilst. 66. We hold them in chains, but only when they obey us from their own free pleasure. What would Saint Basil have replied, if they had remonstrated to him, that in paradise God is loved and served perfectly well, and yet the blessed do not enjoy free will, and that they have not that fatal privilege of the power to commit sin? Must we therefore compare them to slaves? And again, what would he say to the righteous upon earth, who by the assistance of the divine grace love their heavenly Father, and perform good works? Does the grace of God reduce the faithful to the condition of slaves? It is evident then that without infringing the liberty of the creature, God could infallibly determine it to what is good, and therefore sin does not proceed from hence, that the Creator could not prevent it without destroying the free will of the creature, but we must look out for some other cause of it. Some have argued, that God permitted sin to manifest his wisdom, which shines more brightly by the disorders, which the wickedness of men produces every day, than it would have done in a state of innocence, but this is inconsistent with the ideas we have of the justice and goodness of God, and would be to compare the deity to a father, who should suffer his children to break their legs, on purpose to shew all the city his great skill in setting their broken bones. Many more reasons have been alleged for the permission of sin, but the best of them, that are not taken from the mysteries of our religion, may be opposed by others more specious and more agreeable to the ideas we have of order, and the difficulty concerning the origin of evil remains in natural as well as revealed religion, for which reason the fathers had the heathen philosophers to answer on this head, as well as the heretics that sprung from the church. Some of the pagans have made weighty objections against providence. That of Epicurus as to evil, is of great force. God, says he, is either willing to take away evil, and is not able, or he is able, and not willing, or else he is neither willing nor able, or he is both willing and able. If he is willing and not able, he is weak, which can't be said of God. If he is able and not willing, he is envious, which is equally absurd to say. If he is neither willing nor able, he is both weak and envious, and if he is both willing and able, which is the only 67 thing of the four that can be said of God, then whence comes evil? This concerns not moral evil, but, if it did, the argument would be still more perplexing. Lactantius answers, 39 that God is able, but not willing to take away evil, without being envious for all that, for the reason, says he, why God takes not away evil, is, because it gives us wisdom, and at the same time more good, and more pleasure in that wisdom, than there is trouble in evil. It is through wisdom we know God, and through that knowledge we gain immortality, which is the highest good, so that unless we first know evil, we can never attain to the knowledge of good. But this Epicurus sees not, nor any other, that if evil be taken away, wisdom is taken away. In like manner, and there remain in men no footsteps of virtue, the essence of which consists in bearing and overcoming the bitterness of evil. Thus for a small space we should be without evil, we should be destitute of the greatest and real good that belongs to us. This answer of Lactantius is not only pitiful and weak, but full of errors, and perhaps heresies. It supposes, that God must produce evil, because otherwise he would not be able to communicate either wisdom or virtue, or the knowledge of what is good. It overthrows all that divines tell us about the happiness of paradise, and the state of innocence. Are we not told, that Adam and Eve in this happy state felt, without any mixture of uneasiness, all the pleasures which that delicious and charming place the Garden of Eden, where God placed them, could afford them? Besides, do not all Christians take it for granted, that, if they had not sinned, they and all their posterity should have enjoyed this happiness without being subject either to diseases or troubles, and that neither the elements nor animals had ever done them any harm? It was their sin that exposed them to cold and heat, to hunger and thirst, to pain and sorrow, and to the mischiefs, which certain beasts do to us. It is so far from being true, that virtue and wisdom cannot belong to a man without physical evil, as Lactantius affirms, that on the contrary it must be maintained that man has been subject to this evil only, because he renounced virtue and wisdom. The Stoics, who denied that God could ever be angry, had committed the same fault as Lactantius and maintained the usefulness of vice, without 40. Which, they said, there could have been no virtue. But see how soul. 68. Idly they were refuted by Plutarch. Is there 41 then, says he, no good among the gods, because there is no evil? And when Jupiter, having resolved all matter into himself, shall be Alpne, off her differences being taken away, will there then be no good, because there is no evil? But is it true, that there is melody in a choir, though none in it sing faultily, and health in the body, though no member is sick, and cannot virtue have its existence without vice? I wonder they do not say, that the consumption was made for the sound constitution of men's bodies, and the gout for the swiftness of their feet, and that Achilles would not have had a good head of hair, if their sides had not been bald, for what difference is there between such triflers and ravers, and those, who say, that intemperance was brought forth not unprofitably for continence, nor injustice for justice, that so we may pray to the gods there may be always wickedness? The argument of Epicurus, without the help of revealed religion, is not to be answered by any other system, but that of the two principles, which immediately clears that and all other difficulties concerning the arena of evil. How strange and deplorable is the fate of human reason, that the worst of heretics, nay the heathens themselves, should with an hypothesis altogether absurd and contradictory, be able to explain, what we experience, 100 times better than orthodox Christians do with a supposition so just, so necessary and so true, of one first principle, which is infinitely good and almighty. This doctrine of two principles, which is now known by the name of Manichaeism, has often violently disturbed the peace of the Church. It settled in several provinces of the empire, and some of the Marcionites were so zealous for this impiety, as to die for it, which made them boast of having had many martyrs. 42 Saint Augustine, among others, before he was converted by Saint Ambrose, had embraced this heresy, and maintained most of the doctrines of it with great fervency. The Polychians, the Carpocritians, the Gnostics, and several other sects of heretics among the Christians, were all of this opinion, but the doctrine itself had not its rise from Christianity, and was much older. It is 43 impossible, says Plutarch in his treatise of Isis and Osiris, that one cause alone, whether good or bad, should be the principle of all things together, and having given several 69 reasons and instances to prove his assertion, he adds, for nothing can be without a preceding cause, and what is good in itself can never be the cause of evil, nature therefore must have a principle, from which evil proceeds as its cause and principle, as well as another from which good proceeds. 'Tis the opinion of the greatest part, and the wisest among the ancients, for some think there are two gods of different professions, the one the author of all good, the other of all evil. Pythagoras and Plato held the same false tenet, but the first, who is known to have broached this doctrine, was Zoroaster, king of the Bactrians. The good principle he called 44 Oromazes, the other Arimaneus. He passed likewise for the first 45 inventor of magic. This Zoroaster lived above 800 years before the Trojan War, and has made himself one of the most famous men in the world. There are learned men 47 who affirm, that there remain some of the sect in the Indies, and other parts of Asia, to this day. In Europe and Asia the doctrine of two co-eternal principles has not been maintained for many ages, though a Manichaean nowadays would be more formidable than ever, and there is hardly an argument, that in the controversy about free will and predestination has been made use of these two last centuries, but what would strengthen his system, was nothing but humane reason admitted of to judge by. Revealed religion therefore, the Old and New Testament, are only capable of cutting this Gordian knot, for it is as great an absurdity to suppose the Supreme Being to be destitute of infinite power and knowledge, as it is to make him cruel and tyrannical to the last extremity. but it is yet more unaccountable than either, that men should be willing to give up a considerable part of God's knowledge and power, when they must necessarily see, that even by their own scheme they cannot clear the attributes they contend for, and which to preserve they are so ready to sacrifice any other. The Socinians, to extricate themselves from this difficulty, deny the 48 creation out of nothing. They look for the origin of evil into matter itself, which they say is uncreated and eternal. But God has 70. Modified matter, endued it with motion, and made a world of it. If he could not destroy or root out these evil particles, he has at least so well disposed of them as not to interfere with the design of his workmanship. Or else is the universe full of faults? Have they met with any flaws in it? Let them behold the firmament and celestial bodies, consider well the vastness of their magnitudes as well as numbers, the rapidity of their motion, and the stability of that order, by which they perform their different and unequal courses with so much steadiness and harmony. The laws of motion are not more changeable or irregular here below, nor are the various forms we see it shape matter into on earth, less stupendous than what we see above, so that let matter have been either created or not, and as independent as they please, it is certain, that to make it what it is, and bring it into this fabric, must have required a power and a wisdom so infinite, and so vastly transcending all imagination, that nothing but ignorance and stupidity can save a man from falling into ecstasies of admiration, whenever he ventures to think of it. Order then and 49 beauty are conspicuous in everything without us, and the least part of the universe bespeaks a God for its author. The only slur on all the divine works is to be found in man. In that lump of earth, from which omnipotent wisdom chose to form the most perfect of his labors, the particles of evil, that had been pliable in all the rest, were so stubborn and refractory as to elude all the skill and power of the great architect. Here they remained in such a force and condition, that they were able to pervert and turn to evil a virtuous and innocent, a rational, a knowing, and well-instructed being. What miserable shifts men will make to complement their own understanding! God would have remedied this, but was not able. But if God had had a preservative, that would effectually have prevented this mischief, is it agreeable to the notions we have of infinite goodness, that he would not have given it to man? Yet this is the case, they can't deny, but that God might have assisted our first parents with his grace, yet it is plain that he did not, could not. The fatal present of free will, which God had given him been recall. D. 71. On such an emergency, would a good mother who had given leave to her daughters to go to a ball, not revoke that leave, if she was sure, that they would yield to enticement and lose their honor? Or if she had an infallible preservative against all temptations, that was likewise extremely delightful to all that made use of it, would she ever send her daughters to this ball without it? The only thing they have left to answer is, that God would have assisted them with his grace, if he had known what would have happened, but that it is impossible to foresee events that depend upon contingencies. But even this is a poor refuge. Let us carry on the same comparison a little further. If that mother should go to this ball, and through a window should see and understand, that one of her daughters defends herself but weakly in the corner of a chamber, against the solicitations of a crafty deceiver, if, even when she sees, that her daughter is but one step from yielding to the desires of the tempter, she should not go then to assist her and deliver her from the snare, would the world still count her a good mother? This is a representation of the conduct which the Socinians attribute to God. 50. They cannot say, that he knew the sin of the first man, but as a possible event, he knew all the particulars of the temptation, and he must needs have known a moment before Eve yielded, that she was going to destroy herself, for they don't deny, but that God knew all the thoughts of Eve. He did therefore suffer her to sin, and this he did at the same time, when he foresaw that she would certainly sin. The sin of Adam was yet more certainly foreseen, for the example of Eve gave some light the better to foresee the fall of Adam. If God had purposed to preserve man and his innocency, and to prevent all the miseries which were to be the consequence of sin, would he not at least have fortified the husband after the wife had fallen? Would he not have given him another wife sound and perfect, instead of that which was seduced? It is evident therefore, that the Socinian system, by depriving God of prescience, reduces him to slavery and a pitiful form of government, and does not remove the grand difficulty, which it should remove, and which forces these heretics to deny the foreknowledge of contingent events. 72. A predestinarian likewise labors to as little purpose, who, by philosophical reasons, endeavors to make good his doctrine, and by dint of argument pretends to clear it from the difficulties it is liable to. When it is objected to him, that his system is necessarily attended with this consequence, therefore God is the author of sin, he ought to drop philosophy, and run to his Bible, for here the light of nature will not serve him, but to render the charge against him the more evident, the more he wrangles, if he has an able antagonist. The best answer he can make is this: I see as well as you the connection of my principle with that consequence, and my reason, that sees it, does not afford me a sufficient knowledge to make me understand how I am mistaken in seeing it. Nevertheless I am fully persuaded, that God finds in the infinite treasures of his power and wisdom, a certain and most infallible way of breaking that connection, though it be unknown to me, and exceeds the extent of my knowledge. This ought to be the answer of a predestinarian. But, as we can follow no better guides than the apostles themselves, let us examine how St. Paul has behaved himself in this important matter. He establishes absolute predestination in the plainest and concisest manner. He hath mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he will he hardeneth. Upon this the apostle, who knew very well what would naturally be objected against such a doctrine, starts the difficulty himself. Thou wilt say then unto me, why does he yet find fault? For who has resisted his will? No Molinist, nor the most acute philosopher of the Socinians could have said anything to push the objection further. And neither St. Austin, Luther, Calvin, or any of the Thomists or Jansenists have ever said anything, from which more occasion may be taken to conclude, that God will have men to commit sin. Which will still be more evident, if we observe, that just before the apostle had put us in mind of the transactions between Moses and Pharaoh, where we meet with the most remarkable instance of the divine sovereignty, that is anywhere extant, as had it been to hinder us from making any faint and evasive construction of what he meant by hardening. God we know had first hardened the heart of Pharaoh against all the threatenings and miracles of Moses, and afterwards punished him for disobedience. A conduct did. 73. Rectly opposite to all our humane notions of justice and goodness. I take notice of this to demonstrate how remote the apostle's thoughts seem to have been from mollifying the expression, or denying the fact. All the solution he gives to the objection proposed, is the sovereign power of God, and the right the Creator has to dispose of his creatures as it seems good to him. Nay, but O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? This the apostle insists upon, and in the next verse repeats the substance of it over again in a comparison, the most adapted to inspire us with humility and resignation. 51. St. Paul, inspired as he was, does not pretend, that he is able to account for it any other way. He is at a loss himself, the great apostle of the Gentiles, in whom humane learning was joined with divine inspiration. Mind the philosophy he makes use of, oh the depth and the riches both of the wisdom and knowledge of God / how unsearchable are his judgments, and his ways past finding out. This ought to put an end to all disputes, and impose a profound silence on our reason. The subtlest logician, or most learned theologist after this can have no more claim or color to be dogmatical on this head than the simplest shepherd, or the most illiterate plowman, for in point of penetration into the revealed will of God, one will not ask leave to affirm, that the superiority which the ablest divine has over the meanest peasant, is much less than what St. Paul would have had over the ablest divine the world has had to boast of since the time of the apostles. Must not both parties blush, when they pretend to teach with clearness what was a mystery to St. Paul? as it is superstition to forge and multiply mysteries without necessity, and where, by a just interpretation, matters may be made intelligible to us, so not to allow things to be mysterious, when the Word of God expressly teaches us, that they are such, is no less than renouncing Christianity. The Carpocrisians 52 stand accused of having plucked the image of Aristotle next to that of Jesus Christ, and paid equal adoration to both. If the impiety of these heretics seems strange, what must we say to those, who pretend to a profound veneration for a religion altogether built upon mysteries, and at the same time refuse to admit of anything which they cannot plainly apprehend by the light of nature? 74. Let me advise those idolaters of humane understanding, not to forget humanity on another account, and once begin to think of charity and toleration. The impossibility is of reconciling either the system of predestination, or that of free will, to all the necessary attributes of God, ought, if not to unite men, at least make them desist from quarreling, and taxing one another with teaching of impious things and horrid blasphemies. Those who are against toleration of either side, might be bore with, if they could clearly prove their opinion, and answer all objections after a convincing manner, but that men should anathematize, banish, and hang those that dissent from them, though their best solution is God's incomprehensibility, is a thing altogether inexcusable. 53. I shall leave this subject with what is not common among divines. Of different opinions, a bright example of moderation and humanity, which it is the interest of every country, all clergymen should follow. Melanchthon was the head of the Synergists, 54, a sect of German divines in the 16th century, who thinking, that Luther's hypothesis about free will was too harsh, taught, that men are not converted by God's grace, without the concourse of their will. Everybody knows how absolute a predestinarian Calvin was, and what clamours were raised against him on this head, that he was represented as having broached the most monstrous doctrine, and made God the author of sin in the most execrable manner. Yet Melanchthon had a sincere value and 55 friendship for Calvin, and wrote in defense of him on several occasions. He knew, that that great man abhorred the impieties that were laid to his charge, and that in none of his works he had ever ascribed anything to God, but what was just and holy, but well, that he had taught, that the conduct of God surpassing finite capacities, was not too narrowly to be pried into, that his judgments are a mysterious abyss we ought not to meddle with, and that his ways are incomprehensible. This Melanchthon demonstrated to the other's enemies, always extolling the piety and good intention of Calvin, notwithstanding the disagreement of their opinions. Calvin believed, that the supreme empire of God, and the rights of a providence worthy of the infinite being, required an absolute. 75. Predestination. Melanchthon believed that the goodness, holiness, and justice of the supreme being required we should be free in our actions. These were their principles. Both aimed at the same thing, the greatest glory of God. The candid Melanchthon being convinced of this, as well as the difficulty and inexplicableness of the matter they differed about, was always ready to do Calvin justice, admired his vast parts and erudition, and owned him for his fellow laborer in the ministry of the gospel. Ft. Chap. 6. Of the Church. As no civilized nation ever was without religion, so divine worship has always been accounted the business of all mankind, and a duty in which the meanest, as well as the highest, from the prince to the beggar, are equally concerned. This, and the respect due to the deity to be adored, have been the reason that the edifices set apart for a general worship, were always not only spacious, but as soon as man could raise them, likewise fine and stately structures. As this must make the building of them very expensive, they are generally raised at the public cost, and therefore temples are national, and only made use of to celebrate that worship, that belongs to the national religion, which the government, and the generality of a country profess. All the world takes delight more or less in excellency and beauty, every one judging according to his taste and capacity, and the greatest part of the multitude have nothing to boast of their own, that exceeds mediocrity, For this reason, the common people are fond of everything that belongs to the public, which is praiseworthy. Here everybody counts himself a sharer. When one nation beats another in battle, the whole country rejoice. Those who stayed at home are as proud of the victory as the conquerors themselves, and a man that is bedrid imagines to have a part in the honor of the day. This consideration may furnish us with the reason, why the poorest people, who, generally speaking, have no extraordinary dwellings to brag of, should have such an excessive value for their temples abstract from religion. Men don't stand calculating what proportion their persons bear to the whole, it is sufficient that they are sharers, and what is 77. 78. Public. All members of the society have the liberty of calling their own, and no human creature can be so abject in a country, but he may have the pleasure of saying, our army, our fleet, our government, our funds. It is likewise observed, that the love and value which from this notable propriety men conceive for things, that belong to the whole society, are greater or lesser, according as those things are either soon perishable or more lasting. One storm destroys a whole fleet, an army is often disbanded in a day, and the public treasure may soon be squandered away or exhausted by necessity, but strong edifices, such as temples and halls, remain for many generations. As great lovers as men are of novelty, they look upon it as a weakness, and all have a great veneration for things not easily alterable, and such as are known to have been of great duration. It has been sufficiently shown in the foregoing chapters, that inward religion and spiritual devotion are not what the multitude was ever much affected with. They must have something more gross that employs their senses, and therefore whenever we would speak to the vulgar pathetically about religion, we make use of the words altar and temple, things that are visible, or else strictly speaking, religion itself, especially the Christian, has nothing to do with temples, or any building, and therefore our Savior and his apostles preach and taught in private houses, or, when their followers were more numerous, in the open air. They would invade nobody's right, and to shew, that neither great numbers, nor stately structures were of any consideration as to godliness, Christ told his disciples, that where 2 or 3 were gathered together in his name, he would be among them. The assembly then of the faithful among Christians, whether they met in a room or a desart, were, in the time of the apostles, called churches, and all that believed in Christ, wheresoever dispersed, were counted members of his universal church. As afterwards they increased in numbers, and were favored or tolerat by the governors they lived under, the Christians built many meeting houses, which, from the assemblies that met there, were in tract of time called churches. The same name was bestowed on some of the heathen temples, as soon as the pagans were turned out, and the Christians were possessed of them, and at all changes in govern. 79. Meant, or public worship. The priests in favor all the world over, as well as in the Roman Empire, always took care of the temples and their appurtenances. The first church dedicated to St. Paul in England, was originally a pagan temple, built to the honor of Diana, and the chief mosque now in Constantinople was a Christian church consecrated to Saint Sophia. Those who are but in the least acquainted with the history of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries, cannot be ignorant how often the Christian and heathen priests drove out one another by turns, according as the religion of the one or the other prevailed, sometimes with cruel persecution, and sometimes with tolerable moderation, according to the temper of the emperor or his favorites, and must know that the Christian clergy were as intriguing as other priests, nor less industrious to promote their temporal interest, and that as soon as it was in their power, they encouraged the building of churches, some of them not inferior to the most magnificent pagan temples, of which at last they kept for their own use, out of prudence, those that had not been demolished out of zeal. From what I have hinted already we may see, that when the name of the church is given to a temple, the edifice itself erected for divine worship, is done by a figurative way of speaking, but otherwise, that the word in the plainest as well as most charitable acceptation signifies all that believe in Christ, of what sect or persuasion soever, and includes the laity as well as the clergy. This is undeniable, yet there is hardly a clergyman that will subscribe to it without exception. The ambition, envy, and revengeful spirit of some, together with the vainglory, folly, and impiety of others, have made such feuds and distractions, rise such dissensions and real animosities among the several flocks that have been intrusted to them, that the piety, wisdom, eloquence, and all the other great abilities of the rest have not been able to prevent to this hour, that Christians should refuse to allow those, that differ from them in opinion, to belong to Christ, and every sect pretends to be of the true church, whilst all the rest are antichrist, schismatics, or heretics. 80. What is generally understood by the church in every country, is that religion the government pretends to maintain, and of which the clergy are in possession of the national poundherges, and their revenues, and here the word includes church government with all the rites and ceremonies, as well as privileges and immunities the clergy can claim by law. In this sense the church varies in every country, and there are not two alike in all Christendom. So both in France and Spain the religion is Roman Catholic, but in France they have no Inquisition, differ from the other in church government, and are not so slavishly subject to the Pope. At Venice again, they have an Inquisition as well as in Spain, but a noble Venetian is always to be present at all their transactions, and when he leaves them they are no court, which alters the nature of the thing itself. In England the religion is Protestant and Episcopal, the same may be said of some Lutherans, yet the churches are vastly different, as well in doctrine as ceremonies and government. When church signifies religion, as such a one is of the Church of England, it includes both clergy and laity, but, when there is spoke of the government and authority of the church, nothing is understood but the clergy alone, for the laity has nothing to do there, but to obey. When indeed the interest of the church is mentioned, the word is more comprehensive, and takes in besides the clergy, all those that are well-wishers to their temporal welfare and authority, whether they belong to the same communion or not. So Louis the XLVTH has been looked upon as the greatest friend of the Church of England by many of her clergy, several popes have been in the Protestant interest, and the Grand Turk has more than once been defender of the faith of the injured churches in Transylvania. For want of understanding these various acceptations of the word church, men have often been guilty of impiety, and laid that to the charge of a holy religion, what has been altogether owing to priestcraft. The Church of Christ, as it signifies religion, was propagated after a miraculous manner, by mean illiterate men, who by preaching up meekness, patience, obedience to the civil magistrate, and an entire resignation to the will of God, gained multitudes of 81 souls without the assistance of the secular power, or any other arms or compulsion whatever, men who recommended everywhere peace, union, and charity, and despising all worldly interest, ventured and laid down their lives for the welfare of others. But the Church of Christ, as it signifies the extent of jurisdiction, the temporal interest and authority of the clergy that profess Christianity, has been propagated by quite contrary means. They differ and quarreled together in the 1st century, persecuted one another in the 2nd, and as soon as it was in their power, and they had insinuated themselves in the favor of princes, they made use of worldly honor and riches, and other artifices to draw men to the church, whilst those, who refused to be of their opinion, were with the help of the government compelled to it by main force without any miracle at all. If the word church always signified, or but implied religion, the most profligate wretches could never be the greatest sticklers for it, yet this we may observe in almost every nation. Some content themselves with swearing, drinking, and telling lies for the church, but others more zealous perjure themselves, raise rebellion, murder their princes, betray, burn, and destroy their country for the sake of it. To account for this odd turn of the mind in human creatures, I must desire my reader to look back on what has been said. Page 18 and 19. As none hardly of the multitude are so ignorant, or so wicked as not to have a notion of virtue and vice, heaven and hell, at least a confessed one, So at one time or other they are troubled with remorses, they have dreads and perplexities, which are the reason that many of them when they find themselves wholly swallow d. up in sensuality, and utterly incapable of performing any kind of religious duties, seeking relief like drowning men, take hold of a straw, and are so stupid, as to imagine that to have an affection for the church, the edifice itself, or the name of it, the habit of a clergyman, or anything still more remote from, and yet in their opinion belonging to religion, will make some atonement for all their transgressions. It comforts them in their anxiety, and makes them easy, and it is this, that often makes the most abandoned in a nation so zealous for the church, without ever going into it. For, whoever 82. rightly considers the force of this superstitious awe, and adds to it the reason I mentioned in the beginning of this chapter, will easily perceive, that both joined together must in carat multitudes render the esteem, the veneration, and the fondness for the church as excessive, as without that consideration it is unaccountable. Those, who dissent from the national church, or rather refuse to comply with the rites and ceremonies of it, are by their teachers continually set against it, they are told of all the abuses of it, which none can be without, and from their infancy generally they are encouraged to despise, and in time, according as their anti-zeal is worked to a pitch, perhaps brought mortally to hate it. The consciousness of this aversion to the church has the same effect upon the minds of many, that the affection for it has upon others, but notwithstanding this hatred and contempt some may artfully be inspired with against the church, the vulgar are never better pleased than when they are possessed of the national churches. In all countries, where there are religious quarrels, those who hated the very name, whilst they were kept out of them, are soon reconciled to them, if upon any turn in the public worship they get the better of their adversaries. There is a kind of magic in a fine church, that bewitches the mob, they look upon it as a rampart against hell and the devil, they rely upon it at all events, and seem to imagine, that their veneration for it, and consequently their hatred to them that speak against it, is an absolution from sin, and a security to be wicked with impunity. That I have dwelled so long on this head ought to seem excusable to all, who consider, that this frailty of the vulgar has been the solid foundation, on which have been built all the splendor and temporal authority, not only of the pagan churches, but likewise the Mahometan and that of Rome. The next to be admired are the unconceivable industry, and heroism of the Christian clergy, who from the most barren soil have made the fattest land in the world. One cannot reflect without amazement on the inexhaustible treasure actually in possession of, and the boundless power in temporals claimed by the successors of the apostles, and yet nothing in nature can seem less capable of yielding such a product than the gospel. To illustrate what I mean by the heroism of the clergy, I shall give some few instances of it from the multitude which history abounds with. 83. 'Tis a difficult task to control great men and favorites of princes, and always hazardous to rebuke the mighty, yet the daring Saint Ambrose 56 opposed the emperor himself. As Theodosius was coming to church at Milan, that gallant bishop stopped him, and made him do penance with all humility, before he would suffer him to enter into it. To conceive rightly the danger, and consequently the bravery of this action, we ought to know, that such another attempt had been made once before at Antioch by Saint Babulus 57 with very ill success. Saint Chrysostom, though he was mistaken in the name 58 of the emperor, and the crime laid to his charge, has more than once displayed his usual eloquence in the praise of that martyr. The characteristics of Christianity have abundantly testified the divinity of our religion, and obedience to superiors, and the civil magistrate, with a peaceful disposition and charity to all men, so much recommended by the gospel, have ever been the surest means to propagate it, but the early zeal of churchmen has often looked upon them as slow ones, and their power has been raised by more active virtues than patience under persecution, and constancy in death. Christians have often been the aggressors, even when they were strangers and lived upon sufferance. In the time of Theodosius Jr., they enjoyed a full liberty of conscience in Persia, when Abdas, 59 A zealous bishop had the courage to pull down one of the temples where the Persians worship. D. The fire. The Magi made their complaints to the king, who sent for Abdas, and demanded no other satisfaction than the rebuilding of the temple. Abdas 60 refused with scorn, though that prince had declared to him, that in case of disobedience he would cause all the Christian churches to be pulled down, which he did, and was attended with a terrible persecution, in which the valiant Abdas fell the first martyr. The brave remainder of the faithful, that could escape the fury of the Persian priests, were not so dejected at their loss, but that, animated with the hopes of a noble revenge, they implored the assistance of the emperor, which kindling a long war 61 between the Romans and Persians, occasioned a second deluge of blood in vindication of the gospel. From these and other examples it is evident, that the Church has shown no less fortitude in attacking her enemies, and redressing mis. 84. Fortunes, than she has neglected to improve her successes. It is this restless application, by which she is arrived to that height of worldly glory and sovereignty. To put a crown on the head of a kneeling prince, and immediately with a foot to kick it down again, may be censored in a bishop as an action on such solemnities more familiar than polite, but it is an expressive emblem of supremacy, which nothing but treading on the necks of princes could exceed. Such ensigns of superlative grandeur everybody knows the Roman pontiffs have displayed, and hundreds more. Yet, what is most wonderful, all the temporals, the successors of Saint Peter, are possessed of, have been obstinately disputed, and inch by inch got from the laity, not accepting what they lay claim to by virtue of the donation of Constantine, which has been ridiculed even by Italian poets. Nothing is more diverting than to read the various and noble struggles the popes have had with the princes of Christendom. Till Gregory VII, with the utmost intrepidity, and equal has art and difficulties, established his superiority over their temporally. 'Tis that able and stately prelate, who in the midst of winter made an emperor 62 barefoot wait 63 unattended in a hall, fasting from morning till night, for 3 days together, before he would admit him to his presence, 64, and was the first, who undertook to deprive his lord and master of the imperial dignity. There is hardly an emperor to be named, who has opposed the Pope and has not been a sufferer at last, and it is incredible what indignities some princes have endured from them. The most valiant, the craftiest, and the most resolute have been overmatched by them. Henry IV of France, as great as he was forced to submit to the chastisement, 65, which whilst the fifth psalm was singing, Clement VIII, from his throne, inflicted by the stroke of a switch at each verse, on the persons of his proxies, as they lay kneeling and bending down their heads before him. The same ceremony, 66 it is said, was repeated more privately between the legate and his majesty's person. When the lustre of a church is once established, the homage, which is reckoned her due, ceases not to be paid to her even in adversity. Leo X, before his pontificate, when he was legate to Julius II, was in the army that was beaten by the French at Ravenna. Whilst he was a prisoner, Cardinal Pallavicini tells us. 67. 85. The conquering soldiers expressed so great a veneration for him, that they humbly begged pardon for their victory, beseeched him to give them absolution, and promised never more to bear arms against the Pope. This brings to mind another, but more noble example of the vast respect and submissive awe, which the very sight of a prelate and his pontifical ornaments have drawn, not from the children of the Church, but barbarians, cruel persecutors, and her greatest enemies. Attila, having 68 reduced Aquileia almost to ashes, ravaged from thence all upon his march, even to Pavia and Milan, and now he had made himself master of those two great cities, and treated them, as he had done the rest, laying them both in rubbish. So many dismal messages arriving upon the back of one another at Rome caused a great consternation. The Senate was assembled to deliberate 8. Whether the emperor should quit Italy, for to defend Rome against that innumerable multitude of barbarians seemed utterly impossible. Nothing at last was thought more advisable, than to send an honorable embassy to Attila, with the Pope at the head of it. Accordingly Leo I undauntedly went out in solemn pomp to meet him. The Goth was struck with the appearance, obeyed the priest, and retired instantly with his whole army in a panic fear. Attila was afterwards ashamed of his weakness, which to palliate he had invention enough, or others for him, to make a miraculous story of it, alleging, that, during the time Leo spoke, he saw a venerable old man stand by his side, who holding a naked sword in his hand threatened to kill him, unless he granted all the Pope desired. A pitiful excuse for a conqueror at the head of his army. The dreadful Attila, the scourge of God, the enemy to mankind, whose sight alone struck terror in the most undaunted, and whose very name made all the earth to tremble. In the next chapter I shall endeavor to prove, that the policies and worldly wisdom of the clergy have been employed as successfully for the temporal advancement of the Church, as their heroism, and with all these helps the raising of the Church to what it is from such a beginning ought still to be looked upon as the greatest achievement, that human strength has to boast of. 86. The pagans, whose religion was built upon poetry and fiction, had a wretched theology, that might be turned to any purpose, and the priests in their contrivances had no jade laurels, to cope with. In Mohammedanism there is more morality, and the notions of the deity are better, both which it is in all probability beholding for to the gospel. But then the whole religion seems contrived to engage the sensual and voluptuous. In the Alcoran itself many things are ludicrous and silly, and in several places there is left room for additions. But in the Christian religion all is grave and solid, every part of it is worthy of the most serious contemplation of a man that can and dares think freely and thoroughly. The idea it furnishes us with of the Godhead is sublime, and as incomprehensible as it should be. In the doctrine of Christ there are no worldly allurements to draw the vicious, and all his followers are tied down to the strictest morality. The whole aim of the gospel is divine, nothing can be construed from it to encourage priestcraft, or be serviceable to soothe any human passion, without doing the utmost violence to truth and good sense. And yet behold, what has been made of it? When we consider, that the holy founder of our religion commanded frugality, embraced poverty, disclaimed as well as contemned riches and earthly dominion, and told all mankind in express words, that his kingdom was not of this world. 69. When we consider this, I say, is it easily understood, which way, and on what foot those, who dare call themselves his vicars, should have made themselves in the face of the sun temporal princes, who live magnificently and luxuriously, and pretend by their function to be invested not only with holiness and absolute knowledge, but what the apostles never thought of, an unlimited jurisdiction, and general mastership over all things under heaven? They also suppose themselves the fountain of worldly honor, and bestow titles on sovereigns, or take them away at pleasure. That of most Christian King 70 Julius II, is said to have once been deliberating to deprive Louis XII of, and transferred it on our King Henry VIII. The Roman 11 Pontiff, says Alatius, one of the library keepers of the Vatican, holds of no body, he judges every body, and is judged by none. Obedience is to be paid to him although he governs unjustly. He 87. Gives laws without receiving any, he alters them as he pleases, he creates magistrates, determines matters of faith, he orders the great affairs of the Church as he pleases, he cannot err if he would, for no infidelity nor illusion can come near him, and if an angel should say otherwise, being stored as he is with the authority of Jesus Christ, he cannot change. What an extravagant power is this in human creatures! Yet it is demonstrable, that nothing is more adventitious, and altogether owing to fruitful invention, than the infallibility of the Pope. By testament the clergy cannot have it from the apostles, who owned, that they had doubts themselves, nor will any men imagine, that they have derived it from the Scriptures, when a Cardinal 72 writes in defense 73 of a controvertist, who asserted, that, was it not for the authority of the Church, he would pay no greater regard to the Bible, than he has for Aesop's fables / so that in the opinion of this clergyman the scriptures receive all their sanction from the church, and therefore not the church from the scriptures. This I think is reasoning consequentially, though at first view there may seem to be less weight than subtlety in the thought. But be this as it will, there is no Protestant that will not concur with me in what I have said, that may be displeasing to the church, if I only mean that of Rome, but he'll be very angry, and perhaps devour to have me punished by the law, should I apply any part of it to the church he belongs to, and which he believes to be that of Christ. It would be much the same, whether I did it in England, in Holland, or in Sweden, and it is not more surprising to see how vastly Protestants differ from one another, than it is to observe, how unanimously they agree in one thing with the church they sprung from, which is, that, to vindicate the religion they profess, besides their proofs from Scripture and the abilities of their divines, all desire to have the assistance of the secular power, and there is no sect of Protestants, where their opinion is uppermost, that is not as willing to make use of it on all occasions as the Papists themselves. In the religious disputes in Holland, it has been practiced long ago. The Grammarians incited the princes of Orange against the 88th Armenians, and made use of the civil power at the Synod of Dort, with little appearance of moderation. Other synods afterwards have been very zealous in setting the states against the Fusinians. Several of their books have been burnt, and their authors banished. In the time of Edward VI, Lascus and Microneus 74 were ministers of the Dutch Church at London. Being forced upon that king's death to leave England, they endeavoured to establish themselves and their flock in Denmark, but the Lutherans opposed it, and alleging that their doctrine stood condemned by the Confession of Augsburg, forced them to retire out of the kingdom in the midst of winter. Microneus some time after at Hamburg conferred with one Westphallus, a Danish divine, who immediately urged the consent of the Saxon churches as an invincible argument against the Calvinists. Microneus answered that if the truth of opinions was to be determined by the consent of churches, the papal cause would be triumphant. Westphallus replied that the Saxon churches were the Church of God, and when the other urged that the Church was not confined to any place, and that there was no Church but what might possibly err, as was allowed by Luther, he replied, that the import of Luther's words was not that the Church of Jesus Christ could be mistaken, but that the Popish Church might. Microneus forgot not to tell him, that the Holy Scripture is the sole rule of faith, and insisting upon this continually, he was plainly answered, it follows from your arguments, that His Danish Majesty and the Senate of our city, who have decreed against you, should be guilty of a great fault. Consider that you are condemned by a Dyet of Augsburg. It is plain what Westphallus would insinuate, and this we shall find throughout the world, that the national clergy in all countries endeavor to render it a crime against the state to speak or believe, how remote soever it be from it, what clashes with their system, and they cannot answer themselves. The arguments, by which all churches in power prove their divinity, when they appeal to the senses, have a near resemblance together. The heathens in the beginning of Christianity boasted of the antiquity of their religion, the vast extent of it, the victories that had been gained by the assistance of their gods, and the miracles that 89 had been wrought for them. These they said were things visible, and from so many excellencies, in which none came near them, they maintained that theirs was the true religion. The Church of New Rome, after 1500 years standing, has often made use of the same proofs ever since the Reformation, but not always with so much justice, as the pagans, in appearance. For as to victories, it is but 100 years ago, that on a fair account the balance would have been on the side of the Mahometans, and as to extent of dominion, the Christians are exceeded by the same Mahometans, though both of them together, in this article, cannot come up to the heathens, even at this day. For to divide the globe in 30 equal parts, by the best computation, 6 are reckoned to be Christian, 7 Mahometan, and all the rest pagan. Which communion of the Protestants ought to be called the true Church of Christ, a man may be sooner convinced of within, then he can demonstrate it to an adversary. But be the religion of a country what it will, it is always certain, that the greater the authority of the church is, the better the clergy are pleased, and it fails as seldom that, wherever it is excessive, the laity are slaves, and the government precarious, unless it be in the hands of the clergy themselves. Of this the state of the Church in Italy is a flagrant instance, for throughout the patrimony of St. Peter the priests are absolute masters, and have all the fat of the land. The churches are magnificent and crowded with treasure, but the laity are poor, and the common people in houses and furniture, diet and clothes, and all the other valuable comforts of life, the most miserable in Christendom, in the most happy soil and climate upon earth. During the happiness of the Jews, before they had kings, God ruled over them immediately without vicegerents, or else these are the fruits of a hierarchy, which all governments must degenerate into, where the state, unmindful of its own safety, takes not a sufficient care to guard itself both against the sly and bold encroachments of the Church, and either wants strength, skill, or resolution, to keep the clergy of all sorts in due bounds of obedience. Those, who consult history, or will but read Herodotus, or Diodorus Siculus, will be convinced, that I do not deceive my reader. 90. They will find that the Egyptian priesthood, being in ancient times the most numerous in the universe, had a third 75 part of the country in possession, and at last arrived to such a carrot freight, as in a manner to have swallowed up the state. That the Magi in Persia have actually changed the crown into a mitre 76 and had once a fair chance for the universal sway of the world. In the White/Ethiopian Empire likewise they'll find, that the authority of the landed hierarchy has been so exorbitant, that the priests usurped an arbitrary power over the lives of all the laity, their 77 kings not excepted. Dominion ever follows property, thus it has been, thus it will be. Manners and customs may change, but human nature is much the same in all ages, and I defy the most learned champion of the clergy, to produce from Adam, to this day, one single instance, of a nation of note, where the clergy had the deference paid to them, which the generality of them desire, and were suffered as much to aggrandize themselves as they pretended their religion required, for 50 years together, which upon due examination will not be found to have been enslaved by the Church before half that time was expired. On this head there is no difference between Protestants and Papists. Rigid Geneva itself affords us a remarkable instance. 78. Wherein a dispute between the Church and State, with warmth and obstinacy pursued on both sides, the clergy got the better of the government in a point of authority, and the magistrate was forced to yield, at the very beginning of the Reformation. Amongst those communions of Protestants, that never yet had any government, or national society of their sentiments, the teachers in general, I know, loudly exclaim against the pomp and temporal authority of the clergy, as many of them are men of worth and probity, so I doubt not, but their intentions may be honest, but I must desire such well-designing leaders not to boast too much of their maiden humility, before they have been tried. A woman may be conscious to herself, that she is chaste, though she never was asked to be otherwise, but she can claim no merit in having kept her virgin. If it never was in her choice to part with it. 79. What sect or persuasion of Christians has a better gospel to preach, or a more disinterested, and well-meaning principle to walk? 91. Than what the Church of Rome had her origin from. Wealth and power are tempting, they are snares to all manner of virtues, and the sincerest man alive cannot warrant for himself, or promise beforehand, what his behavior will be, when his circumstances shall cease to be the same. Chap. 7. Of the Church. The immortality of the soul, though it had been solidly asserted by Plato, and treated of by divers philosophers before him, yet it remained a disputable point among men of the greatest penetration many years after, but whatever sentiments men entertained of the soul's continuance after death, the notions they had of another life were either very confused, or very mean and fabulous before the light of the gospel appeared, and Christ was the first, who plainly taught men, that this world would be destroyed and succeeded by another, where, according as their behavior was in this life, they would be punished or rewarded forever. If we consider on the one hand the vast disproportion between the momentary duration of this life and eternity, and on the other that the joys of heaven prepared for the just, and the torments of hell to be endured by the wicked, shall both be so exquisite, as to exceed all imagination, in all which our Saviour likewise has fully instructed us, if we consider, I say, these things, we shall find, that no argument could be invented more cogent, to make men of sound reason to bear for so short a space with any sufferings, that might be serviceable to attain such a bliss, and reject all pleasures, that might lead to such miseries. The natural consequence, that ought to be expected from such a doctrine is, what the gospel exacts from us, the strictest morality with an absolute resignation to the will of God, yet it has been made subservient to every bad purpose, and all manner of wickedness. When once men were thoroughly persuaded of rewards and punishments in the world to come, the clergy left no stone unturned, to make them believe likewise, that the priests, as being the favorites of God, were the sole interpreters, as well as keepers of the sacred. 93. 94. Oracles, and every man's cause would be managed in heaven, according as they should accuse or intercede for them. If this they could compass, they knew very well, that mastery over every man's liberty as well as purse could not be disputed by them. Would sensual men, who bestow so much on their pleasures, not pay for the enjoyment of them with impunity, or the rich leave any passion ungratified, if they firmly believed, that money, though not parted with till after death, would atone for their sins? How shamefully the Church of Rome has played upon the superstition of the laity, and how little care at last they took to cover their avarice, is amazing. In the pontificate of Leo X, the ordinary revenues not being sufficient to feed the luxury of his court and Enric his sister likewise, great sums were raised by farming out indulgences, and other branches of the sacred funds, which made those who had advanced the money, set them off in such vast quantities, that in many places in Germany, says A.D. Chardin, the powers to release souls from purgatory were played for in taverns and eating houses. But as improvements are made in all crafts, the Mahometans have outdone the Roman priests in the way of insurance, if it be true what I have read, that the Prince of Bassorah sells places in Paradise, which in goodness shall answer what price their faithful are pleased to bestow, and at the payment of the money signs policies for them, that give great content. I shall say nothing of the sham miracles, and prodigies, voices pretended to come from heaven, saints and devils personated by friars, letters sent from the Virgin Mary herself, the counterfeiting of relics and the impudent multiplication of them, of all which so many instances now are known, that would have remained secrets if priests had never fallen out. I shall omit likewise the artifices used in exorcisms, murders committed, and other villainous pranks, that have been played between monks of different orders, to spoil one another's trade. The tricks and stratagems of cleric invention have been as vile as they are innumerable, and I care not to rake in that Augean stable, no Herculean labor will be ever able to clear it, because the forgeries of priests, when once received for truths, are almost immortal. They are monsters of stink and darkness, that may grow sick at the appear. 95. Ants of light, and faint away at the scent of knowledge, but seldom die, whilst they have a relation left to take care of them. St. Amable, who lived in the 5th century, is the patron of Riom, a city in Auvergne. It is reported of him, that going to Rome on foot, the sun waited on him as a servant, and carried his cloak and his gloves in the air like an umbrella, during the great heat, and kept off the rain from him in bad weather. The wiser sort of Roman Catholics have long ago rejected this as a fable, yet the tradition is accounted so certain in that country, that they seldom draw Saint Amable's picture, without his gloves and his cloak, being supported in the air by a sunbeam. How great an affront this story may seem to put on humane understanding, yet it was once swallowed as a fact, and whoever would reflect on the wit of the age, it was believed in. I desire he would not forget the modesty of those, who imposed it upon the people. 81. It is the common opinion, that the wars and devastations, occasioned by the frequent eruptions of the Goths and Vandals, introduced barbarism into Italy, and were the only cause of that profound ignorance, that so universally overspread the empire for several ages. But this is wronging the clergy, who thoroughly understanding their interest assisted the growth of it with so much application. Nothing was more obnoxious to all their enterprises, than the pagan philosophers as well as historians, and the good sense contained in their works. Knowledge is the bane of priestcraft, which made some prelates, as soon as it was in their power, behave themselves against all human literature, and everything belonging to arts and sciences, with an uncommon rage. They burned some of the best books, destroyed pictures of inestimable value, broke, mutilated, and defaced the finest pieces of sculpture, and made away with, or buried underground, the noblest remainders of antiquity. And once all the writings that were not the product of Christian authors are said to have been in danger of being committed to the flames by 182 of the greatest saints of the Church, I mean Gregory I, surnamed the Great, whose inveteracy against learning and paganism was so excessive, that he not only was angry with an Archbishop 83 of Vienna, for suffering grammar to be taught in his diocese, but studied to write bad Latin himself, and in one of his letters boasted, that he 96. Scorned to conform to the rule of grammar, not in anything to resemble a heathen. Fr. In pursuance of this refined policy, the clergy has refused to recede an inch from what had been gained on the credulity of the layman, and whoever attempted to undeceive the people, was always looked upon as a false brother, and rendered odious to the world. Whoever imagines from what he has read last, that I endeavor to make allusions to latter times, knows not my aim, for to point at particular persons is what I would avoid the most. I despise the very thoughts of a party man, and desire to touch no man's sore, but in order to heal it. What I now charge the clergy with in general, they have been guilty of before the middle of the 5th century, and above 10,000 times since. Before the age I speak of, the then Orthodox Church had begun to reap the fruits from the seed of ignorance she cultivated with so much care, and now among other dealings made a vast profit from her traffic in relics and the charity of devotees, that came to visit the shrines of the dead. Vigilantius, a Spanish priest, thought this an abuse, as well as the prayers for the dead, and taught the people, what any of the apostles would have justified, that no religious honor was due to the ashes of saints and martyrs. How this was relished by the Church, we may guess from the extravagant expressions, in which Saint Jerome vented his anger against him. In one place he calls him 84 Samaritan, Jew, filthy wretch, whose tongue ought to be cut out, and a furious monster, that ought to be bound. I know, says he in another, 85, what makes you write as you do. It is the unclean spirit, that dwells in you, who is tormented by, and therefore dreads to approach the dust of those holy sepulchres. Another piece of cleric policy is their sticking close, and obstinately adhering to their friends, whether good men or bad. The Church is a bountiful and indulging mother, that rewards well those, who really serve her, and connives at all faults in her children but disobedience and want of respect to herself. Whoever takes her part need not fear her anger, and the greatest profligate, if he'll promote her temporal interest, shall always command her good word. 97. What incense of praise has been formerly, and is yet bestowed on the first Christian emperor, as had he been the best of men, and yet it is manifest he was a wicked prince. I would not rely on the heathen. 86. Authors, who said, that Constantine, finding no ways to expiate the execrable murders he had been guilty of in the pagan religion, but finding some in the Christian, he forsook that of his ancestors, and made himself a Christian. This we'll say was a false accusation, but I can't help observing from it, that, whilst that emperor was alive, and all the world was acquainted with his actions, there could have been no room for this calumny had Constantine been a good man. Eusebius wrote his life, which is full of encomiums upon him, but leaves 87 out, that he had put to death his wife Fausta, and his own son Crispus, from no other motive but jealousy or revenge. In his chronicles indeed he relates it, but other fathers again have strove to stifle those facts, which everybody knew to be true. In refuting the heathen authors I spoke of before, Evagrius 88 had the courage plainly to deny them, so men had more caution, but being likewise unwilling to acknowledge them, he talks of something else, and only 89 proves, that Crispus and Fausta could not have been put to death but many years after Constantine had abjured the pagan religion. Cardinal Baronius justly blames the writers of ecclesiastical history, who have suppressed or endeavored to refute those matters of fact, and makes a heavy bustle about it, which that the reader may not wonder at in a cardinal, especially such a high-flying one, I must acquaint him, that he did it not for nothing, and only exposed the nakedness of the fathers, because he wanted it to support some traditions which are favorable to the See of 90 Rome. As the fathers, who laid the foundation of the temporal blessings of the Church praised their benefactors, so the sons have paid their acknowledgments to the fathers, and most of their lives, that have been written by modern divines, are rather panegyrics than histo. Rise. Hannibal had but one eye, yet a flattering limner painted him. With both, this Hannibal disliked, but was very well pleased with another, who drew him in profile, an ingenious way of hiding a man's blind side without offending truth. The generality of the clergy stand not upon such niceties, and scorn to be stinted in their comment. 98. Dachshunds, when they have a favourite of the church to paint, they'll draw him with 2 eyes, though all the world knows he has none. 91. Gregory the Great, as cruel a persecutor as he was of human wit, used more moderation in forcing men to the gospel, than was practised in those days. He likewise made 92 a great reform in the lives of the clergy, whose lewdness was excessive, punished their incontinence with rigour, and was very severe 93 against calumny. He undertook the conversion of this kingdom, and happily effected it by the monks he sent us under the conduct of Augustine their abbot. In the whole he is reckoned to have been a man of strict morals, and one of the best of popes. But how little virtue or piety are regarded, even by clergymen of good repute, when the interest of the Church is concerned, we shall learn from a shocking instance in the life of this great pontiff. The Emperor Maurus's army being revolted against him at the instigation of Phocas, marched towards Constantinople, and took it without any difficulty. The Emperor 94 was delivered to Phocas, who, by an unheard of cruelty, caused 5 little princes, Maurus's children, to be murdered in his presence, before their father's eyes. The nurse of the youngest had cunningly retrieved him from the massacre, and substituted her own in his place, but Maurice, who perceived it, caused his own child to be returned to the execution. Ers. Phocas no ways moved with so brave and generous an action, which melted all the assistants into tears, commanded this little innocent to be killed, and Maurice himself butchered upon the bodies of his 5 children. The eldest son of the emperor had a little before been sent into Persia, but being taken at Nicaea, was put to death, as were almost all the friends and relations of Maurice, and even the Empress Constantina, and her 3 daughters, contrary to the promise Phocas had made to the patriarch Syracus. There never was more innocent blood shed than in his reign, nor a more infamous 95 tyrant than Phocas, a deformed wretch, of a frightful aspect, without virtue, birth, honor, or merit. He was a drunkard, lascivious, void of humanity, and had all the ill qualities that may be set in opposition to those, which the historians have extremely 96 praised in Maurice. 99. As soon as it was known at Rome what had happened at Constantinople, and this monster was crowned there, our holy Pope sent congratulatory letters 97 to Phocas and Leontia his wife, wherein He rejoiced for his accession to the throne, as the greatest advantage that could have happened to the empire, speaking of the usurper in the most advantageous terms, as of an admirable prince, who would make it flourish again, and thanked God, that the world being delivered from so hard and uneasy a yoke, began to enjoy the sweets of liberty under his reign, without adding one syllable to express the least sorrow that Maurice and his children had suffered death. The end of this base flattery was, what excuses all faults, the interest of the Church. Maurice had declared for the Patriarch of Constantinople, in a dispute concerning superiority, the Pope overjoyed to be delivered from an emperor, who had favored the Patriarch of Constantinople, loaded this new prince with praises, to draw him over to his side. The excessive complaisance of this same saint to Queen Brunihailde of France, may serve as another evidence of the Church's small regard for truth, and adherence to her friends with an affection so unmovable, that no crimes nor impiety can shake it. This queen, as most historians say, was the most 98 wicked woman in the world, yet Saint Gregory bestowed upon her all the praises that can be given to the most perfect princess, and scrupled not to say in a very affirmative 99 manner, that France was, of all nations, the most happy, since they deserved such a queen endued with all sorts of virtues and good qualities. What occasioned his esteem for the worst of women was, that Brunihailde, in the midst of her heinous crimes, shewed an extraordinary 100 magnificence towards churchmen, and in her foundations of churches and convents, not forgetting to make a devout request for relics to the Holy Father. What Philip de Cummins says, 101 was answered to him in Italy, will not seem foreign to our purpose. In the Carthusian monastery at Pavia, lies the body of John Galeazzo, a great and wicked tyrant. Cummins, who went to see it, hearing one of the Carthusians that shooted him, call him saint, whispered him in the ear, and asked why he called him saint, when he might see painted about him the 100 arms of many towns he had usurped, and to which he had no right. The other answered him softly, in this country we call saints all who are our benefactors. As the worst of men, who would but promote or side with the temporal interest of the Church, have never failed of her highest commendations, so the best have never escaped her indignation and resentment, when they either opposed that interest, or found the least fault with the clergy, how justly or discreetly soever it was done. Of this there are as many proofs as there have been wise princes, that were no bigots to the clergy, or else the Reformation alone would convince us of it, when we reflect on the furious calumnies the Church of Rome, promiscuously attacking all sects, has belched out against the Protestants in general. This policy the Church has made use of early, when emperors were once become Christians. The clergy received such power and other worldly comfort from their authority, that they could not think of living without, and therefore lost all patience when Julian was advanced to the empire. They did and said against him everything that rage and hatred could inspire, and never speak of him to this day without the surname of apostate, to render him odious. Julian had been differently educated, as well at pagan as at Christian universities, and at one time he had heathens, and at another Christians for his tutors, but I never saw it proved, that he adhered to Christianity at a time he might with safety have refused it. It must be confessed that as soon as he was master of his choice, he made the worst, and unfortunately embraced paganism, because it was the religion of his ancestors. But let him be called heathen or apostate, or what the clergy pleases, to judge of him impartially from history, we must own, that he was a virtuous and gallant prince, endued with wit and humanity, and more steadiness and moderation than any of his Christian predecessors. In his letters he appears to have been a father to his people, and one of them I will have leave to insert here, which will make us perfectly well acquainted with the tolerating temper of that prince, and at the same time point at the real cause of the clergy's animosities against him. 101. Julian to the Bost Wrens. I should have 102 thought, indeed, that the Galilean leaders would have esteemed themselves more indebted to me than to him, who preceded me in the administration of the empire, for in his time many of them suffered exile, persecution, and imprisonment. Multitudes of those, whom in their religion they term heretics, were put to the sword, insomuch, that in Samosata, Cyzicum, Paphlagonia, Bithynia, Galatia, and many other countries, whole towns were levelled with the earth. The just reverse of this has been observed in my time. The exiles have been recalled and the proscribed restored to the lawful possessions of their estates, but to that height of fury and distraction are this people arrived, that being no longer allowed the privilege to tyrannize over one another, or persecute either their own sectaries, or the religious of the lawful church, they swell with rage, and leave no stone unturned, no opportunity unemployed, of raising tumult and sedition. So little regard have they to true piety, so little obedience to our laws and constitutions, however humane and tolerating. For still do we determine, and steadily resolve never to suffer one of them involuntarily to be drawn into our altars. As for the mere people indeed, they appear driven to these riots and seditions by those amongst them whom they call clerics, who are now enragged to find themselves restrained in the use of their former power, and intemperate rule. They can no longer act the magistrate, or civil judge, nor assume authority to make people's wills, supplant relations, possess themselves of other men's patrimonies, and, by specious pretenses, transfer all into their own possession. For this reason, I have thought fit, by this public edict, to forewarn the people of this sort, that they raise no more commotions, nor gather in a riotous manner about their seditious clerics, in defiance of the magistrate, who has been insulted, and in danger of being stoned by these incited rabbles. In their congregations they may notwithstanding assemble as they please. 102. And crowd about their leaders, performing worship, receiving doctrine, and praying according as they are by them taught and conduct. But if with any tendency to sedition legem quaere, how they hearken or give assent, and remember 'tis at their peril, if by these means they are secretly wrought up to mutiny and insurrection. Live therefore in peace and quietness, neither spitefully opposing or injuriously treating one another. You misguided people of the new way, beware on your side. And you of the ancient and established church, injure not your neighbors and fellow citizens, who are enthusiastically led away in ignorance and mistake, rather than with design or malice. 'Tis by discourse and reason, not by blows, insults or violence, that men are to be informed of truth, and convinced of error. Again therefore, and again I enjoin and charge the zealous followers of the true religion no way to injure, molest, or affront the Galilean people. These were the sentiments of this emperor, whom the clergy make such a monster, and whose very clemency they made a handle of for slander, complaining, that by his mildness and unlimited toleration he had done more prejudice to the church than others with persecution. He was a politic as well as honest prince, yet the clergy proved too hard for him, and never ceased plotting against him, till at last, to the great joy of the Orthodox, he was assassinated by one of his Christian soldiers. But if to this treachery we should give the name of religious zeal against a pagan, what excuse can the Church have for her violent hatred against her very pontiffs, whenever they have been men of probity, and endeavored to curb the licentiousness of the clergy? Hadrian VI was a prelate of vast learning and parts, of unquestionable morals, and exemplary frugality, and in short, one of the best popes that have filled the chair in these latter times. He was chose for his virtue, and the fame of his great abilities, 103 whilst he was absent, and wholly taken up with the government affairs of Spain. As soon as he began to act he was lampooned and despised, and in a little time made away with. Since that, they 103 have even reproached 104 him with stupidity, and want of taste, for the plainness of his diet, and his aversion to luxury. Would you know the reason of this anger and inveteracy? He took notice 105 of the wicked lives of the clergy, and would reform them. See here part of the instructions this Pope gave his nuncio to the diet of the Emperor, which was held at the beginning of the Reformation. You shall tell them, that we freely acknowledge, that God suffers this persecution by the Lutherans, brought upon his church for the sins of men, especially the priests and prelates of the church. The scriptures declare, that the sins of the people are derived from the sins of the priest, for which reason, as Saint Chrysostom tells us, our Saviour, willing to take care of the infirm city of Jerusalem, went into the temple to chastise the sins of the priests first, as a good physician, who cures the distemper from the root. We know that in this our Holy See for some years many abominations have been committed, abuses in things spiritual, excesses in ordinances, and that everything has been altered for the worse, and it is no wonder that if the disease from the head fell upon the members, from the popes to other inferior prelates, all we prelates, viz. Ecclesiastics, have declined every one to his own ways, and this great while there has not been any that has done well, not so much as one. 106. A Protestant writer imagines, that the cardinals so strongly resented this pope's dishonouring of the Church of Rome, and his burning a man for the crime of bestiality, that they 107 shortened his life. How little goodness itself, and the essentials of Christianity are thought to be required in the head of the Church, we may learn from those who pretend best to understand her interest. Innocent XI dreaded the exorbitant power and ambition of Louis XIV, and opposed the prosperity of France, as much as any Protestant prince, which made that nation very angry with him. Hear the sally of one of them, who heard somebody praise the piety and moral severity of that Pope in the year 1689. The greatness and majesty, said he, of the Catholic Church, require a head not endowed with the virtues of a priest, but with the talents of a cunning politician. They require a 104 head, who has the courage to damn himself for the good and increase of his dominions. That is the way to perform the office of a good shepherd, who gives his life for his sheep. A scrupulous and devout pope, like good Adrian the With, is only fit to let the temporals of the Church perish, which are so advantageous for the maintenance of the spirituals. This Frenchman was partial, or else he would have found, Innocent had no piety that made him neglectful of his interest, and considered, that the court of Rome is no less concerned than the others in maintaining a balance of power in Christendom. And had that Pope assisted the Turk against Germany, he would have commended him for acting against the Roman Catholic religion to maintain the power of the Roman Catholic Church. Sixtus the VTH, did the same against Spain in favor of England and Holland, and it is not improbable what Leti relates of him, 108, that he kept a secret correspondence with the Queen Elizabeth to the prejudice of the King of Spain, notwithstanding the bulls of excommunication he thundered out against her. His politics were just. 'Tis a less disadvantage to the Pope not to be acknowledged either in Holland or England, than if by such an acknowledgment any Catholic prince should be enabled to obtain all his demands at Rome, either by fair or foul means. This ought not to be looked upon as digression in a man, who endeavors to demonstrate the difference between religion and the Church. I have shown by it, that whoever will be but mindful of the one shall have the clergy's leave to be as careless of the other as he pleases. The Athenians, having been intent on nothing but religion for some time, were bid to take care not to mind heaven so much as to lose the earth. I have often thought that this would be a needless caution to the clergy, who all make sure of their power on earth. First, whatever becomes of their interest in heaven. Everybody does not know that good popes are suppositoried to be wicked, of course, and that the Church itself has but a slender opinion of their salvation. Yet, it is true, if you'll believe Bellarmine. The popes, says he, are so far from deserving to be canonized, that they can hardly keep themselves from hell. If the authority of a cardinal be not sufficient, I can back it with infallibility from the words of Marcellus II, who one day cried out at table 109, I do not see, how those, that are seated in St. Peter's chair, can be saved. 105. Among the politics of the Church, pious frauds ought not to be forgot. I speak not of the petty inventions of monks, and little priests to raise devotion for their own ends, but substantial calumnies raised by the fathers with the greatest air of sincerity. The pagans, I have said before, had a wretched theology, and no man could have wished for a more inconsistent system to oppose, than their religion, yet the fathers were not contented without making it worse by false accusations than it was. The floral games were celebrated after a scandalous manner with odious obscenities. 110 This is undeniable, but it is not true what Lactantius says, that they were instituted by a courtesan, called Flora, who grown rich by her trade, left the Roman people her heir, and ordered that the revenue of a certain fund, she specified should he employ to celebrate her birthday. Neither is it true, what he adds, that the Senate endeavored to hide from the public the rise of so infamous a custom, that accordingly, taking advantage of the name of this courtesan, they pretended that Flora was the goddess of flowers, and, that in order to have a good harvest, it was necessary to honor that goddess every year, and to make her propitious. In the first place, the worship of Flora was instituted in Rome, 111 by Tatius and Romulus, his colleague, and divine honors had been paid to this goddess by the Sabines before the building of Rome. In the second, those games were for a considerable time only celebrated as the intemperature of the seasons required it, or the books of the Sibyls enjoined it, and not every year, 113 before the year of Rome, 580, and then, the irregularity of the spring having proved very detrimental, a decree was made to have them exhibited yearly. From all which it is evident, that the superstition of the pagans to the goddess of flowers was no pretence but a reality. Lastly, the fund, 112 to defray the charges of the floral games, was the money accruing from the fines of those, who had appropriated to themselves such lands as belonged to the Republic, and not anything left by a common woman. Vossius and others have taken notice of this slander, and the first cautions us not to adopt for truth whatever the fathers have writ against the Gentiles. A man may relate a falsehood by mistake without any intention to deceive. This is pardonable, but the fathers did it 106. Often wilfully, and what is worse boasted of it, when they had done, as if either strength or deceit, and everything bad been fair against a heathen. Saint Jerome, carried away by the violence of this prejudice, has not scrupled to tell 114 that the fathers were obliged to say not what they thought, but everything requisite to refute what the heathens believed. He endeavors to vindicate them by St. Paul's examples, but Blondel 115 has taken him up for it as he deserved. No such conduct can be proved upon any of the apostles, and truth needs not the aid, nay scorns, the support of falsehood. It is a vulgar notion, that after the coming of Christ, or at least upon the preaching of the gospel, all the pagan oracles immediately ceased. What father or priest was the author of it I know not. But it is manifest, that in the reign of Constantius, the son of Constantine the Great, the oracle of the god Besa, subsisted still at Abydos, a city of Egypt, famous upon many accounts. The evidence to prove this is remarkable. The emperor then on the throne, was 116 Asispi. Caius, credulous prince, of a mean genius, and being informed that divers people went to consult this 117 oracle concerning his life, and the name of the person, who should succeed him, he was in a great rage, and dispatched away a commission presently to try the guilty, which caused many disorders, and made greater noise. That there were other oracles besides, remaining long after the first planting of Christianity, we may learn from Pausanias, LLS. Who affirms, that in his time there was no oracle so true as that of Amphilochus, which was at Malus in Cilicia, from which it is to be suppository that there were several others. Plutarch likewise tells us, that 119. This oracle of Amphilochus was famous and flourished in his days. As I have reason to fear more severe censures than others, so I must take precautions, which otherwise would be needless. When I speak of oracles remaining after the coming of Christ, I have no design to vindicate them, I mean only, that they subsisted, as they had done before, by the juggle and artifice of the priests who had the profit of them, and it is my real sentiment, that they would not have ceased to this day, if people had not ceased to believe in them. I know. It is the opinion of many, that the devil, whom his advocates will have to understand futurity, was at the bottom of all these oracles. 107. But I confess, I do not think he was concerned in them any further, than we make him in our indictments of felons. None can work miracles but God, and those to whom he immediately delegates his power, and that this power ever was employed in favor of idolatry, though a worthy divine of our church seems to insinuate it, I believe not. What I mean is this: Brennus 120 with an army of Gauls was in full march to sack and pillage the rich temple of Delphos. But by the way such a violent tempest arose of thunder and lightning, as consumed him and all his sacrilegious host. The heathens, as men of all other religions would have done, had the case been their own, cried out, "A miracle!" The Christians, not being able to deny the fact, laid it upon the old pack-horse, the devil, but Dr. Prideaux, not willing to attribute so great a power to the infernal fiend, is of opinion, that it really was a miracle, and that God wrought it for the sake of religion in general. Here we differ, for though I am of the Dean's opinion that Apollo, Jupiter, or any other of the heathen gods, empty sounds, things without existence, could not raise this storm, yet the more I think on the great indignation, which the jealous God on all occasions expresses against idolatry, the less I can think, that he would have wrought a miracle to save this temple. I would rather say, that this tempest had been an accident, which all hot countries are subject to, than ascribe a conduct to God, which on several accounts is so unworthy the idea I have of him. For the sense of the words must come to this: if Brennus robs and destroys this temple of Delphos with impunity, it may encourage others one day or other to attempt the same upon mine, and therefore I'll punish all sacrilege, that my own may be the more safe. But if the words, that God did it for the sake of religion in general, do not include this thought, I own that I do not understand their meaning, and heartily beg that learned man's pardon, if he takes offense at anything I have said. As to myself, I am sure I design none, and am obliged to him for his elaborate works. The Mahometans have not used much better than the heathens. Mahomet was an impostor, and none have published more incredible things about him than his followers. But neither is all true. 108. What Christians have fathered upon them, nothing is more generally believed, than that to counterfeit a miracle, the body of Mahomet is suspended in an iron coffin by virtue of lodestones, artfully blocked at Mecca. Yet his sepulchre never was at Mecca, but his body was buried at Medina, 122, where it remains to this day, without an iron coffin, and without any lodestones, and the ablest naturalists affirm 123 that such a suspension in the air by lodestones surpasses all human skill. The story likewise of the pigeon that used to come to this false prophet's ears has likewise been reported with great confidence, and some famous 124 writers assure us, that the Mussulmans make mention of this dove. Yet if we believe Dr. Pocock, none 125 of the Arabic writers say anything of it. Other things more ridiculous have been told us, concerning the credulity of the Mahometans, which they never heard of but from us. That the spirit of insincerity, which has haunted the Church so many ages ago, has not been expelled, or altogether laid, by the Reformation, will be shown in several places of the ensuing chapter, but that those who have no mind to read any more of them than what now they have almost finished may not go away dissatisfied, I shall give them an instance before we part. The Protestants have long diverted themselves with the story of Pope Joan, and several Roman Catholics have, for want of better inquiry, been forced to yield them this point, till at last Blondel, a French Huguenot, made it evident. 126. That it was a falsehood. Spanheim and Merceuse have in vain shewed a great deal of erudition to re-establish the credit of this fiction. This I don't discommend them for, Neither do I care whether there ever was a she-pope or not, but I think it inexcusable that those who thought themselves convinced that Blondel was in the right, should be offended at the discovery. All the Huguenots 127 were very angry, that a minister of the Reformed Church should prove the falsity of a thing which the Protestant interest required to be true. They blamed him for carrying away the filth of the Papists, and said, that those who did not cease to reproach the memory of the Reformers deserved not that any one should do them that good office. This was the language of the most moderate. Others were hotter, and cried out, 128 that he had betrayed the Protestant cause, and was bribed by the enemies of it. Chap. 8. 0/Schism. The Church everywhere is looked upon as an entire garment, and whoever dissents from what is believed in it, persuading others to be of his opinion, tears and makes a rent in it, which is called schism. When men of foresight and great abilities, are by a deep-laid policy raising a noble machine of power, it must be vexatious to see bunglers, either out of envy or ignorance, interrupt and disturb them in their hardy endeavors. For this reason, the grand architects of the authority, and all the secular blessings of the Church, were always so incensed with those who opposed them, and treated all innovators with so much severity, that great impieties and many monstrous opinions have sprung up among Christians, since the time of the Apostles is undeniable, and I am likewise willing to believe, that most of those who broached heresies have had their by-ends that had no relation to religion, but then no heresy began but had a specious pretence of advancing piety, or avoiding something that gave offense in the system of the orthodox. The charity of a Christian in construing the frailties of others, can hardly be too extensive, and I believe that the body of most heretics were better people than they have been represented to us. The terror men have against making God the author of evil has produced the Marcionites, Manicheans, Pelagians, Armenians, and many other sects. The clear idea men have of the unity of God gave the first rise to Arianism, and has so often revived it under different shapes. When men of narrow views lie poring upon particular scripture places, and let go the main scope and drift of the gospel, they must commit errors, or when men, having in vain raised all their faculties to render the 109, 110 infinite sublimity of God and his attributes intelligible, and endeavoring to make him less incomprehensible, pull down as it were the deity to their weak intellects, they fall into miserable mistakes. This latter was the fault of Origen, who could not reconcile the eternity of damnation with the infinite goodness of God, and since him thousands have and daily do split on this rock. The searchers after truth are often laboring between a Scylla and a Charybdis. If they steer not steady, and are frightened from either side, they are infallibly lost. For fear of being scorched by the fire, men have leaped into the sea, where nothing could save them. What strange turns of thought are human minds liable to? The Abhans were a sect of heretics, that 130 would not suffer man to be alone, and ordered every one to take a woman for a helpmeet, but strictly forbade all carnal commerce. They regulated marriage at the rate of the terrestrial paradise, where there was only the union of the heart between Adam and Eve. When a man and a woman were entered into that kind of society, they adopted 2 children, a boy and a girl, who succeeded to their estate, and who were married together, under the same conditions of not getting children, but to adopt 2 of a different sex. If these people were sincere, they must have been far from lascivious and practiced a world of self-denial. We read of Anchorets, so affectedly modest, 131, that they would not behold their own nudities, nor touch their own obscene parts but with a glove, and an ancient philosopher 132 would never touch them either with or without gloves. What a vast difference was there between these people, and the Adamites, a sect of heretics that likewise professed continency, but condemned marriage. When 133 they assembled for the exercise of their religion, they pulled off their clothes, and men and women sat together stark naked, the ministers as well as the laity. After they had performed their devotion, they put on their clothes again and went home. If any committed a fault, he was no more received into that assembly. They said, that having, like Adam, eat of the forbidden fruit, they were to be driven, like him, out of paradise, which was the name they gave to their church. Saint Epiphanius alleges, nothing against their chastity, but Clemens Alexandrinus. 134. 111. Relates horrible things of them, and what might be feared from such a custom, but in 30 or 40 years, a sect may much deviate from the principles professed at their first institution, having derived their name from the stem of all humane kind. These miserable people imitated the nakedness, in which our first parents lived, during the state of innocence, and declined marrying, because Adam did not know Eve till after his sin, and after his going out of paradise, so that they believed, that if man had persevered in his innocency, there would have been no marriage. Men may have extravagant notions, yet no criminal design, till human passion intervenes, and laying hold of the opportunity, turns that to wickedness and abomination, which was begun with the most innocent intention. Witness the devotional watchings which were practiced in the primitive church, as they were performed at night and by great numbers. Lascivious persons made an ill use of them, when it was found that all the remedies applied to stop this evil proved ineffectual. These public watchings were entirely left off. The Turlupins were still a more infamous sect, in all respects as impudent 135 as the cynics among the heathens. The Lollards and Albigenses were not much better. Among the Protestants there has been one Picard, 136, who overstretched the errors of the Adamites in respect to nakedness. In a little time he got a great many followers from Flanders into Germany as far as Bohemia, though some Roman Catholics have given the name of Picards 137 to all the Protestants of Bohemia who opposed popery. Several doting men likewise among the Anabaptists 138 have affected to go naked, most of them more deserving pity than punishment. In the year 1535, Adamites have been seen at Amsterdam run stark naked through the streets, that were rich, and of good families, and it is reported that some were fanatical enough to climb upon trees, where they waited in vain for bread to fall from heaven, until they fell half dead to the ground. Many schisms ought only to have been ridiculed, and the enthusiastical innovators treated, as most parts of Europe did the French prophets some few years ago, but clergymen have no patience. Presently they are serious and fall to persecution, when men run into errors, because they are fools. It 112. Is wrong for wise men to be angry with and punish them, as if they were knaves. Ff. The schisms of note that have infested the Church, from the time of the Apostles to that of Luther, are said to have been 139 140. Whether more or less is not material to my purpose. The Church of Rome has quelled and triumphed over them all, till that, which she calls the Northern Heresy, and we the Reformation. By this she received a ruder shock than ever she sustained before, and would have been destroyed, had the Reformers been unanimous. Nay, if among the Protestants the clergy could have but kept half the temper the princes endeavored to do, long before this time we would have known nothing of the Pope or of the Church of Rome, but from history. As the Reformation could not be brought about, without the help of the secular power, the laity was resolved to be no losers by it. In all countries where it took place, the public immediately recovered the greatest part of the lands, the treasure and other possessions of the Church, that many different ways had been either coaxed or extorted from them by priestcraft. The supremacy in ecclesiastical, as well as temporal matters, which the Pope claimed as his undoubted right, was abjured, and vested in the civil magistrate, by which those princes and states became the real sovereigns of their own dominions, without asking leave of the court of Rome. No infallibility of councils or of any visible church was to be allowed of, and consequently men's consciences were delivered from the tyranny the priests had usurped over them. And lastly, matrimony was made as lawful to the clergy, as it was to the laity. It was on this foot only, that the clergy, as well as the sovereigns of the Reformers, thought it possible this great work could be accomplished, and had churchmen no more deviated from these principles, than the princes have done, the temporal advantages that would have accrued from the Reformation to every society, without interfering with religion, would have been inestimable. Nothing is more manifest than that, without taking away the exorbitant power and authority from the Church, the Reformation could never have been thought on, for whoever acknowledges the Pope Suprema 113. Can never by force of arms dispute his jurisdiction, without owning himself to be in open rebellion, and it is impossible to act more inconsistently, than to say that popes are infallible, and at the same time contradict them, and shew that they have been guilty of many damnable errors. Yet as soon as an absolute separation from the Church of Rome was made, the Protestants had established their communions, and the Reformed religion was maintained by the sovereigns in every country that had embraced it. The clergy presently grew weary of being too apostolic, for as the first reformers had upon very good grounds found fault with, and given their sentiments against the then established Church, so many of their successors claimed the same privilege, and openly told the world that by the same authority, which was that of the Scripture, it was as lawful for them to dissent from the first reformers, if they could demonstrate that they had been in an error, as it had been for the first reformers to dissent from the Church of Rome. This not being easily answered by a Protestant, without engaging himself in tedious disputes, the national churches in all reformed countries when schismatics arose, wanted that power and authority to crush them, which in the Church of Rome they had called an usurpation, and no clergyman who has the temporal felicity of his order at heart, will scruple to own, that to keep up orthodoxy power is requisite, as well as argument, and that no national church can flourish without it. The words supremacy and infallibility are odious, but if we examine into the behavior of the clergy, we shall find but few Protestant churchmen, who would not be glad of some equivalence. Most of them agree, that in all countries, the Church ought to have a jurisdiction without appeal, that in all ecclesiastical matters, the clergy are the undoubted judges of the laity, as well as of their own order, but that churchmen should ever be tried by the laity, is not so well approved of, and many of them find fault with it, even for crimes against the state. Clergymen, they say, ought at least to be independent on the government. In their prayers, and by way of compliment, a Protestant clergy may style their sovereign, to be 114. Under Christ the supreme head and governor of the Church, but if this head complies not with all their demands however unreasonable, if he refuses to persecute those who dissent from the national Church, as violently as the clergy require he should, he shall immediately be hated by them, slandered, vilified, and on all occasions, treated with all the disrespect and ill language imaginable. How incensed they will be, how furiously they fly in the face of their supreme governor, if at any time he pretends to direct or admonish them, though in the mildest manner. What clamors they will raise against him should he but hinder them from coming together at synods and other assemblies, even when all the world knows that they desire to meet from no other motive than human passion, and to gratify a vindictive spirit. Protestant churchmen may likewise acknowledge, that it is not impossible they should err, though I already have given an instance of one who denied it, but at the same time they required of us an implicit faith and ready assent, to everything they shall advance. The national clergy in all countries hate arguing, they are always angry with those who oppose them, or but call the truth of their system in question, and no church ever had the power to punish men for disbelieving her doctrine, without making a severe use of it on the slightest occasions, from all which it is manifest, that if Protestant churchmen are so civil, as not to pretend to be infallible, they expect we should return the compliment, and treat them as if they were. The lawfulness of marriage in the clergy, which was agreed to at the Reformation, they have not yet made any attempt against. They are easy on this head for their own sakes, for where incontinency is scandalous, and fornication punished, no clergy will live without wives. Luther allowed 140 to the Landgrave of Hesse, and several passages in his work seem to favor polygamy. This I have nothing to do with. What I shall observe is, that the liberty of marrying in churchmen, is an article of the highest importance to us. The rigorous precept of celibacy has all along been looked upon by the vulgar of the Romish Church as a piece of self-denial, a mighty hardship which the clergy imposed upon themselves and underwent for the good of religion, whereas among all the machina 115 tions of the Church, this was the deepest plot that has been laid against the wealth and property of laymen. The reason alleged for it, that to keep the holy and immaculate office of the priesthood at a distance remote enough from uncleanness this exquisite purity was required, is a pretence as false as it is plausible. Had chastity been the Church's aim, she would not have connived at the lewd transgressions of the clergy as she has done. In Italy, Spain, and Portugal, the indigencies for the sin of the flesh and all impurities, are cheap and easy, and at the same time that they look upon continence as a thing impracticable, marriage in a priest is shocking and abominable. This may be folly in the multitude, but in the clergy it is craft. They know that if a society of 100 men, who have all vowed celibacy, will keep up their number, and as any die, choose other single men, under the same obligation in the room of the deceased, it must be immortal, and that if they have a certain income exceeding, though never so little, their yearly expenses, and there is the least prudence and economy among them, this society at long run, will get into their clutches the greatest if not all the wealth of the country they live in. As the Church had many artifices to scrape riches together, this was the most suitable contrivance to keep them. But as this piece of policy was by all means to be concealed from the vulgar, it was thought necessary, to make some shew of virtue, and to produce some eminent examples of chastity among the clergy. For though the lewdness of priests and friars, at least of the greatest part of them, was notorious whilst they were alive, it was no difficult matter, when they had been dead some time, and their memory was forgot by the public, to say of them what they pleased. There is hardly an order of monks, that has not done themselves this kindness in the romantic praises they have bestowed upon their founders. Saint Ignatius de Loyola was a soldier by profession, and had given proofs 141 of his valor, when suddenly he became a zealous votary to the Virgin Mary, hung up, and all night watched his arms in a chapel consecrated to her, where with all the ceremonies used in ancient 142 chivalry, he declared himself her champion, and dedicated the remainder of his life to her service. The Holy Virgin in 116 return, if we believe his historians, bestowed upon him the gift of continence in such a 143 degree, that, from the time he became her knight to his death, he felt not the least symptom of an immodest temptation. A critic will say, that his panegyrists have overshot the mark, that by endeavoring to render his virtue too sublime, they left him none, that where there is no desire there can be no self-denial, and that a man, who is not sensible of any temptation, can claim no greater merit from continence, than he can from frigidity. This fault is not to be found with the commendations bestowed on Saint Francis of Assisi, the founder of one of the four mendicant orders, whose chastity has been highly extolled, though the conflicts he had with carnal temptations were very severe. At the beginning of his conversion 144 he would often throw himself in a ditch full of ice, that he might get a complete victory over his domestic enemy, and to preserve the robe of chastity from the conflagration of pleasure. Being one day strongly pressed by a temptation of the flesh he pulled off his clothes 145 and scoured himself soundly. After that he opened his cell and went into a garden, where he threw himself into a great heap of snow. The fever of lust must be very high, where such violent coolers are required. We have had a monk of our own long before Saint Francis, who made use of the same potent remedies, and often flung himself 146 into cold water or snow, to extinguish the flames of concupiscence, but with greater success as to triumph. For Saint Francis, in the height of his eager desires 147 durst not come near women, but Saint Aldhelm, an English friar, who lived in the 8th century, and was for his learning and piety made a bishop, got so perfect a mastery over the flesh, that 148 the finest woman made no impression upon him, and not to flinch from the most dangerous temptations, he went to bed to a young girl, and lying by her side repeated the whole psalter, whilst the motions of his heart tended only to heaven. This invincible fortitude of Saint Aldhelm has been looked upon as an example 149 rather to be admired than imitated, and I believe not, that many, who have hazarded themselves to such trials of virtue, are come off conquerors, though several experiments have been 111 made of it since the time of the saint. About the year 1537, the Countess of Guastalla, by the advice of Baptist de Cremont, a Jacobin monk, founded 150 a society called that of the victory over oneself against the flesh. To gain this victory, a certain lady named Julia put a young fellow into bed with a young girl, and laid a crucifix as a barrier betwixt them, which, if it kept them virtuous, ought not to be omitted in the catalogue of the miracles that have been wrought by crucifixes. This society of Guastalians multiplied prodigiously for some time, till being looked upon as libertines, they were everywhere expelled. What fine stories or legends soever we are told of later saints, it is certain, that all the ancient fathers, and others who have wrote with any sincerity, found nothing more difficult to conquer than the sin of the flesh. Saint Jerome tell 151 us, that the touch of a woman ought to be avoided like that of a mad dog, a caution as terrible as could be given by any man, how severely soever he had been bit by them. Yet the experience of Saint Jerome in that affair, was not comparable to that of Saint Augustine, who owns to us, that in his youth he was excessively addicted to women, and made use of a prayer, in which he desired God 152 to make him chaste, but not too soon. It is true, that this father repented of all these things, but he forsook not his lewdness at once. The first symptoms of amendment that he shewed, was 153 to fix his incontinency, which had before been rambling on many objects. He took a concubine with whom he was contented several years, and having resolved on matrimony sent her back into Africa, whence he had her. But he had contracted such a habit of incontinency, even when he had renounced Manichaeism, and prepared for his baptism, that he was forced to take 154 a new concubine in the room of her he had dismissed till the maiden designed for his wife should come of age to be married, for which he was to tarry near 2 years. No man has spoke with greater freedom concerning the force of concupiscence, and the ecstasies of lustful pleasures than himself, converted as he was, and this father has more than once expressed himself so lively on this head, that he is better let alone than read in those places by most people. I have said thus much of the injudicious encomiums of the legendaries in relation to the chastity of some saints, and hinted at 118. The dangers, which virtue runs in a forked celibacy, to make it visible, by what means the craft of Rome has weathered all the storms that have attacked her before the Reformation, desired every one to consider, whether a Protestant ought ever to wish for the return of the wealth, the authority, and the power the Church had before she was reformed, if these were the noxious weeds she was to be cleared from, or if, taking them in another view, we look upon them as the strong banks, that have stemmed the most raging tides of heresy, whether those, who have overthrown them, ought much to wonder at the inundation of schisms, which has followed upon the destruction of them. Luther was the first reformer, and had made a considerable progress before Calvin appeared in that work. The Church of England was the last, and before our Reformation was in any forwardness, several schisms were already sprung from Lutheranism, though in the first 50 years they had not above 12, of which that of the Anabaptists was one of the first. Afterwards they very much increased in number. Different schisms likewise arose from Calvinism, and the Anabaptists have been divided in a vast many sects, 155, some of them extremely different from the other. In the beginning also of the Reformation Arianism was revived, and many of that sect, imbued with other pernicious errors, came from Italy to France, Germany, and Holland, but finding no refuge anywhere else, settled in Poland. If we consider the principal sects of the Protestants, with all their divisions and subdivisions, we shall find their number to be frightful, and if we reflect on all the manifold mischiefs of civil wars, massacre and ruin they have been the occasion of, we shall have reason to say, that nothing under the sun is more destructive to mankind than schism. Many wise princes, and able statesmen have endeavored to remedy this evil, by uniting Protestants together, but have always been hindered by the clergy, either of one side or other, and, if any churchmen ever engaged in so good a design, they have been constantly reproached and called traitors, and false brethren for it, by the rest of their order. 156 Ferry, 157 Durius, 158 Hottinger, and several other moderate divines of the last century, who lamenting the divisions of the protest. 119. Ants, labor for an union among them, have all met with this fate, and long before them the same treatment was given to James a Con. Teus, who received so many favors of Queen Elizabeth, and was the author of the famous book, called The Stratagems of the Devil. Some said of him, that he had a mind to reduce all sects into one, and 159 enclose them in the same ark, as Noah did all sorts of animals in his, wherein they were preserved, iho sustained by different food. Others accused him, that by reducing the points necessary to salvation to a small number, and requiring 160 a toleration for the particular opinions, which were against the other articles, he opened a wide door to all manner of heresies. The differences between Luther and Calvin, have above all the rest been very fatal to their followers, because the numbers are so formidable of each side. The valiant King of Sweden, Gustavus Adolphus, labored hard in his time, to reunite them, but in vain, and it is certain that a reunion between them had been made long ago. Had it depended only upon the princes, but because that affair depends on divines, it never yet could take effect, and probably never will. It is not a layman, who judges thus of these gentlemen, generally speaking, but it is one of their own order, and he, amongst others, that can speak best of it by experience. He 161 says, that the business of the reunion ought to be principally committed to secular persons, and not to ecclesiastics. The divines, adds he, are too much addicted to their own sense, and have but little equity for those that differ from their opinion. They should not dispute concerning the truth of the doctrines, for disputes rather create new wars than appease the old ones. The disputants are not for concord but for victory. They, who find themselves worst, grow more haughty and enraged. In an assembly, where a reunion is treated of, the divines should be reduced to the plain function of advocates. They should be heard, but not be judges. That quality ought to be left to statesmen, and it is necessary, that the divines should even take an oath, that they will submit to the sentence that the political judges shall pronounce. Since then, without tyranny, and granting a power to the church, which is destructive to the state, it is impossible to make men agree. 120. In sentiments of things, about which from their cradle they have been taught to differ, and notions once embraced cannot be dropped, whilst there are clergymen to uphold them, the wisest measures a nation can take for its tranquility are, to endeavor two things. One of them is, to prevent, as much as possible, all further schism, every one in his own sect. The other, to watch narrowly and disappoint those, who would make a handle of their differences to do mischief. To do the first, nothing is more effectual than to make all confessions, and articles of faith, as comprehensive, and conceive them in as general terms, as the word of God will allow of. For when the rigorists of any sect begin to be too particular in explaining some scripture places, and never rest till they have so narrowly contracted the sense of them, that it is impossible to construe them any other way, than what shall suit with their private fancy, though at the same time the words in which the holy writers have delivered them may admit of various speculations, it is then that schism and mischief are a hatching, for whoever cannot concur with every word, the majority have agreed to state their explication in, is excommunicated and declared a schismatic. But as the following of this first maxim chiefly concerns the clergy, the laity, who besides their wishes for the observance of it can contribute but little to it, ought to lay the greater stress upon the second, which is to disappoint those who would make a handle of their differences to do mischief, and this is altogether in their power in every Protestant country, if the better sort and sensible part of them will but steadily resolve, in the first place, never to believe, what different sects say of one another, if what is alleged be not plainly proved on the party accused; secondly, to prefer the discourses of Jesus Christ to any modern sermons they can hear, and the charms of the peaceful gospel to the distorted countenance of an angry priest, to spend time in exhorting men to the latter in an affront to Christians, but to shew the reasonableness of the first, and the solid grounds there are for such a resolution, I must beg leave to draw a little sketch of the clergy's behavior to each other, when they clash in opinion, and neither conferences, or the interposition of the government, can accommodate them at Ter. 121. The first onset of the war is commonly made by cases rightly stated, and vindications on both sides, letters to a friend, answers and replies, and, where the press is open, pamphlets fly about like hand granados in an attack. The first generally contain proofs, arguments, and appeals to common sense, in the next you'll have cavils, and logical distinctions, till at last they end in calumnies and invectives. The first weapon in their artillery of slander is the accusation of atheism, blasphemy, or a tendency to either, which is made use of by all parties, and as occasion serves flung on tenets diametrically opposite. The doctrine of predestination has been bespattered with it 1,000 times. Martin Buchanan is more extravagant, who says, that the fruits of Calvinism are more pernicious than those of atheism. Arminianism asserts free will, and is in that point the reverse of Calvinism, yet Videlius, a famous Reformed divine, says, that the scope of it is to introduce a subtle atheism into the Church. 162. As there is nothing more generally abominated, or more justly detested than the name of atheist, so it is often abused, and serves evil men for an instrument of slander, to defeat an enemy without any further trouble. No other calumny is counted so effectual to blow up a man at once, whether he deserves it or not, and as in this it is like gunpowder, so it is the same in its origin, which both owes to the clergy. Accordingly they have always claimed it as their property, and the divines of different sects and religions, have constantly made use of it, either against the laity, whom they disliked, and would render the object of the public indignation and fury, or else among themselves in theological warfare, and the zealous exercise of their superlative and proverbial hatreds of one another. The next stratagem of the clergy is to fasten, if possible, some crime against the state on the tenets of their adversaries, that by the one they may render them as odious to men, as by the other they have represented them to be to God. So one doctrine is said to favor tyranny and arbitrary power, another to be anti-monarchical, and leading to anarchy. During the greatest part of the 2 last centuries, the national clergy of France exclaimed with great violence against 122. The Huguenots, and loudly asserted, that they were all republicans, and the greatest enemies to the crown, whilst themselves appeared in arms against their princes more than once, and were not only the open abettors in assassinating 2 of their kings successively, but 163 many of them likewise have pretended, by their own tenets, to justify those execrable murders. The other arms, which they display in calumniating one another, consist in personal reflections, false quotations, and downright lies. It is impossible to men, unacquainted with religious controversies, to imagine what improbable falsehoods the sons of Rome have dared to publish against the first reformers. Their rage against Luther has been altogether senseless, and come up to frenzy. I would not speak thus of common detraction, but some have been foolish enough, seriously to assert, that an incubus 164 begot him upon his mother. The very astrologers have thrown in their might, and falsify the hour of his 165 nativity, to have an opportunity of drawing his horoscope to their mind. The Lutherans have been almost as violent against Calvin, who undertook to reform them, and a minister of theirs, one Hunnius, 166 Who was otherwise a man of learning, had his understanding so blinded by his zeal, as to accuse him at once of Nestorism, Judaism, Mohammedism, and, to shew himself completely mad, 167 Atheism, for a man in his senses would have known that the imputation of the last could not be true, if but any one of the other was. The Calvinists again have fathered many things upon the Anabaptists and other sects which they never dreamed of, and all of them in their differences and paper wars, dealt very unfairly with one another. But that I may not be thought to aggravate these matters, I shall quote the testimony of Jerome Zanchius, a Protestant divine, who once was like to have filled a professor's chair in England, where he complains of the manner of writing used among the Protestants, even those who would be counted pastors, doctors, and pillars of the Church. We often, that the state of the question may not be understood, wrap it up in obscurity. Things that are manifest we impudently deny, such as are false we affirm without shame, things openly impious, we obtrude as the first principles of faith. 123. What's orthodox we condemn for heresy. We wrest the scriptures, according to our own dreams, as we list we brag of the fathers, when there is nothing which we have less a mind to, than to follow their doctrine. To sophisticate, to throw calumnies, and call names, is familiar to us. So we can but maintain our own cause, good or bad, justly or injuriously, we care not what becomes of the rest. 16 Should any one object, that this Zanchius, though he was a Protestant, had been much abused by his brethren, and when he wrote this, had been led away by human passion and resentment, I shall only answer, that then he may serve me in a double capacity, and so make use of him for an example and a witness both, and being one of the most celebrated divines of the 16th century, if he be thought not so well qualified for the one, he must be more eminently so for the other. By this time, I hope, I have convened my reader, that we ought not to believe what different sects say against one another without proof. I confess I need not have gone so far beyond sea for one single testimony of an author, who has wrote near 150 years ago, when to corroborate my assertion, I might have so many thousand living witnesses at home. But I did it in behalf of those peevish gentlemen, that are always finding fault with the times, to convince them, that the Protestants of our age are not worse than they were at the beginning of the Reformation, and that clergymen are now, as they have been all along. The benefit a nation will receive from the maxim I recommend is plainly visible, for when each party ceases to believe the evil which is said of the other, the anger of both must soon be disarmed, and consequently the firebrands, who by their stories and suggestions design to do mischief to either, or both, disappointed. It is for want of this resolution only that schism can be pernicious to the state, but if we believe, without examination, what we are told of our adversaries, there can be no peace, and our animosities must be eternal, though in the main we quarreled about nothing. Our church and the Presbyterians disagree about ceremonies, and way of worship, but the religion of both is the same, for allow. 124. The doctrine of a church and the government of a church to be two things, one may be for, and another against episcopacy, without differing in religion, more than one divide of the Church of England may differ from another, and yet be both of the same church, which happens daily without giving offense, and I don't believe there are two Christians in the world, that have exactly the same sentiments about everything contained in the Bible. Yet what a heinous schism is their religion! And what a monstrous superstition is ours! Would you know what Presbyterians are? Go to some churches and you may hear, that they are a willful, seditious, and perverse people, a generation of vipers, the worst of subjects, that all their pretenses to religion are only hypocrisy, that they are of anti-monarchical and king-killing principles, that they have been the occasion of all the calamities that have befallen the land for above these 100 years. But if they are represented to us in this manner, their ministers have not been behindhand with ours, and some of them have drawn us to their congregations in no better colors. They say of us, that we are always talking of the church, and none louder than those who never go into it, that our worship is half popery, that we never think a king the head of the church, but when he is a slave to the clergy, that our church never flourishes, but when the state is in danger, and we never complain but in just reigns, that we laugh at passive obedience, when it is not our turn to govern, and never preach up that doctrine heartily, but to impose it upon others, that unless our party is pleased, we stick at no mischief, and then lay the fault on our adversaries. Whilst by such stories the dissenters are frightened from our church and communion, and ourselves continue in the sentiments we are taught to harbor of them, it is not likely our breaches should ever be lessened. Is not the nation in general very much obliged to the clergy of both sides? One thing indeed may be said in behalf of the dissenting clergy, that cannot be alleged as an excuse for the national. Their ministers speak ill of us for their daily bread, and many of them would have their livelihood to seek. Were our differences to be made up, it is not their interest we should meet each 125 other halfway, more than it would be the interest of a ferryman to have the two shores unite. Whereas the national clergy can have no such fears, their income is settled, and they might live as comfortably without calumniating their neighbors, as now they do with it. Chap. 9. Of Toleration and Persecution. Schism is an ailment in the body politic, not curable but by an utter extirpation of the limbs infected, and a steady cruelty, zealously pursued without pity or remorse. All petty severities, however wholesome they may appear, are quack medicines, which only put the patients to pain, without removing the distemper. It is a case in which no remedies are effectual but killing ones, and to persecute by halves, is sprinkling water upon a coal fire. A small quantity of it will increase the flame, which a pailful would have totally extinguished. In the latter part of the foregoing chapter, I have named a method how schism may remain, and yet the evils generally apprehended from it, by the prudence of the laity be prevented. If we consider how easily it may be bore with, without any detriment to the public tranquillity, and we compare the peaceful maxim laid down there to the height of barbarity, by which only schism can be cured, persecution must appear to us as a remedy abundantly worse than the disease, and the more a man knows of the world, either from reading or experience, the more he shall be convinced, that not only revealed as well as natural religion, but likewise humanity, reason, the interest of mankind, their peace and felicity, and almost everything in nature pleads for toleration, except the national clergy in every country. Those who are the most solicitous about the temporal interest of the Church, are commonly the greatest persecutors. It is the opinion of Leo Aletius, the greatest champion of the papal authority, whom 169 I have quoted once before, that heretics must be proscribed, exterminated and punished, and if they are obstinate, burnt. 127. 128. And put to death. 170. Neither is this only a lesson of the Inquisition, nowhere taught but in Italy, Spain, and Portugal, the Galilean Church, who treats popes with greater freedom, it has preached up the same doctrine with no less violence against the Huguenots. Let us see what Quintin, a famous professor of the canon law at Paris, said, in a speech he made in the name of the clergy, during the Assembly of the States at Orleans, in December, 1560, the king and queen being present. Having demanded, 171 that all the inhabitants of the kingdom should be obliged to be Catholics, that the non-Christians, that is, the heretics, should not be admitted into the conversation and company of the Christian subjects, and that for the time to come all heretics should be forbidden to deal in any commodity, he added these dreadful words, and therefore our request is just, reasonable, holy, and Catholic, and grounded upon the express command of God, who enjoins you, sir, to grant it. Us, repeating the same command in several places, and at several times. He speaks of the idolaters and Gentiles strangers to the law. Heretics among Christians are accounted to be such. These are the words of the said law of God. Be sure not to contract any friendship, confederacy, or marriage with them. Don't suffer them to inhabit the country, take no pity on them, beat them, strike them to death. Here follows the reason of that command, lest they should make thee sin against me, if thou believest their opinions, which will be an offense and a scandal that will raise my fury against thee, and soon after I shall destroy thee. Sir, and you madam, avoid those horrible and dreadful threatenings, for the salvation of your souls and the preservation of your scepter. This is, sir, what your clergy of France propose and represent to your majesty in all simplicity, obedience, humility, and submission concerning the honor and service of God in your kingdom, and for the extirpation and abolition of what is contrary to it, viz. Of sects and heretics. It is plain, that the most humble and devout of the clergy, by this memorial, to which he said they expected an answer, were for shedding blood as a thing necessary, since they minded the king of Moses's order and threatenings, and before what I have quoted, Quintin had already said, that his majesty being strong, and armed with iron, ought to oppose the heretics, that in order to it, and for 129. No other end, God had put the sword into his hands, to protect the good, and punish the wicked, and that none can deny, that a heretic is capitally wicked, and consequently ought to be punished capitally, being liable to the sword of the magistrate. Thus freely churchmen express themselves, before the secular power is wrought up to mischief, but when princes become tyrants, and set about persecution in earnest themselves, the clergy desire to be seen in it no longer. It is not 40 years ago, that the Galilean Church in a speech to Louis XIV, made some months before the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, declared, that she did not desire His Majesty should make use of his power for the extirpation of heretics. The Huguenots complained of this dissimulation, as may be seen in the words of Mr. Claude. Whilst the thing, says he, 172 was only preparing, the authors of the persecution did not conceal themselves, but used their endeavors to make the king appear in it. When things came to the last extremity, and to open force, they concealed themselves as much as they could, and made the king appear in his whole extent. There was nothing to be heard then but this sort of discourses. The king will have it so. The king is resolved upon it. The king goes farther than the clergy desire. By these two means they have been so cunning as to ascribe to themselves the least violent part of that persecution, and to charge the king with the most odious part. These things may pass in a Roman Catholic clergy. A church that claims infallibility and superiority over all titles and governments, and is in actual possession of wealth and a property, sufficient to make the laity dread her, may have some plea for persecution, but a Protestant church, that has not only owned that she can err, and that the magistrate is above her, but likewise suffered herself to be stripped of her treasure, one would think could have no pretensions to justify, nor means to go through with it. Yet there is no national church among the Protestants that has not tried to persecute as far as the secular power would let her, and a single presbyter, who has once been suffered to make himself popular, and the idol of the mob, may render himself as formidable to the state as a pope. 130. At Geneva by the sole authority of Calvin many have been proscribed, and besides Servetus, who every body knows was burnt for heresy, 173 Alciatus, 114 Blandrata, Li 5 Gribaldus, and some others, would have met with the same fate, if they had not saved themselves by flight, and even after the life of that great reformer, 176 John Valentinus Gentilis, who, like the rest, was fled, and got into Moravia, ventured, upon the death of his most dreadful adversary, to return into Switzerland, but was laid hold of, prosecuted by the Calvinists, and had his head 177 struck off for oppugning the mystery of the Trinity in the territories of Bern, glorying that he suffered for the honor of God the Father. Castelio, in who likewise has been forced to quit Geneva on score of heterodoxy, published a book a little after the execution of Servetus, in which he blamed that action, and spoke up for toleration, 179 disguising himself under the name of Martinus Bellius. This Beza wrote against, maintaining, that 180 heretics were to be punished by the magistrate. So that whether we judge from the example of Calvin, or the precepts of Beza his colleague, and greatest champion, persecution seems to be a manifest tenet of Calvinism. Whatever piety, eloquence, and erudition these mighty pillars of the Reformed Church might be endued with, they were not always governed by the spirit of Christianity. Their zeal was often superior to their charity, they were implacable to all adversaries, and in the most important of their actions, they were overruled by humane passion. Should it be objected, that such tempers as theirs were more prone to anger and persecution than others, that among the Calvinists there were meek and compassionate Christians, and that therefore the charge ought not to be so general as I have laid it, I would answer, that power and authority were dangerous tools in the hands of churchmen, that whenever they were warmly opposed they could never forbear making use of them, and that how just, humane and compassionate soever their natural temper might be, all clergymen in power turned persecutors, as soon as they were thoroughly angered. Saint Augustine had an incomparable wit, and an imagination happy and abounding. 181 He had all along entertained sentiments of mildness and charity concerning the course to be taken. 131. With heretics, but the contestations he had with the Donatists, heated him so much, that he ran into the quite contrary opinion, and maintained stoutly, that heretics ought to be persecuted. The grand reason chiefly alleged for persecuting heretics is, that God is offended at them, and will punish a whole nation for suffering them to live among them. The proofs to justify these apprehensions are always fetched from the Old Testament, for a very good reason, because there are none in the New. But how fantastical and perverse are men's judgments concerning an affair which seems to require the utmost impartiality. In some Protestant countries men shall be banished and have their goods confiscated, or else be imprisoned and more severely punished, because they refuse to believe every comment some divines have made on the gospel, and will not acquiesce in all the creeds drawn from it by humane invention, though they believe in Christ and his apostles, and are persuaded, the New Testament, and everything contained in it, to be the word of God, whilst the same nation suffers others to build stately synagogues where they list, who do not only reject, but likewise despise and scoff at the gospel and Christianity, as much as the heathens, and allows a worship as public and as undisturbed as the church enjoys to men, whose religion could have no being in our days, if they did not as heartily believe Jesus Christ to have been an impostor, as we do Muhammad. If this plea of the apprehension, that God's judgment will follow on the toleration of heresy and infidelity, had any sincerity in it, would not Christians, more especially Protestants, make a difference between those whom they disagree with in the very fundamentals of religion, and others, who profess the same faith in every article, and only differ from them in church government, and outward ceremonies? And could a national clergy behold Christian princes confer honors, and consequently public marks of esteem on Jews without the least complaint, and at the same time be as loud as thunder in pressing them to degrade Presbyterians? But Jews cannot interfere with the temporal interest of the national clergy, schismatics may. Here is the danger, from this corner the evil is expected which they dread. 132. We often value ourselves on our zeal against Popery, and that no Protestant church has produced more able divines to oppose it, and refute the champions of it, than that of England. This is true, and no Protestants have stood more in need of them, for the court of Rome has taken more pains to regain this kingdom than they have bestowed on any other Protestant country. But when that is over, and the danger of Popery seems to be removed further off, our clergy exert themselves with the same warmth against any other adversary who dares to dissent from them, and by denying their authority, rouse their anger to the great disturbance of their tranquillity. Many of them have not scrupled publicly to profess a greater aversion to presbytery, than they had for Popery, and construed the very proximity of their opinions, to the disadvantage of their antagonists. Alleging, that the less the difference was between them, the greater must be the obstinacy of the dissenters in refusing conformity. National churches only love and hate occasionally, as it suits their interest, and as every vice is made the worst, when it is particularly preached against, so every adversary of a national church becomes the blackest in his turn, when the clergy have a mind more directly to vent their anger against him. Murder and adultery are heinous crimes, but what is worse than schism, but supposing it to be such a damnable sin, as is told us with so much heat and violence, it can only be so to those who are the occasion of it. If a man, led away by ambition, revenge, or any other passion to be gratified, separates himself from the communion he belonged to for a trifle, infuses his notions into others, and endeavoring to gain proselytes to his opinion, by all imaginable cunning, draws great numbers from the national and established church, his crime is unpardonable and himself a wicked seducer of the people. We will suppose likewise that his followers, who ran astray with him, are involved in part of his guilt, but it is not, like the sin of Adam, entailed upon all their posterity to the world's end. When a schism has remained for several generations, has been examined, looked into, and the sovereign power, having found it to bring neither dishonor to God, nor detriment to the society, thinks fit to tolerate it in an authentic manner, it then becomes a lawful. 133. Worship, which it is criminal to disturb. Nothing is more sacred to people than their religion, and a conscientious man, what sect soever he is of, will always take care to have his children, from their infancy, imbued with the doctrine which himself prefers to all others, and never suffer them to attend any other worship than what, in his opinion, is the most acceptable to God. Men would not have children disobey their parents, or a pupil his governor, and before they are capable of judging for themselves, rather follow a stranger, than those who are entrusted with their education. When people are arrived to years of discretion, and begin to perceive they have been brought up in an error, there is no doubt but they ought to leave it, and if, being convinced of it, they persist in it, they commit a sin. But how shall we be sure that they are convinced of their error, and how shall we know that their scruples are not really conscientious? A national church seldom acknowledges the sincerity of schismatics, no proofs are convincing. When they have made oath of it, the orthodox have told them they were perjured, nay, should they seal their testimony with their blood, and die for their faith, they must expect only to be laughed at for their pains, for a schismatic can be number 182 martyr. Great numbers of Marcionites, and 183 other heretics, that were persecuted by the orthodox of the primitive church, suffered death for their opinions with great constancy, but they never were styled martyrs but by their own sects. The crown of martyrdom can only be attained to by the orthodox. All the books of martyrs of the Protestants are despised and scoffed at by the Church of Rome, and the vast multitudes she has massacred for the Reformed religion in England, France, and other parts of Europe, are in her language no more than obstinate heretics, that have been punished for their impieties. It was not long before the Protestants imitated the Church of Rome, and the Lutherans in Saxony, and the Calvinists in Holland, have treated the Anabaptists in the same manner. These schismatics in the beginning of the 16th century have published 2 books of martyrs, one at Haarlem and another at Hoorn, in which they complain as much of the tyranny of the Lutherans and Calvinists, as they do of the Papists, but they have received the same answer, that has been given to all. 134. Heretics a great many hundred years ago, which is the saying of Saint Cyprian, that 184 it is not the punishment but the cause, that makes the martyr. And what national church will allow the cause of schismatics to be a good one? The generality of men are so wedded to and so obstinately fond of their own opinion, and a doctrine they have been imbued with from their cradle, that they cannot think any one sincere, who being acquainted with it, refuses to embrace it. This holds in all religions, the Mahometan and most absurd of the pagans not excepted. As there is nothing humane minds may more widely differ in than in what concerns religious matters, so there is no opinion so monstrously despicable, but some may adhere to it with zeal and sincerity, whilst others with the same sincerity may have sentiments not perfectly agreeing with any opinion that is known. About the middle of the last century, whilst the Trinitarians were accusing one another of believing tritheism, and the unity of God, was strenuously asserted among the Protestants, the Chevalier Bory 185 started a notion among the Roman Catholics, that the Virgin Mary was a real goddess, and a fourth person in the divinity. The Emperor Alexander had in his palace an oratory, 186, where he went early in the morning to practice religious ceremonies in honor of the patrons he had made choice of. Here he had, with the effigies of his ancestors, those of very good princes who had been deified, and other holy men, and among them Apollonius Tyanius, Jesus Christ, Abraham, Orpheus, and such like gods, says my author. Nothing can be more unaccountable than the mixed worship of that emperor, or the notion he must have had of the deity, yet Lampridius, who wrote his life, and informs us of this, speaks of him as of a virtuous, sincere, and devout prince. The famous 187 Hugo Grotius had for many years before his death not been of any communion at all, 188 for which some have had a very ill opinion of him, and call him atheist, but a learned apologist 189 of that great man has demonstrated how unjust as well as uncharitable it is to fancy that a man has no religion, when he joins with none of the factions that condemn mankind, and each of which pretends to be the only Church of Christ. Fear and superstition. 135. May make men fly to devotions that are inconsistent together, and a penetrating judgment may have scruples which others cannot see, yet both act with sincerity. One of the greatest reasons why schismatics and dissenters are called hypocrites by the orthodox, is, because, generally speaking, they lead better lives, or at least are more circumspect in their language and behavior. Those who would reform more strictly than others, must chew it in something. This nettles the orthodox, because they are obliged by it either to be more upon their guard themselves, or else run the risk of being thought worse of than those they condemn. Wherefore, to avoid the ill opinion of others and likewise the trouble they find in amendment, they call their adversaries hypocrites, in hopes that by undervaluing the strictness of their manners, they shall conceal the turpitude of their own. How designedly soever virtue and piety may be counterfeited by some crafty deceivers, many of their followers, drawn in by outward appearances, may set about reforming themselves in good earnest. Vast multitudes may be new modeled and reformed after this manner by art and assiduity. The Prince of Condé's army in France had more devout men, and was infinitely less corrupt in manners than the Leaguers, and the Roundheads of Oliver Cromwell were much less debauched than the Cavaliers of the King. Such reformations may last for a while, but human nature will relapse in time, and power, authority, victory, and success, can never fail of relaxing men's morals. But if hypocrisy be not laid to the charge of schismatics, their actions at least, even the best, are discommended, if not misconstrued, and they can do nothing that is praiseworthy in the eyes of the orthodox. During the persecution the Anabaptists labored under beyond c. above 150 years ago, a moderate Calvinist 190 inquiring into the reason how these deluded people could gain so many proselytes, named 3 things, which he assigned as the chief cause of their perverting and seducing such great numbers. The continual quotations of scripture texts their teachers made use of, the great show they made of outward holiness, and their constancy in suffering and dying. By the first, he says, they make the 136. Poor ignorant people stand amazed, and imagine them to be great doctors, though what they quote is without sense, judgment, or reason, but he desires them to consider, that theremever carrot vas any heretic in the world, but what made use of the scripture, corrupting and wresting it to maintain his blasphemies, though the scripture gives no ground for errors and heresies, but that they proceed from a quite contrary cause, as Christ says, and here he quotes these words of our Saviour, do you not therefore err, because you know not the scriptures? 191. As to the second thing by which they seduce silly people, their pretended holiness, he proves by some examples, that it is often the character of false doctors. To solve the third, he gives them the answer of Saint Cyprian, which I have quoted above, and as for the rest, treats them with pity and contempt. The Roman Catholics have done the very same to the Huguenots in France. The Reformed, they said, spoke of nothing but of the Bible, and quoted it continually. They were against dancing, fine clothes, going to the tavern and many of them suffered with constancy for their religion. The difficulties were the same, and so were the answers to solve them. There are other countries, and of Protestants too, where the usage of the orthodox to the schismatics has not been very unlike to what I have mentioned. It is deplorable, that the Protestants are forced to make use of the same arguments against their schismatics, which the Papists before have used against the Protestants, and which so many Reformed divines have so successfully, and so often refuted. It is evident then, that there is no characteristic to distinguish and know a true church from a false one. The arguments for toleration or persecution, as they are occasionally wanted, are the same in the one, as they are in the other, in the behavior likewise between national churches, and those who dissent from them. Tries differ but little. The language and actions are very near the same throughout Christendom. The schismatics reject all humane authority, quote scripture, talk of reason, and desire toleration. The Orthodox stand upon their prerogative of eldership, punishing of heretics, and desire the assistance of the secular arm. Whenever the schismatics can make their opinion national, they are orthodox, and serve all other innovators, just as they were served before. 137. Everybody knows how heartily the French Protestants cried out for toleration in their last persecution. They would have been satisfied with a bare connivance, a sufferance under penalties, or any thing in the world to save their lives and estates, without renouncing their religion. Yet some of them, who had narrowly escaped the watchful dragoons, and thought it a happiness to become fugitives and refugees in foreign countries, changed immediately with their circumstances their tolerating tempers, and 192 of them, who has made himself much talked of on 193 another account, as soon as he was established in a great city of Holland, 194 openly preached and excited the civil power to persecution with great violence, not only against the Socinians, but likewise the Armenians, or as they call themselves, Remonstrants, which later are very numerous in that place. He told the magistrate, that it was their duty to extirpate heresy and infidelity, that the true church could not flourish without the support of the secular arm, and that Christianity itself could not have spread, as it has done, if Christian emperors and other princes had not assisted the propagation of it by destroying the heathen idols, distressing their priests, and demolishing their temples. What benefit this language in the mouth of a refugee must have done to the distressed brethren he had left behind him, I leave the reader to judge. What is true in Holland must be the same in France. It is incredible, how all churches and priests have borrowed of one another. The fathers of the primitive church themselves learned persecution, and to justify it, of the Jews and heathens. I have said more than once, what a wretched and despicable theology the pagans had, and yet Celsus, Symmachus, Porphyry, Hierocles, and other orators and philosophers who have wrote in defense of their national and established church, and against the innovations of the gospel, have treated the Christians with no more regard or ceremony, than a haughty rigorist of the Orthodox, would a sweet singer of Israel, a French prophet, or any the most senseless enthusiast, one of those I have named, and who was a great courtier, had compassed a book against Christianity, which Lactantius has answered and Dr. Cave thinks, 195 but very indifferently. But the general account that Father gives of it is worth reading. 138. He professed that above all things it was the duty of a philosopher to assist men in drawing them from their errors, and call them back again into the right way, which is the worship of the gods, by whose greatness and majesty the world was governed, and not to suffer the ignorant to be drawn away by the impostures of some men. That therefore he had taken upon him that office worthy of philosophy, that he might carry the light of wisdom before those, who were in the dark, not only that by worshipping the gods they might be restored to their sound minds, but likewise that having laid down their stubborn obstinacy they might avoid the torments of the body, and not choose to endure the cruel manglings of their limbs for nothing. But that it might appear what it was, that had made him take the pains of composing that work, he launched out in the praises of the princes, whose piety and providence had, as in all other human affairs, been more eminently conspicuous in their defending the religion of the gods. That at last, such care was taken of the interest of mankind, that, the superstition which was impious and only befitting 191 old women being suppressed, the whole universe should join in the true worship of the gods, and be made sensible of their mercies. How many flatterers of persecuting tyrants have in later times copied after this pagan, I shall not stay to examine. This I know, that what I have quoted would with little alteration have served a member of the Academy of Sciences, in his addresses to the late Grand Monarch, after his extirpation of schism. 198. But the chief use I would make of it is, to shew the possibility, that national churches may treat their betters with contempt, that it is no new thing for persecutors to pretend the good of men's souls, and their general happiness, and that no monstrousness or absurdity in public worship, or established opinions, can ever hinder the champions of them from insulting, and assuming airs of superiority over schismatics, though of the most rational, and solid principles. I am very much mistaken, if a serious reflection on what has been said hitherto, will not furnish a thinking man, with many arguments for toleration. What I began this chapter with is none of the least, I mean, that schism, where once it has been suffered, can never be cured, but by an utter extirpation of the limbs infected, and a 139. Steady cruelty, zealously pursued without pity or remorse. That this is not my own private opinion, one of the most polite authors of the age shall witness. 199. Nothing is more ridiculous in respect of policy, or so wrong and odious in respect of common humanity, as a moderate and halfway persecution. It only frets the sore, it raises the ill humor of mankind, excites the keener spirits, moves indignation in beholders, and sows the very seeds of schism in men's bosoms. A resolute and bold fact persecution leaves no time or scope for these engendering distempers, or gathering ill humors. It does the work at once, by extirpation, banishment, or massacre, and like a bold stroke in surgery, dispatches by one short amputation, what a bungling hand would make worse and worse to the perpetual sufferance and misery of the patient. In Italy, Spain, and Portugal, where an heretic is knocked down the moment he rises, and the Church has a proper power obeyed by the government, to inquire into a man's conscience before he opens his mouth, and punish him for what her holy officers shall fancy him to think. 200. A strict conformity in manner of worship, once established, may be maintained with little bloodshed, otherwise it is never to be procured, but by the remedy prescribed, viz. the utmost violence and barbarity. It is evident then that the method now in use among the Protestant churches, to destroy schism is wrong, that their endeavors are fruitless, and as little likely to meet with success, as would be a man's labor, who to make another his friend, should load him with calumnies, and slip no opportunity to vex him. The bold reformers, that could sway a state are defunct. The ages grow wiser, and bigotry now is a rarity in princes. The reformed clergy have given up their strength by their own act and deed. Men only expose themselves by threatening, what everybody knows they can't execute. Reasoning, good humor, and persuasions are more likely to convince men, and draw them from their errors, than menaces without power. 201. Mere threats, says the learned nobleman I just now quoted, without power of execution, are only exasperating and provocative. They who are masters of the carnal as well as the spiritual weapons, may apply each at their pleasure, and in what proportion they think necessary. but where the magistrate resolves steadily to reserve his fasces. 140. For his own proper province, and keep the edge tools and deadly instruments out of other hands, 'tis in vain for spiritual pretenders to take such magisterial airs. It can then only become them carrot to brandish such arms, when they have strength enough to make the magistrate resign his office, and become provost, or executioner, in their service. But the greatest argument for toleration is, that differences in opinion can do no hurt, if all clergymen are kept in awe, and no more independent on the state than the laity, whereas the calamities that may attend persecution are endless. I am not ignorant of the mischiefs that are to be apprehended from an excessive toleration, accompanied with, or perhaps proceeding from, a remissness in the government, but this ought to be avoided as much as persecution. Besides, when I speak up for a toleration of different sects, I mean only, such as shall own the government to be the supreme authority upon earth, both in church and state, and have no other master abroad, that may make them plot against our safety. It is on this head only that papists and non-jurors ought to be excluded, but this being the business of the state, the clergy has nothing to do with it. It is the government and the ministry of it, which ought to be watchful, and take care that the public receives no detriment from subtle stratagems carried on under religious pretenses. I can't help thinking in this place on the innumerable treacheries of Christians, and the execrable manner, in which Christianity has been propagated by the modern apostles. That scanty portion which America has been blessed with, costs them, besides all their immense treasure, vast dominions, and their liberty, by the Spaniards' own confession, the lives of 20 millions of Indians. A Spaniard 202 being asked by the King of Tassa, how the King of Spain became master of so great tracts of land in both hemispheres, he too honestly answered that he sent monks to preach the gospel in foreign nations, and that after they had converted a good number of pagans, he sent his troops, which joining with the new Christians, subdued the country. This happened in Japan, and gave a plausible pretence to the bonzes to solicit the extirpation of the Christians, which was executed, and has very much increased the martyrology 203 of the Jesuits, by whose industry great numbers of 141. The inhabitants had already embraced the gospel. The Japones, it is certain, understood not their spiritual interest, but considering that these idolaters knew not the true God, and the instructive example they had of our conversions, and the fruits of them before their eyes. I don't see how we can blame their politics, when they had nothing but either an active or a passive persecution to choose. If this be a digression, I hope it will not be thought an unprofitable one, as long as it represents to us the necessity all governments lie under, of guarding themselves against the manifold machinations, which under the false appearances of piety and devotion, must be destructive to the state. I would have it likewise serve to satisfy the reader, that, when I advise the laity to keep the clergy in awe, I mean all clergymen and religious teachers in general, and would by no means exclude the dissenters. No discourses nor even prayers, which have the least tendency to sedition, should be suffer. D. In any assembly, 'tis the business of a careful ministry to look into these matters, and the least conventicle ought not to be neglected. When laymen, who cannot comply with, either the doctrine or rites of a church by law established, are not stinted in their birthright, but enjoy all the temporal privileges and immunities in common with other subjects, they ought to ask for no more, as to spiritual matters, than that they may think what they please, serve God their own way without being disturbed, be instructed by teachers of their own choice, and have the liberty of building houses for divine worship, when and where they think fit. If they make higher demands, which no layman would of himself, they ought to be denied and rebuked, and their teachers, who put them upon it, corrected. A good government in all countries pays a deference to the national church, and no liberty of conscience ought to interfere with her just rights. The public temples and schools ought to be sacred to her, and their revenues unquestionably due to those only who teach her doctrine. If it be objected, that from what I have already proved from the temper of the clergy in general, it must necessarily follow, that, where there is so great a toleration, the dissenters will still be encroaching, and never leave undermining the national church, and that what has been may be again, I readily. 142. Answer, that this never was nor can he done, unless the laity join with their clergy in mischief, which I would prevent. It is to deter men from this I take this pains. Had the laity refused to pull down the Persian temple, when Abdas bid them, the Christians would have prevented a cruel persecution. The business of clergymen is to teach us our several duties toward God and man, to assist us in all the performances of religious worship, and shew us the way to salvation. Whenever they talk to us of other matters by way of instruction, they exceed their commission. But if at any time they would persuade or exhort us to anything, that may be destructive to the public tranquility, or lessening the authority of the government, or mutual concord, we ought immediately to leave them, or else resolve to be deaf to all the flights of either wit or eloquence, that might charm or seduce us. Once for all, the gospel teaches us obedience to superiors, and charity to all men, and if the ministers of it will, to their own damnation, preach seditiously, and be the trumpeters of rebellion, it is not our fault, but it is in our power to hearken to, or despise them, as then they deserve we should. And what madness is it to listen to the Siren's song, when she turns her voice for our destruction? Civil wars may begin in the pulpit, but they are not decided there. All the losses and calamities of them fall upon the people. The clergy may sound to battle, but the laity must fight it out. It is in vain likewise to ask what principle the clergy are of, or whether they belong to a national, or tolerate church, when once they are incensed. In France the lawfulness of killing of heretic princes, and passive obedience have been preached and maintained by the same people in less than 2 years' time. Whoever is openly insincere cannot ask that we should believe him, and all who stand up for the doctrine of passive obedience to the civil powers in being, from a principle of Christianity, will never be active in offending it. The difference in the principles of the clergy is not so great as many imagine, and to understand them is of no use to the laity in any country, when once they come to fight for them, for when half of a nation is massacred by mutual fury, the desolate remainder will find but little comfort in knowing which party began the quarrel. 143. There are eyewitnesses yet alive of our past misfortunes, and confusions from intestine broils, may no futurity behold any other. But let us endeavor to forget them, and no pen be ever more employed to clear the doubtfulness of their causes. We may under a discipline less melancholy learn wisdom from the folly of our neighbors. It will by many be thought injudicious, not to have ended this chapter before now, but a reader as calm as myself will have patience, before we leave it, to read 2 or 3 scraps of history, which are not foreign to our purpose. The leapings 204 of Macon are very famous in France, and have been mentioned by more authors, than the cruelties of Tiberius in the Isle of 205 Capria. The place I speak of, is a city upon the Saône in the Duchy of Burgundy. The 206 Huguenots in the religious wars, in the year 1562, made themselves masters of it by force, broke down the images of the churches, and suppressed the Romish religion. They took it in May, and it was retaken by the Roman Catholics in August, during which small time a vast treasure was heaped up in it. It was sacked and plundered, the exercise of the Romish religion was restored, and the priests and monks with their whores, of which they had abundance, returned to their former state. To complete the misfortunes of the Reformed, the government was given to Saint Point, a man of a sanguinary and cruel temper, who for his pastime, after he had feasted the ladies, was used to ask, whether the farce, which was called the farce of Saint Point, was ready to be acted. This was, as it were, the watchword by which his people were wont to bring out 1 or 2 prisoners, and sometimes more, whom they carried to the bridge of the Saône, and when they appeared there with their wives, After he had asked them some pretty and pleasant questions, he caused them to be thrown down headlong and drowned in the river. It was also a usual thing, to give false alarms, and upon that pretence to shoot some prisoner, or any other of the reformed religion whom he could catch, charging them with a design to betray the city. The Huguenots perhaps might flatter themselves with the notion that Protestants could not be guilty of such enormities, if they had not upon record the barbarous treatment which the garrison of 207 Montbrison, who, having compounded to 144 surrender the town, was retired into the castle, received from a 208 Protestant general, who would divert himself with seeing those miserable soldiers precipitated. They were brought to the top of the platform above the tower. Those, who had not the courage to precipitate themselves were cast down headlong, and not so much as their chief, the brave Monsellus, was pardoned. It is reported likewise, that the baron's soldiers, as barbarous as their general, received those, who were thrown down from the tower, with horrid cries and shouts upon the points of their halberds and pikes. This was done contrary to a solemn capitulation, and all the excuse that was made for this breach of the public faith, was, what, after the first unkindness shown on either side, becomes immediately the common plea in all civil wars, reprisals. What he did, the baron said, was to revenge in part the barbarities that had been committed. After the sacking of Orange, that city indeed had been the scene of triumphant and elaborate cruelty, and all those, who had the misfortune to outlive the first fury, and fell not by merciful massacre, were reserved for exquisite torments, and the most shameful abuses and mutilations. So ingenious was their barbarity, that to shew emblematically, that their quarrels were religious, several Protestants of both sexes were put to the fire, larded with slips of paper torn from Geneva Bibles. 209. These are some of the fruits of the large crop, that may be gathered from religious quarrels, the certain and undoubted offspring of the intemperate discourses of seditious priests, of either side, which if hearkened to by the laity, can never fail of plunging them into civil wars. Oh! Had I skill and eloquence to describe them in their full and terrible extent, and inspire my readers with a horror and detestation, sufficient to guard them against the first approaches, and make them shrink from the remotest tendencies. To those unhappy wretched times, in which trade and all commerce are dead and no merchandise valuable, that cannot be employed for the destruction of one's country. When wealth and property are precarious, and nothing certain but ruin and devastation, when all arts and sciences languish and are shifted aside by rudeness and brutal ity, and no wit or ingenuity applauded, but what teaches men how to be inhuman, till at last the utmost barbarity and refined cruelties become the diversion of the most polite. Chap.x. Between the clergy and the laity. As in all universities, precedency, above other faculties, is given to that of theology, so the function of a divine, the ministry of the gospel, is an employment to which every member of the society ought to pay deference and respect, and moreover, every clergyman, who discharges his duty as he should do, has a just title to the love and affection, as well as veneration and esteem of the public. In this place many perhaps will suspect my sincerity, and be ready to tell me, that had my design been to procure the clergy the favor or affection of the laity, I would have set them in another light than I have done. To remove this suspicion, I must put the reader in mind, that to judge impartially, we ought to be acquainted with the wrong side of things as well as the right, and that all men ought to be considered two different ways. First, as to their occupation, the station of life which either choice or necessity has put them in. And here we chiefly mind the usefulness and dignity of their callings, their capacities, with all qualifications required for the exercise or performance of their functions. In this view we have no regard for the persons themselves, but only the benefit they may be of to the public, if they please and their service be wanted, and they are only looked upon as parts and members of the whole society. Secondly, every person is to be considered as an entire individual, a wonderful machine endued with thought and a will independent from anything visible from without. In this view we look upon him as a necessitous being, that is subject to hunger and thirst. 145. 146. And has many passions to gratify, and at the same time a vast compound, a lesser world, with a sovereignty, and court of judicature within, that has a private welfare and preservation of its own to mind, altogether abstract from the good of the public. Men are naturally selfish, unruly, and headstrong creatures. What makes them sociable is their necessity and consciousness of standing in need of each other's help to make life comfortable, and what makes this assistance voluntary and lasting are the gains or profit accruing to industry for services done to others, which in a well-ordered society enables everybody, who in something or other will be serviceable to the public, to purchase the assistance of others. And as all the conveniencies, and chief comforts of life depend, in a great measure, on the labor and services of others, so he that is able to purchase most of them, is in the vogue of the world, reckoned the most happy. The usefulness of setting all mankind in these two different views, will soon appear, if we but consult our own experience, and take notice of what all mankind seems the most inclined to. All the world agrees, that the good of the whole society, or the majority of it, ought to be preferred to the advantages of private persons, yet everybody may find, that he loves himself better than he does others. Nay, we are taught to do so, from our infancy. The first thing our nurses bid us is to take care of ourselves. The same charge we receive 1,000 times over from our parents, tutors, and all that are entrusted with our education. As soon as we trust children with money we teach them to keep it. When young men talk of marrying, we bid them look out for a fortune, and blame them, if they disregard it. A prudent father may caution his son against cowardice, fraud, or sordid avarice, because those vices make men despised in the world, but he won't bid him lavish away his money, or be unmindful of his safety. All men are taught to display themselves to the best advantage, to defend themselves against injustice and oppression, not to be neglectful of their estate, their dignity, or their reputation in the world. This is called humane prudence, and all the heroic flights of love and friendship, public spiritedness to one's ruin, and the contempt. 147. Of death to any extreme, are looked upon as romantic notions only, fit for knight-errantry, and are laughed out of countenance by the wiser sort of people. A good man it is likely will wish that his children may be useful in their generation, and become remarkably beneficial to their country, and this he may do very heartily for theirs and his own sake, but whilst he is consulting what profession or employment he is to bring them up to, what he looks for is to procure them a livelihood, his chief view is their maintenance and establishment, with little regard to the public. History and experience teach us, that in pursuance of the maxims of this worldly wisdom, most men have in all ages beheld themselves in the second view, and everybody looks upon his own dear person, as an individual, if not independent being, which he is obliged every way to gratify and take care of, almost forgetting that they are members of the society. Men can't help thinking, that their employment, and the dignity of it, are as much their own as their parts and features, for which reason the generality of them convert the whole produce, the splendor, the authority, and all profits and emoluments accruing from both to their own private use and advantage, and moreover count themselves good honest men, if they endeavor not to make more of either than common custom, decency, and the laws of the land allow of. We ought therefore to distinguish between the design of an employment in its original, and what it may be degenerated into, between the real use and worth of a calling and what it may be perverted to, and whenever it is objected, that the laity can have no reason nor the least inducement to love and esteem the clergy for what I have represented them to be, for 6 chapters together, I shall answer, that the same may be said of all professions, when we look upon the wrong side of them. How can we like lawyers, who, if they dislike their fee, will neglect a cause, where your whole welfare, and perhaps the life of an innocent man is at stake, or physicians, who for the same reason will leave you to yourself in a most dangerous illness, and let you die rather than not gratify either their avarice or their pride? These things are often done, and chiefly by the most eminent in both professions. 148. No joy is perfect, and nothing is complete upon earth. The best of things are liable to flaws and inconveniencies. Men have been cooked with bread. But what the necessity of humane affairs requires, the society cannot be without. An army of the best soldiers in the world is insignificant without a good general, yet, when they are disgusted, they'll leave their country exposed to the most imminent danger, and fight against it. But then on the other hand, how often has a general, in the most critical juncture, saved his country from perdition? Lawyers likewise and physicians are of great use to the public. Many cases made intricate by villainous craft, are by able pleaders set in their true light, in favor of justice and honesty. The estates of widows and orphans are often retrieved by the vigilance and penetration of a learned counsel, and rescued from the usurpation of the mighty, that without such an assistance would have been lost forever. Then what a saviour was the lawyer! So the most dangerous distempers are daily cured by the knowing, sagacious physician, that without his help would, in all human probability, have proved mortal. When this happens to a great and industrious trader at a time, his death would have been the ruin of several thriving familles. Lies, or a man, whose life afterwards proves advantageous to the public in an extraordinary manner, then what a blessing, and how godlike was the physician who saved him. But if health and estate are dear to us in this short stage of life, we ought to have a much greater regard for a futurity, which shall last forever. Few have leisure and ability both to read and examine the Scriptures, as they ought, for the thorough understanding of them, and all have not knowledge sufficient to work out their own salvation. Vice should be continually exposed, and sinners reproved, and there is hardly a Christian so mindful of his duty, as never to stand in need of admonition, or that he wants not sometimes to be exhorted to true piety and good actions. The rude multitude should be made acquainted with the heinousness of sin, and those on whom the love of God has little influence, and the joys of heaven make no impression, ought to be scarred from evil doing by the terrors of hell. For this reason, no calling or profession is so generally useful to a Christian nation, as the ministry of the gospel, and no set of men more absolutely necessary than spiritual guides, to lead us in the difficult path of virtue, and shew us the way to eternal happiness. 149. Many will wonder, why I should go so far about to tell them what few people doubt of, that the function of divines deserves the highest respect, and is in dignity superior to all other professions, but I desire those superficial judges to consider, that this was not the only thing I had to mind. I very well knew what, in the foregoing chapters, I had said against the clergy, and how I have, in many places endeavored to demonstrate, that soon after the time of the apostles, the holy order, set up by those true divines, degenerated from its glorious original, and that the Christian clergy, when once the ministry of the gospel became a public calling, an employ which men were brought up to for a livelihood, soon imitated the examples before them, behaved themselves like other priests, and studying more their own temporal advantage than the spiritual good of others, made their holy function, contrary to the intent of it, subservient to their own personal greatness, authority, and other worldly ends, and very often to the worst of purposes. This, I say, I knew very well, and as I was likewise conscious to myself, that I had not done it with a design to render the clergy odious, I was resolved not to remain under the suspicion of it, and therefore was forked, to avoid an imputation I did not deserve, to search further into humane nature, and the origin of society itself, than otherwise there would have been occasion for, that the knowledge of what passes in every one's own breast, might convince them, that I have said nothing of the clergy but what ought to be expected from all mankind under the same circumstances and temptations. We see, that every body makes the most of his business for himself, that those of the same profession often combine together and form themselves into companies and societies, to consult and promote the general interest and welfare of their profession, in order to render it as profitable and honorable to themselves as it is possible, that, though the public good is the specious pretence for erecting of those companies, what the governors and directors of them chiefly aim and drive at, is, next to their private interest, the profit and advantage of the particular company they belong to, that sovereigns are not ignorant of this, is manifest from the restriction made use of, when they grant any corporation the privilege to make laws. 150. And regulations of their own, which is always done with the proviso, that they shall enact none that are clashing, or any ways interfere with the laws of the country, of which, if there were found no danger, it would never be mentioned. Those who understand the world, know, that there is a mysterious part in every trade and profession, beneficial to those only that are of it, and which moreover is absolutely useless, if not detrimental to all the rest of the society. Therefore every shopkeeper has his mark, which is allowed to be a secret, and to inquire into it, or but seem desirous of knowing it, is unmannerly and impertinent. The intrinsic value and prime cost of things is what all sellers endeavor with the utmost care to conceal from the buyers. If the spiritual power of the clergy be, in vulgar esteem, somewhat greater than they are in real light possessed of, it is an heroic piece of honesty in a clergyman to disclaim it for himself, but to acquaint the laity with this, and undeceive mankind, though it may not perhaps be prejudicial to religion itself, it can be no friendly office to the clergy. 210 If we judge of others by ourselves, we cannot think it pleasant to any profession to have their mysteries revealed. The poor have as much Venice treacle for a penny, as will make 2 half-crown boluses, if a physician prescribes them to an alderman. This is very true, and the divulging it cannot do the least prejudice to any body's health whatever, yet no body expects to hear of it from an apothecary, and I am mistaken if the whole company would not call any of their fraternity a false brother, who should advertise it to the public, more especially if he did it after he was made a physician. And as to the credit and dignity of employments, though the followers of it have vastly deviated from the first institution, yet we see they are ever fond of retaining, even when the thing itself is gone, if not the reputation, at least the name of their honorable original, as men of birth, and no merit, are proud of the titles that were given as a reward to their deserving ancestors. The great men of ancient Rome took inferior citizens into their favor and protection, they pleaded their cause before the Senate, if they stood in need of it, and assisted them, on all occasions, with their advice and 151. Authority, their eloquence, and often their purse. Those who enjoy d. the benefit of so generous a friendship, were called clients, and the honoral name of patrons was given to those noble benefactors. This custom has been out of doors a great many ages, and pleading of causes has been a mercenary employment time out of mind, that men are brought up to for a livelihood, yet the names of patron and client are still retained by our modern lawyers, and 'tis not only, that the learned counsel, who give advice, and plead, make use of them, but every little pettifogger and hanger-on of the law has the impudence to call the customers he gets his bread by, his clients. Why should not the clergy have the same liberty? Why not the cardinals, in all the splendor of ostentatious luxury, the Bishop of Munster at the head of his army, or any other ecclesiastical prince, celebrating the Carnival in masquerade, be allowed to style themselves the successors of the apostles? And why may not the Pope, in all his pontifical ornaments, be called successor of Saint Peter, and servant of servants, when he gives audience to ambassadors, or receives in state the adoration of a kneeling prince, or vicar of Christ, whilst he lays claim to the sovereignty over all the kingdoms of this world? There is no doubt but that all of them are the successors of the apostles, as far as they are concerned in the ministry and promulgation of the gospel, and they will never leave boasting of it, even if in their persons, they should come still to be worse than either they are now, or have been yet. The captains, who divided the spoil of the Macedonian conquest, were the successors of Alexander, though they did not inherit either his valor or magnanimity. The most dispensable craftsmen have their founders upon record, if it does honor to their occupation, and never forget what once could be said in praise of their calling. The gardener boasts of the antiquity and innocence of his employment, and, when tired, finds relief by thinking how the Father of all mankind earned his bread. The woolcomber is proud that he can name a bishop for the inventor of his art. And if you attack a poor stocking weaver on the meanness of his trade, he'll take the pains, though half-starved, to tell you, that he can name you a nobleman who had served his time to the knitting frame. 211. 152. The apostles were the messengers of God, the clergy are their successors, and therefore they ought to be called the messengers of God, but as the same word, which in Greek signifies messenger, may likewise be translated ambassador, considering the veneration due to that character, and the dignity of their own order, most clergymen are of opinion, that instead of messengers, they should be styled ambassadors of God, and on all occasions they esteem everybody to be their friend, who entertains the most favorable sentiments of the honor, spiritual power and authority of their profession. What calling is there of the laity, that would not do the same? Ambassador is a modern word, and not sounding amiss, the use of it may easily be allowed them as a piece of civility, without looking too narrowly into the real signification, or drawing consequences from it prejudicial to the clergy. For, though every one loves to hear the profession he belongs to well spoken of for his own sake, few desire it should be to their cost. If a man would urge the original relation between patron and client to one of our most eminent barristers, it would avail but little, and should he make such a remonstrance to save a fee, he would only be laughed at for his pains. In like manner, to allege the spiritual wisdom of the apostles, the powerful influence of their preaching, and the many miracles they wrought as so many testimonies, that confirm the divinity of their mission, and require the same credentials of the clergy, would be thought unreasonable. Yet that the Church of Rome has not slighted this matter, is evident from their frequent canonizations, to insinuate, that the same virtue and power of the apostles still continue among her clergy. She admits of no saints, unless it be known first, that they have wrought miracles, either before or after death. But as the proofs of them are always made among friends, the worst of it is, that they are not convincing to their adversaries, and all the Protestants openly proclaim them to be forgeries. Having once renounced an expedient so long made use of by the Church, the Reformed clergy has been forked to make shift without, and to solve all objections of that nature, they content themselves with answering, that, though God had assisted the first promulga 153 of the Gospel with miracles, and the apostles had for that purpose, in all their transactions been influenced by his immediate power, yet after them it had not pleased the divine wisdom to inspire any of their successors in so visible a manner. It would likewise be thought too rigorous to seek for the same holiness in them, that adorned the lives of the apostles, the exemplary patience with which they underwent all labor and difficulties to propagate the faith, the contempt of honor and riches, their firmness in persecution, and constancy in death. The clergy are not ashamed before the world to indulge every appetite they are able to gratify, refuse no conveniencies of ease and luxury, and shew the same fondness of worldly pleasures as the laity, and no less uneasiness when they are forced to go without. Should they be asked, if they would practice no self-denial, or shew any forbearance beyond the laity, why so many of them should be haughty, covetous, prone to anger, and violent in their resentments, and not a few more notoriously vicious, they would readily tell us, that the good things of this world were made for the use of man, and that the moderate enjoyment of them was by no humane or divine precept denied more to the clergy than the laity, and for the rest, that we ought to consider that clergymen are made of the same mold, and have the same corrupt nature with other men, that they were born with the same infirmities, and that consequently they were subject to the same passions, and liable to the same temptations. And if any should be guilty of crying sins, and be profligately wicked, they would assure us, that it was the highest injustice to charge this on the whole order. As to the scandal such examples might occasion, that it was only the ignorant and unthinking this could be prejudicial to, and that therefore all wise and considerate men ought for the sake of religion itself, and the good of society in general, rather stifle and help to conceal from vulgar eyes, the frail ties of the clergy, than to proclaim and expose them to the world. And after all, that it was the general opinion of Protestants, as well as Papists, that the wickedness of a clergyman rendered not his ministry ineffectual to those of the laity, who would vouchsafe to be good themselves. 154. From all which it is manifest, that the clergy would insinuate, that they may be beneficial to the society, notwithstanding they are bad men, that, whilst they trespass not against the laws or common decency, we ought not to find fault with their lives, and if they do, we ought to connive at them the best we can. We are in the wrong therefore to look for more intrinsic worth, virtue, or self-denial in the clergy, than we expect to find in the laity. It is an error likewise to imagine, that the imposition of hands, or any other ceremony, adds holiness to a clergyman, or renders the invocation of the Holy Ghost effectual on a wicked priest. This is ascribing greater virtue to rites of human invention, than we really find in the very sacraments instituted by Christ himself, which are often administered to such as prove the greatest profligates, or else how could men be perjured, or commit adultery, who have been partakers of the Lord's Supper, and turn housebreakers and murderers after they had been baptized? But whatever excellency the clergy receive from ordination, it preserves them not always from committing the worst of crimes. They have been more talked of for lewdness, than any other profession. They are not less covetous, neither do they envy or backbite less, and they hate worse than the laity. The bishops of Rome have been noted for their luxury 212 so long ago, that Ammianus Marcellinus has upbraided them with it in his 213 time. Many clergymen have been drunkards, and for cruelty, where it has been in their power to exercise it, theirs has been more remarkable than any other profession. In the days of St. Louis, when the clergy had the power of life and death over their vassals, the chapter of Paris put all the inhabitants of Châtenay in prison, where, wanting the necessaries of life, they were 214 in danger to be starved to death, and several actually died either with famine or by the inconveniencies they suffered by heat in a place hardly able to contain them. It is incredible, what the Moors, Jews, and pagans have suffered from the Roman clergy in Spain, Portugal and America, to say nothing of the assassinations, private murders, and more public massacres they have been guilty of, under pretense of promoting orthodoxy, against the humble and credulous Christian laity. 155. In ripping up all these faults, I have no other design than to convince the reader, that the clergy are men, as others are, neither better nor worse than the laity, and that it is only fear and superstition, which for reasons above 215 mentioned, make the vulgar have a greater opinion of their sanctity, and rely on their influence in heaven, and spiritual power with more confidence than they deserve. This overrating of the personal worth of the clergy, is the occasion of a double evil. On the one hand it makes the laity have greater expectations of them, than they are either willing or able to answer, and on the other it prompts the clergy, at the expense of the public tranquillity, to seek their own private ends with greater licentiousness, than is allowed of to any other calling. There is no subject among the laity so great, that submission and obedience is not required of him to the laws and the supreme power, because we don't think any so virtuous or honest, but that ambition, avarice, or any other passion may induce him to prefer his own private advantage to that of the public without justice or moderation. Both reason and experience teach us that we ought not to judge more favorably of the clergy, and yet their fair outside and plausible pretenses impose upon, and hinder us from rightly distinguishing between that part of their function, which consists in being serviceable to us in attaining eternal happiness, and that part of it, which they employ for their temporal interest, which is very necessary. For if mystically they are the successors of the apostles, as to the first, they are more visibly the successors of the Jewish and heathen priests, in regard of the latter. There is no shape nor color of dress, no mien, nor outward modesty that is endued with any holiness. A grave look often hides a voluptuous heart, and a man may be as wicked with a starched behavior, and an austere crabbed countenance, as he can with the most rakish air. Virtue is scarce, everywhere, and a well-bred man, may as much want real probity, as the greatest clown. Porters and carmen are reckoned the rudest and most uncivilized part of the nation, the reverse of them, and most polite part are the courtiers, yet I don't think, that there is more religion in 100 of the one, than there is in the same number of the other. I am far from thinking, that the laity are better than the clergy, yet the one ought to be as dependent. 156. On the government as the other, and neither of them have any privilege or immunity to be mischievous to the whole. All lawful employments are alike as to justice find HNNESTY, and if in any calling, men are worse for the generality, than they are in others, it is only, because they have a greater opportunity of being so with impunity. Pride and ambition are so riveted in our nature, that there is no profession, nor no set of men, but what would lord it and tyrannize over all the rest if they could. The reason why we ought to apprehend the encroachments of the clergy more than of any other profession, is, because they have greater opportunities, and are less mistrusted. When a man has the power to harangue the multitude at his pleasure, where it is criminal to interrupt him, it is dangerous that he should have likewise the liberty of saying to them what he pleases, without being liable to be called to an account for what he says. Lawyers and physicians often prove great burdens to a family, but then physicians are never sent for, but when we are ill, and whilst God gives us health we have nothing to do with them. Lawyers likewise are only made use of on occasion, and many live happily to a great age without ever employing any. But whether we are sick or well, and live in peace or discord, the intercourse between the clergy and the laity is continual. For, besides their officiating every day at divine service, we can do nothing of moment without them, and they assist us through every stage of life. As soon as we are born they come to christen us, and when the nurse has had the greatest trouble with us, and we can help ourselves, the clergy desire to have the tuition of us, till we are men. The next then to be thought on is matrimony, which we can't enter into without them. In sickness they come to comfort us, and claim a right to examine our consciences when we are in health. They still visit us on our deathbeds, even when the physician has left us, and after we have taken our leaves of them and the whole world, they won't yet part with us before they have seen us in the grave. When all these things are taken in due consideration, the clergy carefully restrained from doing mischief to the society, and the public every way guarded against them, as if they were the worst of men, I would not have them debarred from the comforts of life, and they should enjoy the world equally with the laity. But that no impartial. 157. Man may have the least reason, any longer to suspect my sincerity, and to shew my sentiments in relation of the reciprocal duties I treat of, without being dogmatical. I shall explain my meaning in the following example. I don't think it easy to name a great city better governed than that of Amsterdam. The behavior there, between the national clergy and the laity, towards each other, is very commendable. In the salary of the ministers there is a perfect equality. They have about £200 sterling yearly each, which, without their asking for, is sent home to them by quarterly payments in a handsome manner. Besides this, the East India Company make them a present every year of spices. There is hardly a minister, who has not some intimacy with 2, 3, or more families of the senators, where he is always welcome and treated with the same deference they pay to one another. On all solemn entertainments, this clergyman graces their table, and shares with them in most of their diversions. And what elegant comforts of life a friend can enjoy that does not live always under the same roof. The multitude pay them great respect, and it is counted brutish among the common people, not to pull off their hat to a minister, which is often done even by those, who are not of the public church, and is the more remarkable in a country, where the vulgar are more famed for self-interest than civility. To be a minister of the public church at Amsterdam is the highest post in presbytery, a Dutch divine can arrive at, and reckon d so considerable, that, though he has not a groat, if he marries a fortune of 8 or 10,000 pounds sterling, it is counted an equal match. Their widows have handsome pensions paid them, whilst they remain single, and their children have most of the offices and places of profit bestowed upon them, that are in the gift of the magistrate, at least with equal merit they are generally preferred to all others. What is expected from the clergy, for this is a grave deportment, and the solemn exercise of their function, by no means to meddle with state affairs, and with all their faculties endeavor to appear hardy for the government, and the public welfare. They are, whilst in health, obliged to preach twice a week, though their sermons 158 commonly last an hour and a half in the delivery, and often longer. Considering how large the churches, and numerous the audiences are, preaching is a painful office, and would be, if the pleasure of being followed by such vast multitudes did not help, by gratifying human frailty, to alleviate the burden, almost insupportable. They are allowed to inveigh against sin and the vices of great men, as much as they please, without pointing at particular persons. Tavern, or coffee house they never enter into, which how much it contributes to the veneration the vulgar has for them, no clergy can know but what has tried it. Not to be tedious, I have omitted several tokens of esteem and friendship, which at the birth of children, and other times they receive, but one of them is too remarkable not to be mentioned. At public rejoicings, when bonfires are made for peace or victory, the magistrate sends into every minister a handsome quantity of wine, and in the evening a certain number of pitch barrels, filled with other combustibles, is riced before their doors on a scaffold, and burnt, in the same manner as is done before the houses of officers of note, and the magistrates themselves, at the public charge. From this the people has the pleasure to think, that the government has as great a reliance on the prayers and piety of their clergy, as they have on the conduct and bravery of their commanders, and that the clergy participates in the public joy, and has no wishes that are different from the common good. They are Calvinists, and consequently Presbyterians, that are all equal without preeminence of subordination. I have already declared for episcopacy in the 3rd chapter, and shall say no more on that head. What I would observe relates to the harmony between the clergy and the laity, and their reciprocal behavior to each other, and I would recommend it no farther, than as it might concern our inferior clergy, and interferes not with our constitution, or church government as established by law. As to the bishops, I would have all the respect and deference paid them, which is due to the honorable house, of which they are members. But the power, which with the rest of the peers they exercise in the legislature, belongs not to them as clergymen, but as lords of the king's creation, and the most certain authority of the spiritual lords is, what they can claim as temporal by law. The bishoprics themselves I look upon as places of honor and profit, to reward clergymen of merit and capacity. Their number is very moderate, and therefore the expense not half so burdensome to a nation as ours, as they are serviceable to the encouragement of learning. Preaching at Amsterdam must be a labor, which every body is not robust enough to undergo, but if we abate somewhat of the fatigue in that part of their function, for the rest I think ministers of the gospel ought to be satisfied with such usage, as I have mentioned. If not, it is manifest, that they are unreasonably solicitous, either to enjoy their ease and pleasure in general, or else to gratify some predominant passion. And when we see, that they have no regard for our eternal welfare, the main part of their function, all their arguments for power ought to be suspected, for the more narrowly we examine into their specious pretenses, the more we shall find, that all tend to promote their own personal greatness, and temporal advantage, and that they only strive to have the whip hand of the laity, be their own judges, and wholly independent on all rule and government, but their own. Religion requires no such thing. Ecclesiastic censures are perpetual torments to the laity, the chief use they are of, besides puffing up the priests with pride, is for envious and malicious people, when they want a handle to be vexatious to their neighbors, and it seldom happens, that courts of judicature, where clergymen preside, are not sad grievances to a nation, let their religion or church government be what it will. That presbytery is not eligible before episcopacy, we may learn from the use the clergy of Geneva, and the Kirk of Scotland, have all along made of their jurisdiction. Such a power must make all clergymen tyrants, and would do the same to all professions, or any other set of men, invested with the same authority the clergy claim, and I would as soon trust the Inquisition of Spain for lenity and discretion in punishing, as I would the rulers of the Quakers in America, if not sooner, for the more men pretend to virtue and religion, the less fit they are to judge others. The reason is plain: hypocrites are under greater temptation to be cruel, than other sinners, because they are always in hopes that we shall judge of the holiness and purity of their own. 160. Hearts from the hatred and strong aversion they express against vice, which must make them unmercifully severe against the least frailties of others. The civil magistrates ought never to part with their fasces to any function or profession whatever, but keep in their own hands the sole power of punishing offences, be the crime what it will. We don't live in such days of ignorance, that none but clergymen can read. A government that is able to detect the intricate machinations of plotting statesmen ought to be deemed wise enough to know what is blasphemy or profaneness, without asking a priest, and where immorality is discountenant, and vice punished by wholesome laws. Religion will never suffer for want of power or any worldly greatness in the clergy. If they will think otherwise, let them, but if they complain of it by way of appeal to the multitude, they ought to be immediately stopped. When men offend by speaking, the first and mildest punishment they can expect, is to be silent, which, if others will not take warning by, they ought to be more severely treated. When once it is manifest, that they only labor for their own worldly ends, we ought to be very cautious how and where to believe them. They'll tell us, that without having the liberty to preach what they please, they cannot discharge their consciences, nor perform their duty. They'll give us the examples of Samuel, of Nathan, and other prophets, and instance the noble freedom and becoming boldness with which they scrupled not to reprimand kings themselves. They will add, that the clergy speak on the part of God as well as the prophets did, that they are the ambassadors of heaven, and that as such they ought not to be limited or controlled by any power upon earth. These are specious pleas, but before we are swayed by them, we ought to examine into the lives and actions of the clergy, and if we find that the greatest part of them are very neglectful in every branch of their duty, that has any relation to the good of others, that there is not the least resemblance between the functions or persons of the Christian clergy, and the prophets of the Old Testament, that there is no symptom about them to imagine from, that they are inspired by the Holy Ghost, as all were who ever spoke to us from God, and 161. Lastly, that most of them are wholly taken up with worldly cares, and mind themselves, their ease, their pleasure, and earthly comforts more, 10-1, than the cause of God or religion. If we find, I say, these things, we ought to be deaf to the most plausible of their pretensions, and take care of ourselves in defiance of all their deceitful eloquence. As to their being the ambassadors of God, I have spoke of it already, and therefore, if they will compliment themselves with the title, without laying any stress on the signification of the word, they may, but they must draw no consequences from it. Rhetoricians may have leave to use figurative ways of speaking, that in strict sense are not to be allowed of. But to know how little analogy there is between the office of a priest, and an earthly ambassador, and how little reason they have to insist on the name, we are but to consider in the first place, that an ambassador represents the sovereign who sends him, and therefore the greater the king is, the more honor and respect is due to his ambassador, but this is a commission far exceeding that of the apostles, who were so far from pretending to represent God, that they abhorred the thoughts of receiving, and beheld with the utmost grief the divine honors, which ignorant and superstitious men would have paid them. In the second, ambassadors are sent to none but sovereigns, that are altogether independent on him who sends them. What relation this has to the Creator of the universe and his creatures, whose very breathing depends on his preserving power, I can't well conceive. This is certain, princes send no ambassadors to their subjects, and therefore, if the clergy will fancy themselves ambassadors to us from above, they must ascribe to the sole monarch of heaven and earth, who is jealous of his glory and sovereignty to the highest degree, what would be counted an unheard of and shameful condescension in a mortal and earthly king, a mean ill-advised conduct, that would infallibly tend to the dishonor of the most limited, and most precarious worldly prince. If everything is blasphemy, which detracts from the wisdom and glory of God, what must we say of their pretensions? But to return to the subject of preaching, I conjure all civil magistrates to believe, that nothing is more destructive to the peace. 162. Of the society, or more dangerous to the public welfare in general, than to let the clamours and audaciousness of male-content clergymen go unpunished when they become criminal, and tamely to suffer that men, who by their function ought to stand by and strengthen the authority of the government in everything that is not clashing with the laws of God, or the country, should openly traduce, and endeavor to render it odious to the people. But as for want of sufficient proof it is not always in the power of the magistrate to convince clergymen of crimes, which they have been actually guilty of, the laity ought ever to be upon their guard against preachers when they know them to be displeased. When a government appears resolute in opposing the least tendencies to sedition and civil discord, the discontented clergy learn to be angry with discretion, to make use of sly insinuations, and vent to their audiences in couched expressions what in words at length for fear of condign punishment they dare not utter. In such conjunctures every good subject ought to beware himself, and use all his endeavors to caution others, his family, his friends, his neighbors, and everybody he has any influence over, how they give ear to such preaching. To render sermons not unprofitable to us, it is a Christian's duty in going to church to banish, as much as he is able, from his heart all envy, jealousy, and revenge, that he may at least carry a disposition capable of receiving the doctrine of peace. Would men comply with this, they might be furnished with a certain rule, by which the meanest capacities would be able to judge of the integrity of their teachers, and have an infallible touchstone to know, whether they endeavor to establish sentiments of union and concord among their hearers, or by sowing the seeds of contention, spur them on to hatred and indignation against any of their neighbors. Where that care I recommend has been taken, let every person re-examine himself after sermon, and if he finds all calm within, and his mind not more disturbed with anger, aversion, or other symptoms of animos against those of different opinions, or else his superiors, in going out than it was at coming into the church, the minister has acted the good shepherd, and done honestly by his flock, and we may be satisfied that his discourse was not designed to destroy or endanger the public repose, but if after the same precaution, you 163. Feel in your bosom some rancor or ill will, either against the government, or any of the ministry, or else others whom you disagree with, if you feel a desire of revenge against any, and your charity to all men is sensibly decayed, you may immediately, unless there is another visible cause of your change, lay the fault on your minister. 'Tis he who has seduced you from Christ, and you may assure yourself, that, to gratify some passion, or serve some other worldly end, he has endeavored to disturb the tranquillity of the people. There are 1,000 artful ways, by which subtle orators may prepossess men, raise their pity, anger, jealousy, or any passion they have a mind to, without speaking plain, more especially divines, who have so large a field as the Scriptures to range in, from whence they may call innumerable places, to be wrested and turned to what purpose they please. With such a help, and a very little skill, a preacher may infuse any strange notions into a vulgar audience, and either set them on to, or deter them from things without naming them, or openly telling his hearers what he means, or what he would be at. Many things in the Old Testament were only spoke to the Jews, and could never relate to any other nation, Many predictions, as those which foretold the destruction of the city and temple of Jerusalem, have been fulfilled a great many ages ago. The same must be said of everything which has been prophesied concerning the coming of the Messiah, and whatever related to particular captivities and other calamities, which the Jews actually suffered long before Christianity. Yet there's not a country in Christendom where all these things are not daily applied to the then present circumstances of the people, or made subservient to every end the minister has in view, and what is a greater wonder, is, that by common consent this is called preaching of the gospel. I don't say this to find fault with it, to deprive the ministers of the Old Testament, or abridge their liberty of choosing their texts from any part of it as they please, but to demonstrate the necessity and reasonableness of a caution I am going to give, and which I would have all men make use of in hearing sermons. An allegorical expression often engages, and at once biases the hearers in favor of the 164. Preacher. How wonderfully is often an audience moved with the exclamation of a prophet, or a few words of a psalm emphatically delivered, when at the same time should thef conti be minded, and all circumstances examined into, they would be found very impertinently applied. If men will suffer themselves to be drawn away by such random flights, their allegiance is always precarious, and they can never judge of a preacher's orthodoxy in relation to the public peace and concord of the society. In all professions men ought to do good, or at least to endeavor it, and he is far from having discharged his duty, who can but barely say, that he has done no mischief. A man who is entrusted with the cure of souls, ought to examine into their frailties and spiritual ailments, to administer proper remedies accordingly. When a minister preaches to an incited rabble, it is not sufficient not to increase their fury, it is his duty to appease them, and turn their hearts from the mischief they are bent on to the utmost his abilities will let him. To act prudently with a madman, we ought not so much as to mention the thing that distracts him. It is very surprising, that men of sense should so often trespass against so plain a maxim, and still pretend ignorance in the flagrancy of their guilt. In many cases it is difficult openly to convince men of their crimes, as long as it is possible for them to conceal, or but deny their evil intentions, and they often elude the force of a just accusation by evasions, which their consciences must upbraid them with. To exhort an audience to orthodoxy is laudable in a clergyman, and to bid them beware from schism, and stand up for the church, may likewise bear a very good construction, but if it makes the mob pull down a meeting house in England, or abuse men for having common prayer books in Scotland, or commit some other outrage, would not a minister of the gospel, if he was not pleased with it, on the first opportunity undeceive his mistaken followers, reprove them, and in the most serious manner remonstrate to them, that they had misconstrued his meaning? But if he takes no notice of it, and goes on in the same strain against the sin of schism, if moreover his pleasant looks, and a significant smile now and then cast on the ringleaders by stealth, bespeak his satisfaction, and far from reproving them, with 165 unusual civilities he seems to reward their zeal, then what must we think of such a minister, or what can he say for himself? I should be glad to know what evasions he can have left, when thus far pursued. I have hinted before at a conquest gained by the Church over the State at Geneva. This victory was obtained by a sermon of 216. Calvin, which, to all outward appearance, was full of zeal and piety, but in reality threatening the magistrate with an insurrection, if they would not let Calvin have his will. The government took the hint, apprehended the danger, and the clergy gained their point. To raise rebellion is a capital crime in any subject, but that a clergyman should prompt others to it, aggravates the offense. From the opportunities he has by his function, it is supposed to be always in his power, which, besides the treason, makes him guilty of a breach of trust, in perverting the design of his calling, to what is the least suspected. It is the same as poisoning in an apothecary, or cutting a man's throat in a barber. The laws therefore against seditious preaching ought to be more severe and extensive than they are in most countries. For though many of the clergy are resolute and audacious, yet great numbers contain themselves within the limits of small innuendos, and remote suggestions, who, were they not awed by the fear of punishment, would openly vent their malice, stick at no calumny, no bare-fact treason, and make their pulpits, that should be the promptuaries of wholesome counsel, and spiritual comfort, like the deceitful 217 vessels of Hannibal. Yield nothing but poison and destruction to subvert a government they dislike. I might urge this argument with still greater warmth, without contradicting what I have advanced concerning the superiority and preeminence of their profession, for nothing is more false, than that to bring a clergyman to shame is an affront to his cloth. As they won't allow, that the most heinous crimes committed by a clergyman can cast the least scandal on his calling, so I can't see why punishing him as he deserves, should be counted an ignominy done to his whole order. When a peer is put to death by the base hands of an executioner for a crime he was convicted of, nobody looks upon it as an indignity offered to the Honourable House of Lords. 166. Once more I insist upon it, that to destroy the power and authority usurped by the clergy for their temporal interest, and punish them, when they deserve it, equal with other men, are not incompatible with the sincere respect and highest veneration that are owing to their holy function. There is no profession so useful nor so necessary to the society as theirs, yet those who are of it owe as much obedience and submission to the laws and the civil magistrates as mountebanks or stage players. They are like fire and water, to be both valued and restrained, the best of servants but the worst of masters, and I could heartily wish, that all governments would treat the clergy, as not to be wanting in either prudence or gratitude. I would a physician, who had saved my life. I would heap on him all the kindnesses in my power, and on all occasions he should command my friendship. I would not only believe, but obey everything he should advise, relating to my health, but should he encroach on my goodness, I would shew him his error in the mildest manner, and should I do this in vain, I would have patience, and forbear falling out with him for a great while, but if after all I found he was incorrigible, and that nothing would serve him but that he would have the government of my family, I would indulge him no longer, and at all events make him know I was resolved to be master at home. Chap. 11. Of Government. Mankind agree in nothing more unanimously, than the necessity there is of government in the civil society, but to this day it is undecided what sort of government is the best. This is certain, that there is no form of government, but what has its peculiar grievances and corruptions, which others are not so liable to, and consequently in every one of them some inconveniencies are avoided, either wholly or in part, that are more particularly or more eminently complained of in others. The simple unmixed governments are monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. The supreme and legislative power of Great Britain is a compound of these three. I have often heard well-meaning people say, that would everybody be honest, ours is the best constitution in the world. But this is no encomium, where everybody will be honest and do their duty. All governments are good alike. That is the best constitution which provides against the worst contingencies, that is armed against knavery, treachery, deceit, and all the wicked wiles of humane cunning, and preserves itself firm, and remains unshaken, though most men should prove knaves. It is with a national constitution, as it is with that of men's bodies, that which can bear most fatigues without being disordered, and last the longest in health, is the best. All subjects owe an unlimited obedience to the high magistrate in all kingdoms, states, and principalities whatever, and no form of government can subsist without an arbitrary sovereignty. In any of the three simple forms there is no question where this total subjection and unlimited obedience is due, but in mixed governments it often is the cause of fatal quarrels, more especially in this kingdom, where most calamities that have befallen either king. 167. 168. Or people, have been owing to this grand dispute. The flatterers of princes, among whom clergymen never have been wanting, have ever asserted, that it was a sin to God not to pay it to the king. They maintain their argument with proofs from Scripture, the history of all ages, and all the examples of absolute monarchs, without taking the least notice of the constitution and the agreement between the king and the people. As there was nothing so fit to convey this doctrine among the people, and make it spread as the pulpit, princes, who had the misfortune of employing ministers that advised them to arbitrary sway, have made use of, and ordered clergymen to preach it. In the beginning of the last century it was that this doctrine had greater stress laid upon than had been done before, and met with no great opposition at first, but a little after, as soon as some untoward trials were made to put it into practice, half the nation rose up against it, and opposed this tenet with so much violence, that it produced the most fatal contentions. Both parties were obstinate, and became daily more implacable to each other from the ill offices of divines, the intemperate zeal of preachers on both sides, and the vindictive spirit that reigned among them. As soon as the assertors of the passive doctrine lost ground, ambitious men took advantage of the opportunity, and carried their followers to another extreme, who joining force to argument, maintained, that obedience was only due to the people, and even the king's person accountable for the crimes of others, if committed by his order. The assertors of liberty turned the oppressors of it, till monarchy was happily re-established almost by common consent, and the doctrine of resistance became odious in its turn, which it had not been long, before the greatest part of the nation thought fit to make use of it again. Notwithstanding the various turns of fate these two doctrines have undergone, and the many mischiefs the dispute has occasioned, the question remains still, and as each party pretends to have the better of the argument, the quarrel is undecided. It would be endless to repeat a quarter part of what has been said on this subject. I shall attempt no such thing, but when we have examined all we shall find, that the great difficulty of determining this affair proceeds from the difference between the parties in stating the case. 169. Rightly, for when that is fairly proposed, I can't help thinking, but that the dispute must soon be at an end. It is agreed on all hands, that an unlimited obedience is due, the question is, to whom? To the highest, the supreme power, that is invested with the absolute sovereignty of the nation. If we agree likewise in this, as I think we do, the matter is decided, as soon as this power is found out. This absolute sovereignty of our nation is either lodged in one person, or in more than one. If in one we have nothing to mind but the arbitrary will and pleasure of that one person, and the words Parliament, fundamental laws, and Constitution, are empty sounds without any signification, but if the sovereignty be really divided in several branches, and the ultimate and legislative power is possessed by the three estates, the King, Lords and Commons, then our unlimited obedience is only due to such commands, as shall appear to have been given by the joint agreement of these three estates, without being revoked and made void by the same authority. And here it is to be observed, that as the power to make laws must include likewise a power to preserve them from being violated with impunity, so every branch of the legislature must have as great a share in the one, as it is invested with of the other. For when the Commons in Parliament are assembled to act their part in the legislature, and by their authority give sanction to what they shall think necessary, or useful, the representatives of the people are come on a very foolish errand, if there is another power upon earth, that without their consent can make void, and with impunity annul, perhaps the next day, what they have been enacting with so much solemnity, and after so mature a deliberation. To exert the power, which comes to their share in making laws, the Lords and Commons must be lawfully called and assembled in their respective houses, but whether they are sitting or not, the whole power of enforcing and preserving the validity of the laws is entrusted to the King. By this confidence the nobles and people repose in their monarch, he becomes the guardian and superintendent of the laws, whose sacred office it is not only to require obedience to them of all his subjects, without partiality, but likewise to 170. Promote, and every way encourage the execution of them, and lend his authority to those who are employed in it. If the king at his coronation takes oath to discharge this trust, which, whilst he does, he represents the whole sovereignty of the nation, and the same obedience is to be paid to him, which is due to all the three estates. From what has been said it is evident, that the chief end, why the king is invested with this power is to enable him to maintain the laws, and since the king has no prerogative but what is ratified by law, it is impossible, he should have a power without his parliament to make, repeal, or alter any, and nothing is more absurd than to advance, that a person has a just authority to destroy what he has sworn to keep. But to render it still more manifest, that the king has no power to claim obedience, and that it is not so much as surmised, he should require it of his subjects to any command that is unlawful, we are but to observe what every body knows, that all persons are accountable for their own actions, and that no order of the king, how plain or express soever, though produced in writing, and corroborated with his sign manual, can extenuate a man's guilt, much less exempt him from it, if in executing that order he has acted against the law. In times of danger, if the safety of the nation requires that the executive power should be increased, the people may enlarge the trust they repose in the king, by laying aside for a while the great buckler of their liberty, the Habeas Corpus Act. But this is never done, but when conspiracies and rebellion are actually on foot, and the Parliament is perfectly well assured of the good intention of the king and ministry. Even in the height of this confidence it is very visible, that this trust is limited, for the power of arbitrary confinements is only granted to the king for a few months. If there be any further occasion, the people again must be consulted. The necessity there is for continuing this confidence in the king is to be examined and discussed in Parliament, or else at the stated period, as soon as the time is expired, the act resumes its force, whether the Parliament be prorogued, dissolved, or actually sitting, which shews, that this is an affair looked upon to be of that high importance, that no person or power upon earth shall judge of it but themselves, and consequently that a very considerable part of the 111 sovereignty remains virtually in the people, even when they have no representatives, and have actually entrusted the executive power beyond the usual limits. What is the most beautiful in our Constitution is, that these three estates singly invested with so great a share of sovereignty, can never interfere with each other's power, whilst the laws are held sacred by all the three equally. All the shares of sovereignty possess d. by the Lords and Commons notwithstanding, the same honours and respect are due to the king, that are usually paid to absolute monarchs, and what is due to the sovereignty of the whole nation, as much as if the legislature and supreme power was not divided. He makes peace and war, makes bishops, is the fountain of honour, and has the sole power to bestow titles and dignities. He names all officers both civil and military, and the coin bears his effigy. Leagues and alliances with foreign princes, and the political administration, and management of foreign affairs, and the interest of the nation, in respect to other states and potentates, are his province. As to the government of his subjects he has, as I have hinted before, the superintendency over all the laws to render them effectual, and justice is administered in his name. These high prerogatives and undoubted marks of sovereignty, belong to the king, and many more, but he has not one that can make him a tyrant, or his subjects slaves. The rights and privileges of Parliament, and the liberty of the people are as sacred branches of the Constitution as anything the king can claim. If a subject offends it is the law, and not the arbitrary will of the prince, or any of his ministers, he is to be punished by. He that is refractory to the law, is in many cases as rigorously dealt with, as if he had disobeyed. d. The most arbitrary tyrant, but where there is no law, there is no transgression. As the greatest respect is due to our monarchs, they ought to be treated with the height of good manners, and the people may assert their liberty without making use of odious terms. They can want no coercive power over their kings, whilst their name or authority is no shelter to a man who acts illegally. If a man comes without any force to demand money of me in the king's name contrary to the law, I laugh at him, and send him about. 172. his business, but if he came with a troop of horse, or any other superior force, I would comply, not, because he came in the king's name, but because he would be stronger than F. But when he has done this, the law is on my side, I can call him to an account for it, and the king's order screens him no more from the law, than an order of the Great Turk, or the mayor of the least corporation in England. But if refusing to part with my money I am imprisoned d, without admitting me to bail if sufficient, and proffer d, and am denied a lawful trial, or that I am tried by an illegal court of judicature, erected at the king's pleasure, then the rights and liberty of the subjects are invaded, and in the first case the act of habeas corpus is violated. All this may be done, and the king not in fault himself, he may be wholly ignorant of such facts, or be misinformed, and some of his ministers abuse his authority. But if after many remonstrances made to the king, or his council, the injuries are not redressed and such ministers remain unpunished, and in favor, and parliaments are either dissolved, or not called at the times, which the law has appointed for their meeting, and other illegal means are put in practice, to screen such evil ministers from justice, if this becomes a general complaint, and the king still continues to cut off all hopes of redress, he then breaks his contract with the people. It is impossible that this should be done, but all the world must know it, yet the enemies of our Constitution, by way of objection, ask us, who is to be the judge of this breach, which is the same, as if they asked, who is to be the judge that it is day at noon. When a monarch is the absolute lord of everything in his dominions, and he has not yet made any solemn irrevocable grants of privileges, or immunities to any of his vassals, his arbitrary will is their law, and an unlimited obedience is due to his commands. Not interfering with the laws of God, though otherwise the most unreasonable. But such an extravagant power never lasted longer than the force to execute and maintain it, and experience has taught princes long since, that though the law of God enjoins subjects to obey them, it is not safe to trust to such a slavish allegiance. If therefore a prince of wisdom and penetration, considering that he has almost every subject to fear, and none he can really trust, should for his own sake 173. Be willing to desist from this right of absolute sway, and share the supreme power with his people in a manner and proportion, as he thinks fit, and they shall agree to, if a prince, I say, condescends to this I can't see, why a contract thus ratified between him and his people is not as binding to the one, as it is to the other. What men, who are not tied to any laws, are absolute masters of, they may part with and divide among whom they please. If the supreme power was the prince's property, and he thinks fit to bestow part of it upon the people, that share of it which he makes over to them becomes their property, as much as it was the prince's before. This would be just by the law of nature, though the prince had no reason, or the least motive, but his caprice, for so doing. But if he did it to rid himself of many fears and jealousies, if he did it for the better security of his person and government, his quiet, his pleasure, and the succession to his posterity, then likewise it becomes equitable according to the laws of nations and society, because it is evident, that the prince receives a valuable consideration for what he gives away. Those disputants then, who in defending the doctrine of passive obedience compare our kings to absolute monarchs and in spite of all remonstrances are still applying the examples of arbitrary kingdoms, to be met with in sacred and profane history, to our Constitution, seem to me to argue beside the question, and are to be treated as men, who deny the first principles. Another argument of contention is taken from the succession of our kings, and the right of inheritance. Both parties agree, that our kingdom is hereditary, but one side will have it, that nothing can incapacitate the next heir in blood but idiotism or lunacy, but the other assert, that there may be several other reasons to set aside this right, of which being a Roman Catholic is made one by law. They prove likewise, that it often has been set aside among the Jews, and other nations as well as our own. The advocates for hereditary right reply, that whenever this right was set aside, it was done unjustly, that kings have this right from God, and that no acts of Parliament can make any alteration in it. They add, that kingly government is of divine institution, and that consequently the people cannot deprive them of it. This must carry us back where we have been before in quest of sovereignty and the supreme power. 174. Kingly government is of divine institution by the canons of our Church. I heartily believe it, and that kings are God's vicegerents, but I hope this is not meant only in Thof 6f absolute monarchy with exclusion of all other forms of government. God commands us to be obedient to the higher powers. This duty, I conceive, we ought to pay not only to sovereignty itself, but likewise to all magistrates and superiors, all rulers and officers, that either represent or act by the authority of the supreme government of a nation. But if the canon makers, in compliment to kings, would insinuate, that no other form of government had any right of exacting obedience from their subjects, I shall believe that our Church lost her infallibility when this canon was made, for from thence it must follow, that the Great Mogul and the Grand Signior have a divine right to claim obedience of their subjects, which the Republic of Venice, the States General of the United Provinces, and the cantons of Switzerland, are destitute of. Kings then, that is, the higher powers in every nation, whether the sovereignty be lodged in one or more persons, are of divine institution, and there is no doubt but the sovereignty of all countries derive their right from God. But as to the divinity of hereditary right, if it was proved, which I yet never saw, it would be subject to the same alterations that government is, as to its form. The same authority that makes commonwealths and mixed governments from absolute monarchies, may alter the right of inheritance, prefer females to males, postpone or exclude them, and make what other regulations they think fit. I should not think myself impartial, if I should leave this subject without mentioning a scruple that has been perplexing even to men of candor. They have acknowledged the contract between the king and people, and the absurdity of maintaining that passive obedience can be due to anything but the supreme power, the whole sovereignty. And likewise owned, that the great share of sovereignty the people are possessed of, has been very visible in all the transactions of the nation for above these 100 years, but if they trace the power and authority of the commons a little higher, they find it very mean and precarious, and the further they go, the more arbitrary they find our kings, and the less deference was paid to the commons. They may urge, that laws are never better understood, than at the time they 175 are made, and therefore to judge well of the true intent and design of the Constitution, we ought to look into the partition of power, as near the time it was made in as is possible. Such another scruple may be moved in the affair of the succession, for when we have agreed, that there is no express law of God concerning the right of inheritance, and that the examples were the rule, by which the nearest in blood inherit, has been followed, are hardly more numerous than the exceptions, where men have swerved from, and disregarded it, we cannot find in our history anything comparable to what was done at the Revolution, and soon after. In all the struggles that have been made by the princes and barons for the crown, the right of inheritance was always insisted upon, and never set aside but by superior force. That those who remained in possession, always courted the consent of parliaments, was to strengthen their title, and to be the surer of the people's allegiance that they might not revolt, but this precaution was always of little use, when a more powerful antagonist arose. This is certain, that parliaments have never calmly disposed of the succession to the prejudice of hereditary right before the Revolution, and both the king and the lords seem to be invested with much less authority than they were in former ages. To solve these difficulties, and penetrate into the reason of the change that is observable in the authority of the three estates, we must take a view of the nation's condition in respect to the situation of property and mastership among the three estates. At the beginning of our Constitution the king had vast possessions, and a great part of the kingdom was his property. The lords were few, had exorbitant estates among them, and some of them were so rich in land, and powerful in vassals, that one or two of those barons often were a match for the king. The humble commons all this while were hardly a free people, and had not 1 inch of ground. The scene has been much altered long since. The kings have parted with considerable branches of their prerogative, and that crown lands are nothing to what they were, is no secret. The lords are numerous, and many of them not rich. The church has but little land left to what she had, and the commons have for some time been possessed of 3/4 of the whole. 176. The constitution therefore may be the same, that is, the sovereignty is, as much as ever, lodged in the 3 estates, king, lords and commons, but considering the vast change that has been made in their possessions, it would be absurd to think, that the 3 powers should be the same they were in relation to each other. Time was, when the king and lords were both formidable, and each was jealous of the other's power, for which reason neither of the two would suffer the other to oppress the poor and helpless commons, but the face of things is altered. Neither of the 2 first estates has reason to dread the other's power, and both of them together would not be an overmatch for the third. So true it is, that dominion always follows property, and that, where the one is wanting, it will ever be impracticable for any long continuance to enforce the other. From the absolute sway then exercised by our kings, and the vast authority of the lords in former ages, it does not appear that the commons were not a branch of the sovereignty, or had a less share in the legislature than they have now. Their right was the same, but they had not the tools to maintain it. When kings and barons made war at their own charge, they had no occasion to consult or trouble their heads about the commons, who could not assist them but with their personal service, which they had without calling of parliaments. But when great fleets are to be equipped, armies raised and maintained, general officers are to get estates, and ministries to be rich, when all this is to be done, and the purse of the commons is to pay for it, when the very expenses of the court, and all the various pensioners that belong to it are chiefly defrayed by them, it is no wonder, that they are often wanted, and have the deference shown to them, which is due to the considerable share they have in the sovereignty. As to the succession, the kingdom is hereditary, as much as ever it was. The hereditary right has been set aside often, and as well formerly as at the Revolution. All the quarrels that have been made about the succession, have ever been decided by the longest sword, and so was the last, with this difference, that the dispute before was between the rival princes, and this was between the prince and the people. I know very well, that the convention was no parliament, but when King James had abdicated the kingdom, we must have been in 111. The utmost confusion, if the great men of the nation had not taken care of the government, and future ages, when they shall read this part of our history, and be acquainted with all the circumstances of it, will be forked to admire the wisdom of these times, and confess to the praise of those patriots who managed that affair, that to preserve the religion, the liberty, and likewise the tranquility of a nation, humane prudence has never exerted itself more conspicuously on any other emergency. We are told sometimes that the king's abdication was not voluntary, but it is evident, that he was desired to stay, and nothing drove him away but his own fears. He knew he had broke through the laws, and that he had defied, and on many accounts most heartily provoked, his subjects, and would not trust to what they might do in their anger. There is no fact so execrable, but the memory of it may be useful to posterity, and the greatest misfortunes that can befall a father, may prove instructive to his son. A prince who would be arbitrary, ought not to be hampered with the virtues of a private man. When ministers have been slavishly obsequious to their prince's command, and not scrupled to betray both the nation and their trust, to serve the ambition of their masters, good-natured princes are apt to love them in return, and think themselves obliged to protect them, but this is wrong. A king, who is influenced by friendship, gratitude, or generosity, ought to curb his ambition, and content himself with governing according to law, but he who can part with a favorite for a trifle, and is ever ready to sacrifice the dearest tools of his ambition to his own security, may now and then attempt to encroach on his people, without great danger to his person. But that king, who lays a stress on the delusive promises of passive obedience, and has too much confidence in his own divine right, will find, at last, that he has trusted to a broken reed, and that the prince who will exert the utmost of his power to save the head of a minister, who has forfeited it, can never, whilst the situation of property remains where it is, be safe upon the British throne. I return to our disputes, and shall now observe, that where any are on foot, the most doubtful cause gets champions and abettors among those who are not concerned in nor well acquainted with the quarrel. Those who at the Revolution were either children, or are born after it. 178. If their fathers agreed to or acquiesced in the alterations that were made in the succession, are hardly excusable for disowning the present establishment, their scruples are far-fetched. If every body must be a judge of what was well or ill done in matters relating to the succession of princes, or the constitution, we shall never want malcontents, and if there is no validity in the consent of the people assembled, and acting in the most solemn manner, some will find as much reason to dispute the divine right of William I, as others pretend to have in disowning that of William III. Those, who during the life of King James, after his abdication, would not swear allegiance to King William, and have ever since refused to take the oaths either to Queen Anne, or his present Majesty, may have some plea for their scruples, at least there is a possibility that they may be sincere, but vast numbers are enemies to our tranquillity, that are neither candid in the remonstrance of their grievances nor consistent with themselves. At one time they deny the validity of all acts of Parliament made since the Revolution, at another, they are bound in hopes of mending themselves by a change of parties, and complain of the Septennial Act, without considering that the law for triennial parliaments had no being before the reign of King William. Sometimes they are religious, and an infeasible hereditary right is the only bar that hinders them from coming into the present establishment. This they insist upon, and are deaf to all remonstrances. They can't be convinced, and many profligates that stick at no crimes, are in this point, and no other, conscientious. If this infeasible hereditary right is superior to all other claims and considerations, why did most of the malcontents swear allegiance to King William and Queen Anne, and why have the greatest part of them taken the oath to his present Majesty? If they answer, because they are imposed under penalties, it is a sign they are not to be depended upon, who will forswear themselves for interest, and the sake of worldly conveniencies. An oath made to a king is an indissoluble as well as sacred tie, whilst the prince remains in the legal discharge of his office, or others by his consent, and in his name, discharge it for him. Those who talk of swallowing and washing down their oaths, and make a sport with them, ought, in return, never. 179. To be treated seriously, and their very scruples of conscience, if they pretended to any, to be made a jest of. To swear with mental reservation has been counted abominable, even by heathens. When Euripides, in one of his tragedies, made Hippolytus say, that he had swore with his tongue, and not with his mind, it moved 218 the Athenians with indignation. The thought seemed so loose to them, that though Hippolytus chose rather to die than to violate that verbal oath, they called the poet in question for it. The expression itself was shocking, and they could not endure that any one should be represented, even upon the stage, with such words in his mouth. If it be certain, that he who has sworn has suppositoried a fact, that is not actually so, and that unless he had believed that fact, he would not have sworn, in such a case, says Grotius, and 219 oath obliges not. What pity 'tis our oath swallowers have not such an excuse to make. Hereditary right is what the favourers of the pretender, of late years, have laid all their stress upon, as if his birth had never been suspected to have been spurious. The law, I know, which bars all papists from the crown, is a sufficient guard against him, but it is strange that a thing so uncertain, as his legitimacy should by time, and nothing else, be put altogether out of the question. Among the several reasons generally alleged for Pyrrhonism in history, the remoteness of the time which things were wrote in, is always reckoned one of the chief, but in the case of the pretender, there is suppositoried something which seems to derive its certainty from nothing else, but that people have forgot, or else never knew, the circumstances that made it doubtful. The question is, whether the Queen was delivered of a son or not. Those who maintain the affirmative, produce many witnesses of reputation both to the pregnancy and the delivery. They will not allow that the oaths of Roman Catholics should be less credited than those of Protestants, because both are of equal validity in law, for which reason they assert that the Queen was actually brought to bed of a son, and ask what evidence can be brought to the contrary. To this may be answered that it is often impossible to prove a negative. 180. Especially in such a case, if people may he allowed to suffer no body about them but of their own choosing, and as to the oaths of Roman Catholics, that notwithstanding their validity in law, it is certain that the popes not only claim a power to absolve men of them, but have actually, as far as their authority could do it, forgiven as heinous crimes as perjury, that every step towards the reduction of such a kingdom as this to the obedience of the Holy See, must be looked upon at Rome, as a matter of the highest concern to the Church. I must own, that was this mighty work to be accomplished at the expense of 5,000 false oaths, and nothing wanting but a formal absolution to indemnify the jurors, signed by the Holy Father, and the whole College of Cardinals, I should think Great Britain in no small danger of popery. The reasons which those who hold the negative offer for believing that a child was imposed upon the nation, besides some suspicions and surmises of things that cannot easily be proved, are these. In the first place they say, that as soon as it was reported that the Queen was with child, it was everywhere buzzed about, that it was to be a prince, and that during her pregnancy, the Roman Catholics, and all who favor arbitrary power, were as insolent upon it, as the certainty of the thing could have made them, that before the Queen was near her time, she seemed very irresolute in fixing upon a place where to lie in, and at last, when preparations had been made, and all had been ready for some time in one palace, things were in great haste removed to another, that all this while there had been at court several starts and sudden motions. Sometimes everything appeared gay and prosperous, at others the courtiers looked as if all was lost, and there were such continual whisperings among them, as are observed where some mysterious intrigue, or deep design of great importance is carrying on, and lastly, that those, who by the law and custom of England should be present at the Queen's delivery, were not there. This last they lay the greater stress upon, because the court knew, that all the Protestants of Europe expected a cheat. What the other side replies to this is weak, for to say, that the Duke of Monmouth being beheaded, the king had no body to fear, and that the Queen was a haughty, imperious woman, who would not shew so much. 181. Complaisance to the nation, as to satisfy them in this particular, and that, though the king knew that the law required the presence of several persons, the Queen was obstinate and ungovernable. To allege this, I say, is not sufficient in a case of so high a concern. All Europe had their eyes upon them. Had everything been fair, no court in the world would have made such a false step, when they could not be ignorant that they were suspected. A woman is not fit to be a king's wife, who, on such an occasion, should scruple to admit 100 strangers if it was required. What would not a princess do on an emergency, where her glory, the welfare of her posterity, the peace of nations, her all is at stake? Constantia, 220, Queen of Sicily, not to give the least suspicion, was brought to bed, and lay in publicly in the plains and meadows of Palermo. To this we must add the juncture of time it was done in. King James left no stone unturned to introduce popery, which would have signified little for his reign. If his successor had been a Protestant, all the machinations of the priests would have been in vain. Unless a male heir could be had, it was the sheet anchor of all their hopes. King James could not obtain his ends without arbitrary measures. He mistrusted his people, and would have nothing to do with parliaments, and there was nothing the cause stood in more absolute need of than the birth of a prince, that at once should blast all the hopes of the Protestant heirs, and strengthen his father in the illegal courses he had resolved upon. It is easier for a nation to judge of a matter in dispute, when it happens, and all things relating to it are in everybody's view, than when the thing is over, the circumstances that accompanied it lost out of sight, and some have forgot, others never known anything of them, but imperfectly from books or tradition, both of which are seldom otherwise than partial. When all these things are considered, the legitimacy of the pretender will not be so clear as many imagine. 8 in 10 of the people then living did not believe that the Queen had a child. How comes it that above 33 years after, half of the people in the same nation should believe that she had, without receiving any further proof than what they had before? For what happened in France is as much an evidence against, as it is for his legitimacy. When most people suspected him to be a supposititious child, and the fruit. 182. Fullness of the Queen was a thing much doubted of. Nothing was more necessary than that she should have another, to remove the suspicion from the first, and had the court art enough to procure such a male child in England, where they were watched at a time it was so much against the Protestant interest they should have one, it was no difficulty to suborn one of either sex in France, where nobody overlooked or observed them. I know very well, that all these things may be turned a quite contrary way, and be set in another light, but I know likewise, that the probabilities are no more on that side, than they are on this. The thing is doubtful, and so it is like to remain. It was King James's fault, that the method the law prescribes to clear the doubt was not put in practice, and we have no such obligation to his memory, as by an easy credulity to supply his want of precaution, which perhaps was part of the imposture. No man is less bigoted to any party than myself, but there are facts that are undeniable. About the time this pretended prince was born, the King of France was wholly bent on the execution of the scheme he had so long made for the universal monarchy of Europe. The court of England was one of his tools, the king then on the throne a weak, good-natured, easy, superstitious prince, who was ruled by his queen, a monstrous bigot to popery, a haughty, violent, crafty, Italian spirit. All heads at Rome were at work, and all capable emissaries employed by the assistance of the king and queen, to reduce England to the obedience of the Holy See. France had with her gold-bribbed most princes and ministries in Christendom into a lethargy. A strict friendship and alliance was made between that court and ours, and now the slavery of Europe seemed unavoidable. The knowing men of England saw this, were uneasy, but could not help themselves. King James had erected an ecclesiastical court to introduce his religion, and on several other accounts violated the laws, but he had a fine standing army, was rich himself, and received great supplies from France. The only bulwark of the Protestant interest were the States General, but what could they do against two powerful kingdoms? It was then the design of the Revolution was formed, and happily brought about, whilst the great genius of William III roused the 183 courts of Europe from their indolence, shewed them the common danger, and made several of them arm against the delusions and exorbitant power of France. Our posterity 1,000 years hence will find, that the wisdom and vast abilities of this prince spoiled and put a stop to the grand design which Louis XIV had formed against Europe, and sapped his deepest machinations. When they shall see from the losses France has been able to sustain, how vastly superior she was to all her enemies, how King William was perplexed at home, how many treacheries he had to cope with, they will be forced to conclude, that to have done what he did, he must have been a prodigious man. Nobody then will doubt, that he was the preserver of the Protestant interest, and the liberties of Christendom. Those who are too severe critics on the actions of princes, and by bold conjectures, supply the gaps and hidden parts of history, perhaps will say of him, that he was of a restless spirit, more fit for war than peace, and that his personal enmity to Louis XIV turned his ambition the right way, which otherwise might have proved less advantageous to the liberties he asserted, but they shall be forked to confess, that, as to personal expenses, he was a frugal, a manly, laborious, heroic prince, and a consummate politician, less given to luxury and pleasure than any of his time. To the foresight of this great king, the Protestant cause is indebted for the succession in the illustrious House of Hanover, which after his death, has been confirmed with all the solemnity and unanimous consent, that parliaments can proceed in. During almost the whole last reign, the Princess Sophia, of blessed memory, was the next and presumptive heir to the crown. His present majesty, by right of inheritance, as her eldest son, now sits upon the throne, which the princess his mother must have filled by a parliamentary right of almost 30 years standing. These are truths that must be lasting, and which time nor faction shall not erase. F*** Chap. 12. Of National Happiness. That Great Britain is a happy island, and well-stored magazine of native blessings, whether we look on the situation, the soil, the climate, or the inhabitants of it, is undeniable. The first guards us from foreign insults by the seas that surround us, and secures us from the rage of their encroaching waves, almost everywhere, by solid cliffs, and impenetrable rocks. The second is fertile in most parts, and would admit of many improvements. All the necessaries of life we have of our own growth, and many superfluities. As we want olives, wine, and spices, so we are free from the violent heats, that are required to produce them, but then of our own product we have generally such a store as is able to purchase all the various implements of pride and luxury, from the richest nations and the most remotest corners of the earth in a surprising plenty. Our climate is still more happy, it is the most moderate, at least the south part of it, in the universe, and no country has less cold in winter, that is not subject to greater heat in summer. What King Charles II said on this head was very judicious. In his presence one day the weather happened to be the subject of the discourse, and as some foreign ministers complained of the uncertainty of ours, and were bragging of the serenity of the air in their own country, 221 the best climate, said the king, in my opinion is that, in which a man may be abroad with comfort most hours in the day, and most days in the year. The people of Great Britain are docile and industrious, warlike when taught, and obstinate when provoked. They are excellent artificers in most handicrafts, but more noted for improvements than invention. The most useful of them, that is, those inured to labor, are 185. 186. Indefatigable, when employed to their mind. There is no toil so immense which they will not undergo, nor hardship they will flinch from, if the wages or rewards are proportion *d to their trouble. Their very diversions are laborious, and few are slothful, but where no profit is stirring. The removing of merchandises of all sorts, especially our fuel to and from different places, require great sleight, but more robustness, and on this account there is more bodily strength exerted to the best advantage, and more work done in London, than by the same number of hands you shall find performed anywhere else, nor is there a place in the world, where the slaving people of the lowest rank that will and can work, either get or spend more money cheerfully than they do in the city, where vast multitudes are continually employed in mixing hard labor with good fellowship. In shape and gracefulness of body, the British nation are second to none. I might say more of wit and beauty, but that I think them to be trifles, not always beneficial, and let who will count them among the national blessings. I shall always believe, that if we had less of both, we should be more happy, and not half so fickle, but then to make amends for what we suffer by these, there is no nation, where good sense is more generally esteemed at its true value, and very few, where so great a vein of it runs through the vulgar. But the most substantial blessing, and the peculiar happiness we enjoy above all other countries, are the laws and liberties of England. Let slaves and flatterers of princes, with all the abettors of arbitrary power tell us, that what we call liberty is licentiousness, an Englishman knows better, and can answer them, that whilst we desire no liberties, but what the laws allow, and every one obeys them in the strictest manner, the subject in our constitution receives a noble freedom from the same sovereignty, to which he owes his allegiance. From page 302 to 307 I have hinted at what our great happiness consists in. In Switzerland the bailiffs are petty tyrants in every district, and in Holland the magistrates of every city are arbitrary in many things. And men are capitally punished without public trial, but what we, and only we may boast of, is, that throughout the globe there is not a country, great or small, where the men of the highest rank can do less injury to their inferiors, and even the lowest with impunity than in England. This privilege, without which all the joys end. 187. Comforts of life are precarious, is the grand characteristic of English liberty, and a felicity, which it is not in the power of wit or eloquence to overrate. Since so many blessings then conspire, what hinders us from being happy, for it is certain we are not so? A sincere man would no more flatter his country than he would the meanest person in it. Our discontent and grumblings are publicly known, and all Europe hear us murmur in the midst of so much ease, and greater plenty than any empire, state, or kingdom now enjoys. Should any state physician behold our goodly countenance, and having felt our low dispirited pulse, examine into the real cause of all our grievances, he must infallibly pronounce the nation hypp'd. No woman in the height of vapors is more whimsical in her complaints than some of us, and melancholy madmen have not more dismal apprehensions of things in the blackest fits of the spleen, than our state hypochondriacs are daily buzzing in our ears. In distempers, where the imagination is chiefly affected, men, without any other remedies, may often reason themselves into health. Whoever would be happy should endeavor to be wise, and as this consists in having a diffusive knowledge of the real worth of things, and the capacity of choosing on all emergencies what to sound and unbiased reason would seem the most eligible, so it is by shaking off all clogs of prejudice, and fetters of humane authority, by thinking freely, that men can only mount to wisdom. There is no better way of curing groundless jealousy and panic fears, than by daring to examine and boldly look into the face of things. As with this freedom, I have treated of the Church, distinguished between that and religion, spoke of government, and the obedience due to it, and briefly touched on our differences about the succession of our kings, so now I shall with the same liberty present my readers with an open view of courts and ministers. Kings that are absolute, or would be so, are dreadful creatures all the world over. Considering their education as princes, and the flattery they are ever surrounded with, it is God's mercy that any of them are tolerable. In limited monarchies kings have greater opportunity ties of practicing self-denial, and moderating their desires. As they 188 are vastly superior to the highest subject, so we ought not to judge of them as we do of other men, and the two greatest virtues our nation can pray for in a monarch, are, that he may ever delight in the true exercise of his great power, and always abstain from wishing to increase it. These, without any other addition, can never fail of making him a blessing to his people, who, in return, owe him their homage and their hearts, which to express, they ought cheerfully to be at the charge of entertaining him and his family in distinguished magnificence, and take care that on all accounts he is served, approached and addressed to with the most humble submission, and superlative respect, and nothing be wanting about his person of what the most delicious ease, and splendid affluence can afford. This we perform. So many services require abundance of people of various employments, who are well versed in all manner of elegancy and politeness. The several branches of the public administration demand many officers of different ranks and capacities, all which make up a considerable number of persons, of whom several have large salaries and other emoluments, and not a few great opportunities of enriching themselves. From what has been said we may easily imagine, that the courts of our kings, how frugal and virtuous soever the monarch may be himself, must be places of pomp and luxury, stately academies of all manner of pleasure and diversions, where men learn to excite, as well as to indulge their appetites, and all the passions and sensations are refined upon. Though every courtier in his turn has a share in these worldly enjoyments, yet the whole machine seems only contrived to do honor to the king, and every creature there appears in his station, as if he was only born to procure him either ease or pleasure. To make this not look as if it was done in jest, the highest officers of all are often obliged to a certain strictness of attendance and several services, which would be counted vile and abject if performed for any other. What makes the men of the first quality amends for this condescension, is, that the same complaisance, and very near the same homage, is paid to them by those of the second rank, and so on, which renders the whole a gaudy society of subordinate slavery, where each member has an object to envy, and none can subsist without the profoundest dissimulation. 189. Let us now examine what sort of people it is most probable would resort to such places as I have described courts to be, and we shall observe, that they either are ambitious men, who are restless after greatness, and strive in vain to find a comfort in being ever dissatisfied with their present condition, or else those of a more abject pride, who want to lord it over others, and from a baseness in their nature, delight in being bowed and cringed to by all that stand in need of them, those that are tainted with the vice of Catiline, and are greedy after the possessions of others, only to heighten the satisfaction they feel in throwing away their own, the covetous with mean souls and no conscience, that will beg, if they cannot plunder, and do anything to be rich. These, and the men of pleasure and sensuality, are generally the persons whom their inclinations drive to court, and, except some few, who sue for places to be revenged on others, the rest are commonly vain people, that love shew and gaudiness, and from an idle and plentiful education, have learned to delight in nothing but the outside of things. I shall be asked, are there then no statesmen, no men of parts, of erudition, of capacity for business, that will be laborious? Yes, several, that are guilty of the vices I named, are such at all courts, or else the affairs of state could not be managed, yet the greater the plenty is, generally the less will be the application among them. But are there none then who besides those good qualifications, have noble souls and humanity and are free from those vices? Not many, and such of them as take it in their heads to be courtiers, are generally men eager after sensual pleasures, and perverting the accomplishments of nature and learning to a wrong study, spend the best part of their time in refining upon epicurism of all sorts. Good men, that are lovers of their country, and fit to be ministers of state, are scarce at all courts. A person who is contented with what he has, that hates noise and insincerity, and having no revenge to execute, or other irregular passion to gratify, is one who knows how to value his own liberty, and desires nothing slavish of others. Such a person, I say, what should he do at court? For a man so qualified, who has a polite learning, and a good fortune, if he understands the worth of things, and has a true taste of life, may better divert himself almost anywhere else. 190. The men of the highest quality and ample fortunes by inheritance, may come to honor, and pay their respects to their prince, assist at councils and other solemnities where their presence is required by their birth, but they seldom offer themselves for the service of their country, when qualified as I described. It is an ungrateful task, when well performed, and honest men generally fare the worst. As to religion and true piety, should anyone who is but inclined to it, get into court, there's 222 half a distich ready by its merit almost become a proverb, that will bid him go out of it the first thing he does. It is incredible what benefit may accrue to us from this thorough knowledge of courts. First, it will take away at once all those heavy complaints we are always making against our kings about the choice of their ministers. There are good men at all courts, but not such a vast plenty of them as people imagine, and the best judge can choose no better commodity than the markets afford. Secondly, it will cure us of that mischievous credulity, with which we are so ready to believe, according as we are influenced, either by love or hatred of a party, whatever is told us of the virtues or vices of minis. Ters. He that knows how courtiers throw their own faults upon oth ers, their artifices in spreading reports, the fastening of slander, the mines they dig for one another's destruction, the deep craft of their intrigues, and all other machinations in practice among them, will have but little faith in what is rumored about public ministers. There is nothing more difficult than to know a good man from a bad one, and the juggle of courts is to one who is not in the secret, what a game of chess is to a man wholly ignorant of it, as the one may see the gamesters move every piece, and yet not understand what is aimed at, without being a fool, so the other may be in all the bustle of the court, without knowing what is carrying on, and be a man of parts at the same time. The envy, strife, and all the feuds and jealousies of courts are so many safeguards to the liberty of the people, they never fail producing severe censors to those at helm, that watch over all their actions, magnify their failings, and heighten the least oversight into a capital crime, and the false steps of ministers are often not so much owing to the neglects of those who make them, as they are to the rubs and impediments which the 191 eyes of a crafty adversary has found means to fling in their way. Court intrigues are a perpetual warfare, where men are obliged to cut their trenches crooked, or be unavoidably exposed to all the artillery of their enemies' hatred. When parliaments are sitting, all the busy part of the year ministers have no great opportunities of doing any considerable damage to the nation, and seldom will attempt it. The laws and legislature are curbs which the boldest as well as the craftiest stand in awe of, and a better security for the people than all the virtues ministers can be possessed of. See underneath 223 the opinion of an anonymous author. The general complaints made against all ministries are, that they abuse the king's ear and favor, and employ all their industry in keeping others from him, that they enrich themselves too fast, postpone the public to their private interest, and engross all places of trust, of honor, and of profit among themselves, their families and friends, with exclusion of all others, and no regard to merit or capacity. These are all articles that men in power have ever been accused with by the malcontents, and whether there ever yet was a ministry, that was altogether free from those faults, and every part of them or not, I leave others to determine. But where is the man who judges of them without prejudice? The courtiers, who are influenced by the warm beams of God's vicegerents, are by their panegyrists represented like angels. When that sun ceases to shine upon them, they fall, after which they are thought to meditate as much mischief and revenge, to injure mankind, as those of old. At the same time they become the patriots of those, who were their enemies before. A whole set of statesmen of different tempers and capacities, virtues, and vices, are extolled to the skies in one company, in another they are damned to the pit of hell, and as often as these great men change sides, so often shall those companies change their language, a plain demonstration that we are far distant from knowing the truth, and very insincere in our opinions. As to be happy we ought on the one hand not to rely too much upon the virtue and probity of politicians, so on the other we ought carefully to avoid misconstruing their actions. How we have murmur. D. 192. At the war with Spain, and how unjustly charged the king with being the first aggressor. The Spaniards, under the violent sway of an haughty priest, would impose laws upon 'tis, they render our trade with them precarious and impracticable, equip a great fleet, and make preparations for an invasion, and provide all necessaries to raise a rebellion in the kingdom. They distress our allies, and treat the pretender to his majesty's crown with all the marks of honor and esteem that can be paid to a great monarch. King George sees it, arms against them, beats their fleet, and, by the assistance of his allies, breaks and ruins all the measures of Spain, and makes them dismiss the great favorite, and sue for peace. An Englishman who loves his country, and complains of this conduct, must be an arch politician. We ought likewise to forbear judging rashly of ministers and their actions, especially when we are unacquainted with every circumstance of an affair. Measures may be rightly concerted, and such casualties intervene, as may make the best design miscarry. We should not complain when the intentions of men are manifestly good, and they act for the interest of the nation, and frustrate the designs of the enemy. It is wrong also, when we differ in opinion, to charge men with having ill designs, when the matter in debate may be variously interpreted, and admit of innumerable speculations. It is very difficult to judge what things, of which we never had any experience, would produce, if they were to be. I am neither for nor against the peerage bill, because it is above my capacity to judge of it, and I have often wondered to hear people with small knowledge speak confidently of what would be the consequences of it. From such subjects I own the men of eloquence, of wit, and of learning of both sides receive great opportunities of setting themselves off, and displaying their parts, but those who are both sincere and impartial will hardly promise to affirm anything about it with certainty. In the chapter of government, I have hinted at the difference between our times and 300 or 400 years ago, as to the property of the king, lords and commons. Had the lords never had the power of making their land alienable, and kings could not have parted with what belonged to the crown, the property of the whole, except what the 193 churches possessed of, must still have been vested in the king and lords, and the vast diminution in the property of the peers, is altogether owing to the liberty they have since received of selling their estates. What prudence or penetration could have foreseen this? Humane understanding is too shallow to foresee the result of what is subject to many variations. A man may be well versed in state affairs, have wit, penetration, a perfect knowledge of the world, and everything requisite to make a complete politician, and yet not be able to make any tolerable guesses of what will ensue from a thing which is new, and he can get no insight into, either from history, or his own experience. A man may understand one game at tables very well, and he a great while endeavoring before he is master of another that is nearly related to it. I speak of games of difficulty and speculation. He can never judge with any solidity which is the best play, before he has often seen it, and has an experience of the varieties in it, and is acquainted with the sudden changes it is subject to, what contingencies are usual in it, and which are counted extraordinary. I shall make no other apology for the lowness of the simile, than the example of Terence, who has so handsomely compared 224 humane life to a game at tables, where it behoves every one, if he throws not what he stands in need of, and could have wished for, by his play to make the most of what he has thrown, and by his skill supply the deficiencies of his good luck. That we may not misconstrue the intentions of princes and politicians, another caution is requisite, which is, to avoid launching out beyond the sphere of our understanding. A man may be an industrious trader, of sense and equity, and have good notions of the meum and tuum of private persons, and yet not be able to determine anything concerning the property of nations. There is no tribunal upon earth, to which sovereigns can appeal for the decision of their differences, and therefore in all conferences and peaceable debates among the nations in Europe, the balance of power must ever be the standard, that all property and possession, as well as friendship and alliances are to be weighed by. What else could have justified our demands for the demolition of Dunkirk? Many who some time ago complained that the garrison of Gibraltar was an excessive charge to us, and that in time of peace it was of no manner of use, seem now 194 highly concerned at the very surmise, that we are to part with a fortress of that importance. I pretend to no foresight, but I shall wonder should the rest of the powers of Europe let it remain in our possession. This I am sure of, that it is inconsistent with the safety of our trade, that it ever should be in the hands of a nation so powerful in shipping as either the Dutch or the French, and I am afraid they will think themselves obliged to say the same of us. There are artful people, who foreseeing this, make a handle of it, for murmurs and discontent, by insinuating that whenever we part with Gibraltar, it must be by the neglect or treachery of the ministry. If we consider how selfish and obstinate most people are, and how little they would part with anything they think their own, it can be no difficult task to make the multitude fall in with these notions, who can't make a difference between the possessions of private persons, where the same law governs all, and those of sovereign states and kingdoms, that are only accountable to God. Gibraltar is in Spain, as much as Portsmouth is in Great Britain, and whoever may prove a better title to it than the Spaniards, none are fitter in the quadruple alliance to be possessed of it, and give less umbrage to the neighboring powers. If these critics on the public management were in earnest, and really animated by the love of their country, they would never publicly exaggerate the great moment that place is of, and how vastly advantageous it would be to Great Britain on many accounts, in case of a rupture with her allies, but consider, that every article proved on this head is an argument put in the mouths of the allies for the unreasonableness of our keeping it. Great causes of disquiet may likewise he avoided, by forbearing to meddle with what is above, or at least foreign to us. It is ill manners for subjects to pry into the family affairs of their kings. Their pastimes, their pleasures and diversions, have nothing to do with the state, but is it religion that awakens our care? Then why are we insincere? We rail at concubines in one prince, who is very moderate in his amours. In him the want of chastity is a heinous sin. It eclipses all his good qualities, and is a subject we can never have done with, when at the same time we extol the good sense, the politeness, the majesty, and are always lavish in the praises on the 195 memory, without ever mentioning as a reproach the incontinency of another prince, whose life was an entire scene of unlawful love, and rambling lasciviousness at a vast expense displayed on a multitude of objects. When we have put the best construction on things, they will admit of, and still meet with grievances that are real, and which every reasonable man would wish to have redressed. There is a happiness in endeavoring to extenuate rather than aggravate them. Are we angry, that the king is advised by so many strangers, that his ministry engross him to themselves, and that none of our friends can get into places of trust or profit? Let us examine ourselves, and consider how much we should value such complaints in our adversary. I.e.s., if we were in favor, and the king made use of us, we should not forget what we answered to them a considerable part of the last reign. It is very hard every private person may order his family as he pleases, without being controlled, and the Queen of Great Britain should not have the liberty of choosing her own servants. I will easily grant, that it is not pleasant to a nation, to see so much wealth divided among foreigners, but we have this comfort, that they can only be so for themselves, their posterity will be the same with ours. Most of our forefathers were once strangers, but the first children, they begot here, were English. When courtiers, that are foreigners, enrich themselves with our money, their heirs spend it among us, and the sons often with the same application, that the fathers scrap it together. But should this be a real cause of complaint, those, who have no ambition to be great, honest men, who scorn to be beholden to anything but their own industry for a livelihood, and all that can neither cringe, nor beg for a maintenance, have nothing to do with it. They are only courtiers, or such as would be so, that can be affected by it. In behalf of them let us cast an eye on the remedy they prescribe, and which so many of us hanker after in fear and silence, I mean the pretender. It is manifest at first view, that this cannot ease us, for if we cannot bear the king's gratifying a few of his countrymen, how should we have patience, or be able to discharge all the obligations the pretender has made in so many countries? What papist in Europe is he not indebted to? I don't mean for their prayers. 196. And hearty wishes only. He has received substantial benefits from Frenchmen, Spaniards, Italians, and others, and whenever he is able to bestow any favors, great part of Poland must me in for a share. These considerations I know would be of little weight with many. What if our purses pay for it? They would say, our consciences shall be east, infeasible, hereditary right shall take place. Tell us but, what we shall do to get him. Here indeed is the difficulty. To obtain this mighty blessing, we must in the first place break the oath of allegiance, which we have taken to the king. But zealous people will not scruple to forswear themselves for conscience sake, and if it be a sin, there are clergymen enough in England, that will absolve them of it, even before it is committed. In the second we must raise a rebellion and fight for him, the quadruple alliance seems not very favorable for such attempts, and if the pretender could find a foreign force to bring him hither, there is less doubt that King George on the other hand would have allies to assist him, who would always augment their forces, as the friends of the pretender increased. What havoc would this make of the kingdom, and when would our misery be at an end? Can we imagine that either His Majesty, or the Prince, on any disaster would leave us as the pretender left Scotland? They are neither of them counted cowards as ever I heard of, and we have no reason to think either of them very changeable, when they are fixed upon a thing. Many years might we fight for nothing but dry blows, for the probability of conquest is not on the pretender's side, and if his friends were much more numerous, and their power greater than they are, his case would be at best but very hazardous. But what shall we venture all this for? What is the end the malcontents propose of their labors? And which the mighty prize to be obtained? The pretender whose legitimacy is at best but dubious, a popish bigot, who never was acquainted with men that understood, or dared to speak of liberty, and has conversed from his cradle with the grossest flatterers, and the most slavish assertors of arbitrary power. What a scope is here for declamation! But the cause I plead for stands in need of no rhetoric, or any other embellishment. We want to be happy, and our felicity is to depend upon the wisdom of our choice. The question is, whether we shall be contented with the present establish. 197. Meant, and the blessings, which it is in our power to enjoy under it in peace and tranquility, or renounce both to go in quest of an utopia to be looked for in a revolution, that in all human probability will never be brought about, and of which the very attempt, whether the thing itself be compassed or not, cannot cost less, if made with any vigor or resolution, than the ruin of at least half the nation. Let us compare all the petty grievances and apprehensions, both real and imaginary, the severest state critic can prove the nation to labor under, to the certain and substantial calamities, that ever must attend national discord and civil wars, and after that I leave any rational creature to judge, which of the two is most eligible. I shall only exclude those of desperate fortunes and no principles, that have no substance, or any prospect of getting, but when every body loses, by public troubles and intestine broils, for I have not patience to hear a bravo, who is ready to go upon the highway, complain of the church's danger, or a villain, who would be a false evidence for half a crown tell us on the least disaster, that the land can expect no blessing till the right air is restored again. When we shall have carefully examined the state of our affairs, and so far conquered our prejudices as not to suffer ourselves to be deluded any longer by false appearances, the prospect of happiness will be before us. To expect ministries without faults, and courts without vices is grossly betraying our ignorance of human affairs. Nothing under the sun is perfect, human life itself is a mixture of good and evil, no mortal can he completely happy, and none are so miserable, but they might still be worse. There is happiness in knowing the narrow bounds of temporal felicity, and the surest way to content is to moderate our desires. Where schism divides the people, the heats of parties must be troublesome, and the government will ever find it a difficult task to keep them quiet, but even schism 225 has its uses, and orthodoxy itself is not without inconveniencies. But what madness is it, that men should choose to be wretched, because they cannot be completely happy? That we cannot agree in one thing, ought not to be a reason to make us differ in everything else. Where the government is steady, the clergy of all communions kept in awe, and religious disputes 198 are prohibited, many sects may live together in good harmony. When men who have persecuted others come to labor under the same affliction, they find it true what Morphy Ursali, 226 says of arguments for persecution, and in some places in Germany, people of different religions make use of the same churches without quarreling, but where the magistrate is remiss in curbing the licentiousness of divines, the least differences in religion may be the cause of endless troubles. Of this Hamburg, the most considerable of all the Hanse towns, is a deplorable instance. That great and opulent city has been torn by divisions, and perplexed with tumults and insurrections, for many years, sustained vast losses and other calamities, and at this day labors still under the misery of civil discord, which are altogether owing to, and never had any other cause than the unbridled zeal of furious preachers. There will ever be persecution whilst there are clergymen, and the laity will not interpose, and take the means from them. The sword of justice, and the power of punishing, ought never to be divided or trusted into any other hands but the government's. I have hinted at this often, but cannot help touching upon it again in this place, since no nation can be happy, where this maxim is not observed. All magistrates in their superior wisdom should be fathers to the public, and the kindest behavior they can shew their subjects is, what prudent persons make use of to their children. They never suffer them to handle anything that might be hurtful to themselves or others. Should a child cry for a knife, the father rather than indulging him would remove it farther out of his way, and should he be more than ordinary froward, and by his bawling disturb the family as well as himself, the other would think it to be his duty to make him hold his tongue. Clergymen may be overcome by human passion, be violent, and rave, whilst their zeal is hot, but as soon as they are cool again, if they have any goodness in them, they'll thank us, that we have hindered them from doing mischief to others, and themselves too. The laity should be ever upon their guard against arguments for persecution. The clergy look upon the Bible as their own, and there is hardly a text in it, which most divines cannot discover a meaning in for their purpose. We find in Genesis, that Sarah quarreled with Hagar, and made her leave the house. Who would think that 199. This ever should have been made a type of orthodoxy and schism, and be alleged as an apology for persecution? Yet the copious and imaginative mind of St. Augustine found the secret in it. He 227 maintained by Sarah's conduct towards Hagar, that the true church might inflict chastisements on the false one, exile it, torment it, and see. But whatever is quoted from the Old Testament, we may be assured from the New, that if it be capable of destroying charity and the public peace, it can never be rightly applied and the laity that have suffered by civil wars, on religious accounts, may meet with a better text for their purpose in the Prophet 228 Rosia, than any the clergy can allege for discord or persecution. If we are in love with true religion, let every one endeavor to subdue his passions for the love of God, and diligently labor at the amendment of his own life, and never attack others on that score before he has made a conquest of himself. Whilst we are neglectful of our own souls, we ought ever to suspect our zeal to convert others. Few men, says a noble 229 author, are so ignorant of humane nature, and what they hold in common with their kind as not to comprehend, that where great vehemence is expressed by any one in what relates solely to another, 'tis seldom without some private interest of his own. But when a man, neglecting all common civilities, shews himself on all accounts spiteful and vexatious to his neighbor, when he hires the mob to break his windows, and rejoices at every misfortune that befalls him, how can we believe him sincere, when he pretends to have a very great concern, and nothing more at heart than his eternal welfare? What can be more impious to God, or base to men, than to profess religious motives for what we plainly feel ourselves prompted to by envy, self-interest, hatred and aversion? To promote real goodness, and be a happy nation, every subject ought to assist the magistrate in endeavoring to suppress vice and immorality, and be chiefly solicitous to discourage them by his own example, and as on the one hand the audaciousness of fiery pulpiters should be restrained, so on the other, all scurrilous jests and witticisms, that can any ways tend to depreciate the holy function of divines, and render it less beneficial to us, should be prohibited under penalties, and here I would include all who dissent from 200 us, as well as the orthodox. First to tolerate, and afterwards to scoff at a religion, is affronting God either one way or another. Religion, and whatever is sacred, can never become the proper objects of ridicule. Profaneness and irreligion above all should be severely punished, and the most sublime wit, if profane, should never be preferred in the state, much less in the church, in any part of the king's dominions. These are the surest ways to promote peace and happiness, at least among the laity. If divines will continue their disputes, let us not suffer ourselves to be drawn into their quarrels, with this assurance, that whoever is guided by a true Christian spirit, will ever prefer an ounce of peace to a pound of victory. 230. When we have left off all religious debates, and conquered the great concern we have for other men's consciences, it would be another happiness, if we could cure ourselves of a piece of pride, which is often the occasion of a vast deal of folly. Some men only belong to a party, because they would look upon themselves as inconsiderable without it. It furnishes them indeed with frequent opportunities of shewing their wit, honor, steadiness, intelligence, and reading, which they know not where to look for anywhere else, but then often it causes them 1,000 disquiets for nothing. An argument begun in jest, if warmly maintained, becomes earnest, and trifling disputes daily produce substantial enmities. I could excuse a man, who chusses aside, and stands up for it with obstinacy to oblige his customers, his relations, or a friend, whom he has some expectation from, but it is unpardonable, that a man should be serious and vehement to maintain a cause, which in the first place he is conscious he knows nothing of, in the second place never can, or so much as proposes to get anything by, in behalf of others, whom he never was acquainted with, and often never saw or heard spoke of, but with the utmost partiality. And such as despise him, and would not dirty their shoes to save him from hanging, unless they were paid for it. Could we leave statesmen to fight their own battles, and prove their own virtues and good qualities, abundance of mischief might be prevented. Men have had their heads broke for defending the honesty of a courtier, who at the same time was abed with another man's wife, or bribing, over a bottle of champagne, another minister who was to audit his accompts. 201. The last I shall speak of, as a thing desirable for our happiness, is to have both the will and capacity of distinguishing between the evils that befall us from the faults of others, and those we suffer on the score of our own. Some are beggared by cards or dice, some by cocks or horses, the substance of others is melted away in wine and debauchery, the spendthrift is undone at Bath, the miser in Change Alley, and many, not remarkably vicious, that yet for want of application to business, and following it with that industry and vigilance their callings require, can never thrive in the world, are ruined by sloth, supineness, or indolence. These are generally the men who complain most of mismanagements in public affairs, and by their constant murmurs against ministries and governments, keep off the chagrin they would feel, should they reflect on the real cause of their misfortunes. If these were set aside, the nation would be eased of a vast multitude of complaints. From what has been said, it is manifest, that on the one hand the greatest part of our complaints are frivolous and unreasonable, that on the other, for grievances more real, we have remedies of great efficacy, if we would make use of them, and consequently that it is our own faults, if, in the fruition of so many native blessings, we enjoy not as much happiness as the condition of mortals is susceptible of.